And a quorum is present, so I will call this meeting of the November 23rd Plan Commission to order. First, we will have a few words from our technical facilitator.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is public comment. We do have one registrant for public comment, Amol Goyal, 303 Ross Cole, 625 Elm Drive, Madison, indicating in support. I'm not sure what he was really intending to register for, but wishing to speak. Amol is representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. Amol.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, I appreciate you letting me speak in open forum as I do have an exam tonight at 7 o'clock and may or may not be on call by the time we get to the agenda item for 621 North Lake Street, Alchemy Apartments. The Campus Area Neighborhood Association is a newly formed grassroots not-for-profit advocacy group that meets regularly to build civic engagement, community solidarity, and neighborhood advocacy for the residents of the campus and related areas. We serve as a vehicle for our constituents to voice their concerns and questions on the shape, character, and future of our neighborhood. Now, in terms of both the demolition of these houses and the overall concept of the proposal, the significant majority of our attendees voiced their support, whereas a minority expressed discomfort. It is generally argued that the current houses are uninhabitable. From boiler repair to insufficient security infrastructure, from dangerous wiring to crumbling foundations, it is argued that it would take hundreds of thousands of dollars to retain the houses as is. Attendees also described the Memorial Union as being remodeled and renovated, as well as the Alumni Park adjacent to it. They stated that both of those recent, more modern developments maintain the traditions that they held in the past, i.e. the Memorial Union served as a student union space that it had since 1928, and the Alumni Park was created to honor the university's previous traditions and celebrations. With a similar trajectory, these chapter houses would retain a great deal of what they did previously, even while modernizing. Attendees on this line of thought also argued that the whole point of general ordinance was not to demolish in haste or spite, and that this demolition was proposed was responsive to neither attitudes. In terms of conditional use criteria, all of those were also met in terms of the planning and considerations of the project as deemed by the steering committee members. And although a minority expressed concerns about landscaping and security plans. Thank you. I'm willing to answer questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of this registrant? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have a question. I just want to thank you, Amol, for the very good letter you all sent. It was very nice to see an active and thoughtful neighborhood association take up again, and just welcome to the city process. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Are there any disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands, we will move on. The next item on the agenda is minutes of the November 9th regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve the minutes? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Rummel. I will assume unanimous consent for approval of the minutes unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the minutes are unanimously approved. Next on our agenda is a review of the schedule of upcoming meetings. In December, we have a regular meeting on December 14th, and then 2 regular meetings in January, on January 11th and January 25th. We do have a special working session on December 16th from 5 until 8. All of the meetings will be virtual meetings. And I know that Ms. Stouter will be working to schedule some additional special meetings for 2021. Okay. Next, I will move to our consent agenda. As I noted last time, routine business will be included on our consent agenda. So as you know, it is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. Those items are all placed onto a consent agenda along with any referrals, and they are addressed at the beginning of the public hearings, at the beginning of our meeting. And then people who are interested in those items do not have to stick around for the remainder of the agenda. So of the items before us tonight, the following agenda items are on the consent agenda, and I'll just read the agenda number first, and then I'll go back and read the items. So agenda item 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, and 15. Are there any requests by commissioners for separation of any of those agenda items? Seeing no raised hands, I will go through then in more detail those items. So the first one is agenda item 2, Legistar 62947, authorizing the acceptance of a limited easement for public bus shelter purposes from Sherman Plaza on a portion of the property located at 2901 North Sherman Avenue. Agenda items 7 and 8 are both being referred to our December 14th meeting at the request of the applicant. Agenda items 9 and 10 for consent. Agenda item 9, Legistar 62640, changing Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at property located at 7601 Mineral Point Road, amending the general development plan and approving a specific implementation plan. Agenda item 10, Legistar 62315, also at 7601 Mineral Point Road, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish and relocate a portion of a restaurant and former residential building as part of a planned redevelopment in a planned development zoning district. Agenda item 13 and 14 are together. Legistar 63099, reapproving the final plat of the Paragon Place Addition Number 1 subdivision on land addressed as 9703 Paragon Street, 303 Bear Claw Way, and 304 Bear Claw Way. Agenda item 14, Legistar 62317, also on 9703 Paragon Street, consideration of 3 conditional uses to construct a residential building complex containing some 71 dwelling units and 12 townhouses in the proposed Paragon Place Addition Number 1 subdivision. Legistar agenda item 15, Legistar 62599, located at 803 South Shore Drive, 13th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence and construct a new single-family residence. Those are the items on our consent agenda. Are there any questions on any of those? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Cantrell. You all of a sudden got muted again. Go ahead.
Okay, I recommend the approval of the consent agenda. In addition, also the referrals.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. I will assume unanimous consent on this motion unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion on the consent agenda passes unanimously. Next item we will consider is agenda item 3, Legistar 62948, authorizing the administrative approval and execution of documents granting, accepting, altering, or releasing certain easements or recorded property interests by the city. Jenny Fries will be giving us a brief update on what this is, and we also have available Doran Visti from the City Attorney's Office to answer questions along with Jenny. Jenny?
Good evening, everyone. The easements that we're talking about are non-controversial in nature and typically time sensitive. The approval process in some cases is duplicative as well. The administrative approval of these types of easements would free up staff to work on other larger projects, for example, land banking and other acquisitions and the multiple functions at our office, things in our office that we do. Normally, every easement or exchange in a land interest that the city is a part of, it must go through the council approval process and usually entail a referral to the Plan Commission. Most of these are non-controversial items that involve little or no expenditure or receipt of funds or changes to our property interests, even if they are necessary to facilitate development or redevelopment. These items almost always are on the consent agendas and are approved without any debate or discussion. However, that process takes staff time and resources, while also slowing down the process itself. It typically adds about 4 to 6 weeks to secure these types of approvals for the various easements. Some examples would include granting and accepting of utility easements. And during the review And if during the review of the action it becomes apparent that an item is of larger importance, it would go through the normal council process. So it would be a case-by-case basis. And the passage of this resolution would not guarantee blanket approval for all easements. The procedure is only intended to resolve the minor and non-controversial items. I don't know if you have any questions at this point. I do have a couple more points, but.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Fries or for Doran Visti? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, on your last point, what's the criterion for deciding which things are controversial and which ones need review?
Well, that would be up to city staff. And how the resolution is written is that the area alder would be involved as well, just as a check on that criteria. All the easements are, although routine in nature, they're all very different. Different portions of the property, different properties affected. So through the approval process, with or without council, these are heavily vetted by city agencies. Before, like for example, before I even start drafting a resolution, the easement has got to be signed by all parties, signed by the grantor, and heavily vetted by city staff before it even becomes a resolution. So I would imagine that would be the same. That wouldn't change the vetting of the easement and the review by city staff.
So would you send all of them to the alder so they could decide what they thought was controversial or not? Or would it only ones that somebody in the staff thought was warranted it?
No, I think they would all go. Not to every alder, but just to the alder in that district.
Right. And does this include easements that the city is granting on city property and that the city is receiving on private property, both?
Correct.
And it includes indefinite easements as well as temporary easements for construction and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. And does it include rights of way in any way, like the street rights of way that are being given up, street ends by the lake, anything like that, or only easements? No,
there's no granting of easements in the right of way. That is covered by the privilege and streets process. And actually, those property rights or the legal rights of people to put private improvements in city property in the city right of way is through the privilege and streets process, and that's governed through Madison General Ordinance 10.31. And that review, I've been working on that review process since I became an employee with the city, which was in 2011. And I feel that process works really well. We have 7 city agencies that review those before the item can encroach upon the right of way. So I imagine this review process for easement approvals administratively would be very similar to that.
Okay, well, that's helpful, but I was really asking about the right of way itself. And I think the answer is it doesn't affect transfer of right of way. The example that I'm thinking of was, excuse me, a few months ago, there was a pretty routine right of way transfer to a fast food restaurant on East Wash. And through the review process, it was flagged that was a useful place for a BRT station. And so that even though the staff had considered it non-controversial and moved it through, it got redone. And so the review actually, you're right, 99% of these things go through without much comment at Plan Commission and probably Common Council, but that one made a big difference. So I'm just we're only talking easements. We're not talking about these other things that we get that are, in my mind, sort of in the same bucket of...
If I could add in to answer your question, okay. I'm Doran Visti from the City Attorney's Office. Any expansion of right-of-way would still be covered by relocation orders. There's statutory process that we have to follow. If we're vacating right-of-way, like what was part of that fast food deal, sorry, that would also still be subject to the usual requirements by statute and ordinance. So those usual methods that we do to on bigger projects or changes of right-of-way would not be subject to this process at all.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. So I did email staff, and thank you all for showing up. Maybe me and all of Mr. Sundquist triggered this, but so thank you, Jenny. It's nice to see your face in person, and Attorney Fisty. So I think it's a great idea. I mean, all the reasons that you gave to save time and so much work for just a routine kind of thing. But the thing that got me tripped up is like suddenly now as an alder, I have more responsibility, whereas before it pretty much got, would go right by me. It didn't matter, because it would go on the consent agenda. I didn't have to do anything. And now alders do have to do something. They have to pay attention and have enough information to say, yeah, that looks fine. So it just gave me a little bit of a nightmare of my minor alteration life, which if you're an alder, you might know about, and most everyone else is clueless. But the point is, I asked if we could add just one little word to this resolution, and that's written. And I don't have my notes in front of me, but to have not just authorization from the alder, but written authorization with the understanding that staff would maybe create some kind of, minimalist template that says, alder, this is an X kind of thing. And here, and just explain it in plain language, and don't just send me a really complicated drawing and, with an arrow pointing at something like, I need more than that. So I don't think that's real. I don't know that you might say that's not needed, but I feel it would make me feel better about this coming to an alder, that you would help me do some work. And so that I wouldn't have to then go, Jenny, what does this really mean? Because I do that to people. I don't get this. Like, can somebody translate this? So I want you to help translate it at the front end with a little bit of a note.
Yeah, certainly. And I think it would be, a beefed up version of asking for your offering to sponsor a resolution.
Yeah.
Alder, are you asking for an amendment to?
Yeah, I should go open up the thing, but in the final whereas clause, let me go open it up. I would add the word written to, now therefore be it hereby resolved that the mayor and clerk, blah, blah, blah. And then near the end of it, it says, are approved by city agency deputy heads following consultation with the area alder, etc. But just add the word following written consultation with the area alder.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded. Alder Heck?
Yes, I'll second that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion or questions on this? Alder Heck?
Thanks. I want to thank Alder Rummel for thinking about those things. I thought of some of them too. And I would also ask, just however this written process or procedure might develop, I'd encourage you to think about alders who are not on Plan Commission and may barely know what an easement is. And so as you develop any kind of a little cheat sheet or template or whatever it might be, that you keep those folks in mind too. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions, comments? Okay, we will come to a vote. Raise your hand, please, if you have any concerns. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Jenny Fries and Doran Visti, for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is agenda item 4, Legistar 61589, amending the City of Madison official map to establish mapped reservations for future streets and highways in the current and future City of Madison, generally located north of Milwaukee Street, between North Fair Oaks Avenue and West Corporate Drive, consistent with the recommendations in the adopted Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. And we do have some comments by Attorney John Strange. Attorney Strange.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So for legislative item 61589, staff asked me to write a memo and to give a little quick brief overview of the resolution, but really just of the official map process. The resolution to amend the official map is something doesn't happen very often in the city. And a lot of times when it does, our office gets questions and staff have questions about what is it and where does it exist. And so the memo that I wrote that's in the file of the legislative item kind of gives a brief general overview of the official mapping process in Madison and in the state of Wisconsin. What's a little bit different about this official map amendment from others that you may have seen in the past is it's part of an attempt to more fully and robustly implement the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan by officially mapping a larger area that is more consistent with the recommendations of that plan. And so one of the things that I pointed out in the memo, and I think discussing tonight with respect to this item and with respect to item 5, is that the process of using the official map to implement local neighborhood area plans. And I tried to provide some relatively general links and references to other documents that discuss those things, because again, there's very little case law on official mapping. There's very little guidance outside of just the statute itself. And so what the memo does is basically say when there's an official map, the statute gives the city the ability to reserve land for certain future public uses. And once it does that, it will not issue building permits for the construction of buildings inside those areas, subject to possible review to the Zoning Board of Appeals. And what that means for the city and what that means for the property owners is that if and when the city acquires that property, either through purchase or condemnation, it will. If there is no building built in that area, then it will cost less to acquire that building. The whole point of the statute dating back to the 1940s is trying to reduce the cost of future improvements by the public. What it means for the property owner is if they want to build a building or an addition in that area, they will not get a building permit for that unless the Zoning Board of Appeals grants that building permit. And I'm not going to go into the details of what the Zoning Board of Appeals would have to consider, but there's elements of ensuring a fair return, and can there be some sort of adjustment to the official map that would allow them to build the building anyway. And so that's kind of a general overview of what the official map is. Since we get a ton of questions about it, I told staff that I would write a brief memo and be available in case you have questions about the map. In terms of the details of the resolution itself and what it means to implement the Milwaukee Street Area Plan, staff is probably better suited to get into the details of the resolution and the actual map that's being proposed.
Thank you, Attorney Strange. Mr. Parks, did you have anything that you need to add?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, just very briefly to give you an overview of what 61589 proposes to do. These are not all of the streets that are recommended for the area roughly bounded by Fair Oaks Avenue on the west, West Corporate Drive on the east, and Milwaukee Street on the south. But this is just intended to give you the gist of what the official map reservations we're proposing tonight in the resolution sponsored by Alders Foster and Rummel propose a couple of landmarks, the Amazon facility that was discussed earlier this year, outlined in blue, Milwaukee Street towards the bottom, and then of note, an east-west extension of Chicago Avenue from where Chicago Avenue currently ends at Fair Oaks Avenue. The Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan calls for the extension of Chicago Avenue east-west to intersect at West Corporate Drive, running along the northerly edges of the parcels on which the Amazon facility is located, as well as running through the center of the Voigt property, which is still currently in the town of Blooming Grove. Also of note, the north-south extension of Wautier Street from its current terminus at Milwaukee Street north to extend at Chicago Avenue. And then two other streets to be newly created, an extension of, I'm sorry, it says Wautier Street, it should say Schenck Street, a one-block extension west of the East Transfer Point, and then a new east-west street that will run from West Corporate Drive to extended Wautier Street. Lastly, the proposed reservations will add to the future width of Milwaukee Street to create between a 106-foot wide ultimate right-of-way to a 122-foot wide right-of-way as you move from west to east from approximately Starkweather Creek to the extension of Schenck Street. So if there are additional questions about the proposed reservations, I'd be happy to answer them after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I will open the public hearing. We do have registrants. The first registrant is Mary Kramer, 168 Southeast 1st Street, Miami, Florida. Opposed, wishing to speak. Representing Jeannie Kramer. She indicates that she's a lawyer, but she practices immigration law. So, Ms. Kramer.
Ms. Kramer, you should be unmuted, ready to speak.
Ms. Kramer, you may need to unmute on your end. Our tech facilitator indicates that you're unmuted on our end.
How you doing, Lily? How's things going?
I do see her as unmuted due to the one that she had. I had to promote her to a panelist, but she should be able to be heard.
Ms. Kramer? You're unmuted. Please begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Looks like she may not have audio connected.
Okay. Then we will move on to our next registrant. Louis Weisman, 601 Union Street, Seattle, Washington, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company in New York. Louis Weisman?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed zoning change. The landlord and tenant at 3650 Milwaukee just completed a $20 million renovation of a blighted site with the endorsement of Common Council. We brought valuable construction jobs to Madison, 150 permanent jobs. We delivered a socially and environmentally responsible Fortune 100 company to the Madison community. The contemplated change of zoning, which has been in place for over 50 years, sets a regrettable and damaging precedent that the Planning Commission and Common Council should be deeply concerned about, and its ramifications and potential for future damage to investment, quality tenancy of this caliber within Madison. After all of these major accomplishments and gains at 3650, to reverse course and make this use of this property essentially illegal or non-conforming puts a dark cloud over the property's title. which destroys value, reduces the mortgageability, reduces sources of capital for refinance for our entity or future owners, impairs access to valuable and preferable terms that are available to all other property owners. Organizations such as the Mortgage Bankers Association, the National Association of Industrial and Office Parks, Realtors Associations need to be made aware of this alarming position the city is considering adopting, and the negative precedent it creates for property owners, the stability of property value, mortgage lenders and their security, equity investors and their returns, and tenants that are interested in investing in Madison and bringing valuable jobs and technologies such as Amazon is bringing to yours. The Amazon facility brings a significant new investment, jobs, and future technology such as the pending 100% all-electrical vehicle fleet that Amazon is installed its conduit for and will be implementing in the near future. These types of facilities create valuable tax revenue, which is sorely needed, especially in light of post-COVID concerns and new budgetary challenges which the city is going to face. If nothing else, this decision should not be rushed into and demands further discussion before a major decision and course correction is adopted. I urge the body to postpone and defer this to agenda item pending delivery of more information about the impacts and research on the ramifications of the decision that it is considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman. Our next registrant is...
It looks like Mary does have audio now.
Okay, then we will hear from Mary. Ms. Kramer, please go ahead.
Mary, there should be a prompt on your screen to unmute.
Okay, now do you hear me?
Yes.
Wow, I do Zoom all the time, and this is the most complicated Zoom meeting I've ever been in. So hello, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak. Although I'm in Florida right now, I was born and raised in Madison, and I'm here today to be the voice for my sister, Jeannie Kramer. So who is Jeannie Kramer? Well, if you look at page 23 and the gray box of the Milwaukee Street project, and specifically the east-west extension, that page, that little box, talks about destruction of one residential home in order to connect across Fair Oaks and across the creek, Chicago Avenue. That home does have a name and a face attached to it, and that's Jeannie Kramer. She's my sister. She works very late. She did not know if she would be able to join the meeting. She's a nurse practitioner for corrections. She works 2 jobs, in fact, and she's had a very hard time keeping up with this project. But that is her home, and she and our family were very, very much opposed to the extension of Chicago Avenue across Fair Oaks and the creek. And from now on, we'd like you to talk about it in terms of Jeannie Kramer's home. She's raised a family there. She has turned that home into her own special place. She works very, very hard, and in 4 years, she's able to retire in a home that she paid for through hard work and studies. Now, the land that's there between the creek and Fair Oaks Avenue has, because it's surrounded by very special sort of private property, it's developed its own very special and delicate ecosystem, which has a lot of very precious wildlife: owls, turkey, hawks, deer, fox, even coyotes. Beavers have been known to try and build homes there. There are several special trees in the area, some which are identified as being 100 years old. Jeannie tells me that she and her neighbors are very concerned about the very special sort of character of their street being completely destroyed by this, and they have a real concern that actually their representatives have not been in touch with them, have not been giving them adequate notice, and have not been talking to them. And they're very, very much hoping that this commission and the city will look for alternatives instead of destroying their little special corner of the community. So extending Chicago Avenue into future development for hypothetical people is going to really, really hurt real people who have raised families, invested money, and live their lives on North Fair Oaks Avenue. So 133 North Fair Oaks, please take your pens and your pencils and put Jeannie Kramer's home, a nurse practitioner, working at the VA and in corrections. Thank you.
That concludes your time. Thank you very much for being with us. The next registrant is Aimee Bauman, 211 South Patterson Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company of Milwaukee. Ms. Bauman.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Hello, Plan Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Aimee Bauman. I'm a principal at Key Commercial Real Estate in Madison. I'm a CPA and CCIM, and my expertise is in commercial real estate properties in the greater Madison market area. I'm speaking tonight regarding agenda items 4 and 5 before you, which are of great concern to our industry. Proactive or transformational zoning is such a radical shift in city policy that it merits more time for discussion with all of the appropriate stakeholders, professional advisors, and experts before any decisions are made. There is no reason for us to rush such a major item through this process without proper discussion. It's important to understand that the uncertainty and the risks transformational zoning imposes upon a property owner and the business occupants are extremely significant. The business community and the commercial real estate industry are quite concerned, and we're still trying to process what this type of policy and use of proactive rezoning will mean to us. We are receiving a lot of negative feedback and a sense of alarm within our community, especially given that there's been so little discussion at large. Please understand that there are both immediate and long-term negative economic impacts to both the specific properties before you tonight, as well as to the broader development within Madison. Yes, there are times when proactive zoning of vacant land or defunct sites ready for redevelopment is helpful. That is quite the opposite when you are downzoning an existing facility with valuable improvements that will become non-conforming. The inability to rely on your zoning rights and current entitlements is very worrisome. This uncertainty will have rippling economic impacts within the city limits if property owners, developers, investors, and businesses cannot rely on their ability to locate in Madison, to invest in Madison, and then successfully operate in Madison for a reasonable horizon without interference. The timing of this proposed rezoning, immediately after the property owner implemented the signing of a long-term lease, immediately after securing all of the approvals and entitlements for the existing use, and immediately after significant funds have been expended on these improvements, is exceedingly concerning. This type of action will erode confidence in the city approval process and could cause a chilling effect on the overall development within city limits. Given the magnitude of this issue, I respectfully request that the Commission defer these items until further conversations can take place with the appropriate city staff, alders, professional advisors, and all the appropriate stakeholders have had time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bauman. Our next registrant is Nathan Wautier. 22 East Mifflin Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company. Mr. Wautier.
I see that you're on a phone, so you may need to dial *6 to unmute. There you go.
Mr. Wautier, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You're echoing.
All right, how about now? Jeez.
You need to turn the sound off of one of your devices.
Okay, good now?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
All right, apologies. Thank you. My name is Nathan Wautier. I'm a land use attorney assisting the owners of 2 of the parcels being impacted by agenda items 4 and 5, including the recently approved Amazon facility located on Milwaukee Street. I hope to use my 3 minutes to expand upon a letter I sent earlier today. If you've not already done so, I encourage you to read that letter, which can be found on Legistar. As noted in my letter, these two proposed ordinances can be grouped together under a term commonly known as transformational zoning. And while our zoning code has many transformational zoning concepts, actually using the rezoning process to intentionally create nonconformities would completely reverse a very important and long-standing city land use policy against doing just that. As noted in the staff report, such a reversal has significant consequences to existing landowners who will be losing their city entitlements and have roads mapped under their existing buildings. In my letter, I referenced the city's zoning code rewrite process. That process took over 4 years and had extensive public engagement. During that process, the concept of transformational zoning was discussed at length. Of particular interest to policymakers was the exact idea being proposed tonight for consideration. The idea of using a rezoning or the mapping process that preceded the adoption of our current zoning code to further the intent of approved city plans by intentionally creating nonconformities. To that end, multiple city staff memorandums, actually entitled Transformational Zoning, were written to respond to a host of questions from various city committees and plan commission members. It was a deliberative and transparent process that sought the input and expertise of various stakeholders in our community. I'm asking you tonight to press pause on these ordinances and to request a similar process to take place in order to fully inform current commissioners and other policymakers on both pros and cons of using rezonings to intentionally create nonconformities. Please press pause and deliberate before reversing a thoughtfully produced and long-standing policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wautier. We have one more registrant wishing to speak, Randall Coloni, 145 Farrell Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Coloni.
Okay, can I be heard out there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm speaking in opposition to the agenda item number 4 related to the extension of Chicago Avenue from Fair Oaks to West Corporate Drive. I think 2020 has shaken things up enough to show that change is possible in our world, and maybe now is an opportunity to consider some changes in approach. Just as climate change alone demands that we explore new approaches to how we live, move about, eat, and so on. These relate to the road extension because the extension splits a fairly large intact section of land that contains wetlands, farm fields, a beautiful pond, and a potentially wonderful creek along its entire west border. There are possibilities for how this land can be used that are shut down if you put the road across the middle of the land. The road reflects old planning. It reinforces green space being sacrificed for the convenience of everyone having a car. It says that preservation of wetlands is unimportant. And the road says creative development, such as using existing agricultural land to create a large urban garden, or really incorporating green space along the creek into the development, are lost when the land is split by this extension. I'd ask that you please delay action on this matter until you can hear from some very knowledgeable and invested stakeholders who were unable to respond to the limited notice of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coloni.
Chair, we do have 2 late registrants, Paul Schechter, who I don't see in the list, and Rebecca Parmentier, which I do. Both in opposed.
Do either wish to speak?
Yes, they both had wished to speak.
Rebecca Parmentier is on the list as not wishing to speak.
I have at 7:15 that she registered wishing to speak. So,
okay, then Rebecca Parmentier, 222 Mary Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and now wishing to speak.
Correct. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thanks to everyone. I also was a person who received late notice of this action. I wanted to speak on behalf of, well, not on behalf of myself, but I have been a member of the community that is wishing to conserve that land there for possible future housing. I value the land itself as green space, as walkable space. I personally use that corridor often for driving, and I do not understand why there needs to be additional streets in the area. It's a very easy way to move around the city. You have access to 30, 51 Milwaukee Street, Fair Oaks, to Atwood. And those streets are very quick and easy to get to as is. To add more roads, more pollution, more concrete, and take away that valuable green space is just a horrendous idea, in my opinion. As it is, I don't see why there is more need for more roads in that area. I've never had any problems driving in that area. I've never had any congestion driving in that area. Milwaukee, Fair Oaks, as I said, all those places are easy to get to from multiple directions. And yes, I just want to register the opposition on account that many people who are going to be impacted by this decision weren't given proper notice to bring their voices to the table. And I believe it's a very important decision, and that anyone who is going to be affected by this really needs to be at the table and allow that time for their voices to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Parmenter. And then tech facilitator, you say we have a late registrant, Paul Schechter. Is that what you said?
Yep, Paul Schechter of East Dayton Street in opposition, wishing to speak, but I do not see that name in our list.
Okay. Okay, then we also have Jenny Lissick, registered, Patterson Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Rummel.
I'm not directing this at any particular person, and I'm not sure how you'll tell us that you want to answer, but how many, say, of the people who are representing Leo Ritter were involved during the Milwaukee Street area planning process?
Let's
Amy or the attorneys could speak.
Let's try Nathan Wautier on that. Could you please unmute Nathan Wautier?
Working on it.
Thank you. Mr. Wautier, can you answer that?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can only partially answer it. I wasn't involved with Leo Ritter at that time. My understanding was that they didn't get notice of the actual neighborhood planning process. I don't know if Jenny or Amy were involved with it, but I don't believe the actual property owner was. Lewis might be able to add to that.
Okay, could you please unmute Lewis Weisman?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Nathan's correct. We did not receive notice of the special area plan, and frankly, we're very surprised when we learned of it. So we've never been a part of this decision-making procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman. Any other questions, Alder Rummel?
Well, I just wanted to say that it was over a year long, maybe longer process. And I'll ask staff if people got notifications, the property owners in the planning area when it's that time.
Okay. Any other questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
I have a couple questions. One, I can see why we would want to map the Collector Street, east-west Collector Street, and the north-south street where the traffic signal is. But I guess I have questions about mapping the other local streets. What's pushing that aspect of this proposal? That's my first question. And I have some other questions regarding the zoning too.
Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that. The thinking with the east-west street is that it was an important line of demarcation between planned mixed-use development along Milwaukee Street and the medium residential and housing mix 2 development to the north. And both that east-west street and the one block section of Schenck Street were thought to be important enough to complete at least a minimum street grid in terms of implementing the recommended street pattern in the adopted plan.
Okay. My other question is, we haven't mapped the widening of Milwaukee Street east of the transfer center. Why is that?
At this point, I believe, as memory serves, that there is adequate right-of-way and adequate cross-section from West Corporate Drive east to Walbridge Avenue on the other side of the Stoughton Road interchange before Milwaukee Street narrows down again into a more residential cross-section. So the area where the need was greatest, including for providing multimodal facilities, in terms of off-street bike paths in particular, the feeling was that there was additional land that would eventually be needed on the north side of Milwaukee Street from Corporate Drive west to the creek.
Also on the zoning aspect, have we done transitional zoning or down zoning on other properties consistent with our neighborhood plans? I don't recall, at least in my tenure here, that we have, but maybe you can refresh my memory.
Well, I think I'd be happy to answer that question when we have the hearing specifically on the zoning map amendment. Okay. Just not to cross the streams just yet, but I'd be happy to answer that when we get to item 62174. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions on this particular item, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Okay, thank you. Alder Rummel.
I did ask staff today whether we could look again at the Chicago Avenue connection, and I'm wondering if I could share I think it was somebody had an explanation, but I mean, I did hear from Mrs. Kramer right after we adopted the special area plan, and it was clear to me and in consultation with Ms. Stouter that perhaps she did not get a lot of notice of that planning process being on the very far edge of it. And part of the rationale at the time was that it was a recommendation of a previously adopted plan, which was the Darbo Worthington Starkweather plan. But, at some point, I think I just want to make sure that we have what alternatives there might be if we were to move forward with this official mapping to find alternatives for her property.
Well, from the standpoint of why the connection was chosen, there were some topographical advantages to crossing Starkweather Creek here. First of all, we wanted to extend an existing street Chicago being the best candidate, given that there are, let me see, I can probably, so this is the preferred alternative in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. The thinking why Chicago Avenue, where it's shown, is primarily because most of the land north of Chicago Avenue has a combination of floodplain, wetland, some open spaces that have conservancy characteristics, although those have been disputed in terms of the value of the Starkweather Uplands Conservation Park in terms of the city's many conservation parks. So the fact that we were looking to connect the neighborhoods west of Fair Oaks Avenue to development that was anticipated in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan was driven by a number of factors. First and foremost, the line of demarcation between where we anticipated development could occur on the southern portion of the map that you see there. So from Milwaukee Street north to those topographically sensitive lands. And then, that kind of takes away connections of other streets that intersect Fair Oaks Avenue, which would cross the affected lands further north than would be practical, going through more environmentally sensitive land. It was also determined that the crossing of Chicago Avenue of Starkweather Creek by Chicago Avenue, that location was the narrowest, and then as an extension felt to be the less environmentally impactful crossing of Starkweather Creek. So that factored into the location as well. So it wasn't a recommendation that was made lightly in terms of, impacting Ms. Kramer's property. But, the location of that crossing with the desire to connect the two neighborhoods, cross the creek at a narrow point, create a boundary between environmentally sensitive areas and lands that could be developed kind of all culminates in that being the most likely location for where that Chicago Avenue extension would occur. Now, it's possible that, the extension could vary a little bit, probably move a little bit further north, whether or not it would still be an advantageous crossing, whether or not it would impact some of the environmentally sensitive lands that are predominant north of that extension. We couldn't say, but it's not absolutely final that it would go exactly as it's shown on the official map, but it seems likeliest that would be the route that it would take.
Well, it seems like a final map after reading the city attorney's memo is a thing that we don't usually do, and it's pretty then firm, and you have to go through a certain process to challenge it. So, and that's maybe true. Somebody could talk about that, but right now, maybe Attorney Strange could. It just seems to me that it would be, I think, helpful if we could know that you could move the street over, 20 feet, and it would maybe create more less concern of one neighbor. Because it seems to me that it's just a real lesson for us all how maps have power. So let's make sure that we use that wisely. Thanks.
Attorney Strange, did you want to comment on that?
Well, I guess just to comment on Alder Rummel's statement, one of the purposes of going to the Zoning Board of Appeals in a situation where there is a street that's been mapped and is to see if there's some alternative to what is mapped that could sort of balance the considerations of what the property owner wants to build there and what the city is trying to reserve. So I think there is an opportunity in those acute situations to sort of adjust what we currently have mapped But that also, requires another resolution to amend the map along with that building permit process. So yeah, once it's on the official map, there's a fairly clear way to go about getting rid of it. But once it's on there, no building permit can be issued.
Did you have other questions, Alder Rummel?
Yeah, I just wanted to have Heather or Mr. McAuliffe, if he's on the call, or whoever wanted to speak to the whole planning process, just give a little bit of a brief overview of what we did, the outreach we did to the property owners, the length of time, just sort of a reminder for the public who's thinking this is just 11th hour decision.
Ms. Stouter?
I can start and then I'll turn it over to Tim, who was actually heavily involved in the planning process. But we absolutely did notice all property owners. We do within our planning processes and encourage them to sign up for listservs, et cetera, to be involved in the process. And I believe in this case, and Tim will know more detail, we did indeed meet with individual property owners, groups of owners, et cetera, let alone the many community meetings that were held as the plan recommendations took shape. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tim for any more detail.
Yeah, we had 2 neighborhood meetings to discuss the project. One, as I recall, was April of 2018. Another one in the summer of 2018. I don't recall exactly when. I want to say maybe July, as we were in the process of gathering input from the community and then formulating recommendations to take to the community for feedback. I recall that both of those meetings, the first at Schenck Elementary and then the second at the Goodman Community Center, were both very well attended. Probably at least 50 people, quite possibly more, with opportunities for folks to provide feedback in a public forum. In addition to that, we also had conversations with individual property owners on a number of occasions, including representatives for the Ritter property, representatives for the Dern property, recalling for the Plan Commission that one of the parcels that comprises the Amazon facility was acquired by Ritter from Dern in order to create a zoning lot, if you will, for that entire distribution facility. And then Ritter also purchased, because Dern's owned 2 parcels, they acquired one that is residentially zoned, had a small retail building on it. That was joined with the Amazon facility. The other one was undeveloped. The residential property was undeveloped. So we met on at least a couple of occasions with the Dern family, including 2 generations of the Derns and their realtor. Met on at least 2 occasions with Miss Angie Black, who was at the time representing the Ritter land interests, and talked with the recommendations or the forthcoming recommendations in the plan with her. It's my understanding that we also had conversations over the phone with Ritter representatives. And I do believe that we had conversations with Ms. Bauman and Ms. Lezak from Key Commercial Real Estate, who were handling the leasing of the property. I don't recall the exact timing of those, but I want to say one of those was during the development of the plan recommendations. So in terms of the recommendations, not just the streets, but also the future land uses, we had conversations with many, if not all, of the parties invested in those larger parcels involved in the official mapping, as well as other property interests, most notably Woodman's, who aren't subject to either the rezoning or the official mapping, but are obviously a large and prominent land interest in the planning area. So I would characterize to the extent possible tonight that we had extensive outreach, both in public forums and in private conversations with property owners and their representatives.
Thank you, Tim. And I thought you would mention the tornado we had at Shank School, or some huge, amazing storm we all sat in the dark through.
No, we just sat through a broken tornado siren because it was, I think, Tornado Awareness Week, and they were testing the sirens at 6 p.m.
Okay, sorry.
And at 6:10 and at 6:20.
Memory, Tim. Thank you.
Yeah, well, those were good times.
Thank you, Alder. Do you have any further questions?
I have one more question. And, this really raises the interesting dilemma of we do plans that say a future use and our vision and goals. But if you try to operationalize it, you come into this, people getting like, oh, you're changing, my rights, or this is not how we do things. And it's just something I think at least alders are interested in. I want to speak for everyone, but how do we, if we're going to go through the process of having these plans, then what? I mean, we just say something and then somebody has a zoning right to do something different, and that's what happens. So almost like, do we believe in planning? This kind of this whole debate raises the question, do we believe in planning?
Well, I'll start with that one, and then I'll look for Heather to join in, fill in any gaps that I leave. This is a new approach that we're taking tonight, where we are proactively implementing the street network, or at least a portion of the street network that's recommended in an adopted plan, and then in the next item, operationalizing a zoning change. Whereas historically, those things would happen when the projects come to you for rezoning or conditional use approvals, or through, in the case of establishing a street network, through the platting of property. And the official map is a tool that Assistant City Attorney Strange pointed out we've had for decades. And we have used off and on since 1966. We have not used it in recent years to the extent that we're talking about tonight. And the Plan Commission is hearing from impacted property owners and their representatives that, this is a consequential decision for the Plan Commission, for the Common Council, because it takes a map like what we have in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan, where we have these streets right now. The geometry that you're seeing attached to the resolution, the maps in the resolution, and the Special Area Plan are very, very similar. And so we've put these lines on a map, and the Plan Commission has reviewed these maps and recommended that the Common Council adopt them, and the Common Council has. But the thing that we have not done that we're doing tonight is saying that these streets that we're talking about, the Chicago extension, the Wautier extension, and then the east-west street and that 1 or half block extension in Schenck Street are so important that we want to officially map them, that we want to put these reservations on property. We want to potentially get to the point where we would have to deny a building permit for someone who wants to build a building where we are proposing to place a reservation. Now, we would get this street through other means, or these streets, I should say. We have in many other cases, whether it's through a subdivision or a connection that's important enough that we acquire land in fee simple, sometimes as an easement, to extend a path, to extend a street, where we won't wait for it to come through a development process. The official mapping takes it to a somewhat higher level. But I think the most noteworthy thing about it is it's still the streets in our plans. It's still the streets that you'll see in a transportation project plat that would come through the Plan Commission for a recommendation before the Board of Public Works acts on it and makes a recommendation to the Common Council. The difference is we're deepening those lines, or we're certainly making them with ink more so than pencil. So I'll stop there and let others join in or respond to any questions.
Alder Rummel, did you have any further questions?
Not at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Because, having a property within a roadway in the official map obviously has future implications. I'm curious how, future owners of that property would know this. I didn't see this in Attorney Strange's memo. I may have missed it. Is there something recorded on title, for example? I'm just curious, if someone purchased that house on Fair Oaks, how would they know if they pulled title or, through whatever due diligence in purchasing that property that they could not pull a building permit, for example, to enlarge the property?
I'll start and then maybe look to John to join in with anything I might miss. But my recollection is that we are required to record the resolution amending the official map. But I don't know that will appear in title, because I believe in order for it to appear in title, it would have to have the document numbers included in the recorded document. And to be honest, we haven't done one of these, or at least certainly not to the extent that we're talking about tonight, that I know exactly what the recorded form of this resolution looks like. But my recollection is that there is a recorded element, but whether or not it would appear in title really depends. And I certainly don't intend this to sound sharp or condescending, because I want to express that, certainly from a staff perspective, we understand, at least some of the consequences of what's being talked about tonight. But whenever someone invests in property, they, probably should find out what the property is owned. I would always encourage folks to look at their title report. Now, mentioning again that this may not appear in it, but other things like easements can affect where you might be able to build on your property. And I dare say that some folks don't know that most of their single family lots platted in the last 30 years have side yard drainage easements that can be more restrictive than the side yard setbacks in the zoning code. And whether or not people would know about that, or what their property is owned, or what a plan might recommend for their property before they buy, I can't say. And whether or not, if somebody called and said, "Hey, I'm looking at this property, is there an officially mapped reservation on it?" they would get a clear answer. All I can say is I would certainly hope so, but I can't guarantee it.
And I'll just add to Tim's response that under state statute, there is no requirement that it be recorded as to title. As Tim suggested, when the official map is established, there is a requirement that the ordinance establishing it be filed with the Registrar of Deeds in the county. But in terms of attaching to each title, no, that's not the case. In the city ordinance for the official map, it does say that the official map is kept in the Office of City Engineering and must be available to anyone upon request. One of the things that I did in the memo is provided a link to the current city map because, as Tim pointed out, it's not as easy to find as some of the other maps that we have available in the city. One thing that the city should do if it moves forward with a more robust use of the map is to make that more available, more readily available than it currently is just on the engineering website. And whether that's connecting it to city property lookup or other avenues, that's something you could do administratively, even though it's not necessarily required by statute, but just to make it more available to the public.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, to be honest, I work in real estate. I would never think before this time to look at the official map when I was purchasing a property. I always look at title and plans. So, I do think personally it's a bit of a stretch to expect people to, on their own, find the official map. but knowing that it lines up with the neighborhood plans, that's, I think, a little more intuitive, is to look at the plan that applies for your property. So thank you for the clarification. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This might be for Attorney Strange, I'm not sure, maybe for Ms. Stout or Mr. Parks. As a former member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, I certainly don't remember a case related to a mapping issue coming before ZBA. Since you indicated this is kind of a new approach, would you estimate that it's been many, many years, if ever, that this has come before Zoning Board of Appeals in the past?
Yes, I'm not aware of any appeals to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and talking very briefly with Matt Tucker, he's not aware of any either. So I would be surprised if the appeal has ever gone to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Mr. Tucker, did you have something to add?
Yeah, in my 15 years, we haven't had any cases that came forward for official mapping at the Zoning Board of Appeals. But that's because we don't use the official map this way. The official map is used to map widened corridors, or there are very few instances where it's crossing private property. It's usually just widening at some corridor that's narrow or planned for future widening. So we just never have seen this.
Not to one up my colleague, but I've got about a year on them. The only time I can recall in the first 12 or so years that I worked for the city that we dealt with the official map at the Plan Commission, because the Plan Commission plays an important role in establishing the map, and then the ZBA plays an important role in applying it. The Block 51 Capitol West development, there was officially mapped along Broome Street, the northeasterly or Capitol side of Broome Street, a widening for that corridor that prevented the townhouses that exist on Broome Street that were built about 15 years ago. I believe that the official map had a 100-foot wide corridor across there back in the days when we were going to create expressways and freeways through the isthmus, that would basically take Broome Street as a major corridor, possibly as a two-way, I don't recall. But we amended the official map for the Capitol West development to basically eliminate that future widening, so that where you have those condominium townhouses on the easterly side of Broome Street, that would not have been possible less than amendment circa, I would say probably August of 2004, to amend the official map to release that reservation between Main Street and West Wash.
Thank you. August 2004 is the best time estimate you can give? Just kidding. Your memory is astounding.
Any other questions, Alder Heck?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess I have a question about what's the process if we approve the official map and the East-West Street and in the alignment that affects Ms. Kramer's property. And in the future, we have a development plan that we want to implement and construct that street. What's the process that the city would go through on the Kramer property? I'm assuming it would be appraised, it would be fair market value and those sorts of things, but could someone describe that process?
Mr. Parks or Attorney Strange?
Sure, I can start. I let Chris Pedikowski off the hook tonight, said we could probably cover it. And so he's probably sitting at home laughing right now. Actually, I hope he's not watching the Plan Commission, but he probably is. We're going to go through a multi-step process to actually build Chicago Avenue. We don't have a detailed plan for the street, so we would have to develop, say a 35% layout for what the street is going to look like. The City Engineering Division is going to have public outreach with that, especially considering the many potential impacts, including but not limited to the Kramer property. There's obviously a very active and vocal constituency about Starkweather Creek that would be very, very involved, probably right from the get-go. This is probably something that if the city is building it, and we anticipate that the city would have some degree of involvement in building Chicago Avenue because really nobody else is building the crossing of the creek except us, that this is going to be a line on our 5-year capital improvement plan. There will be debates about adding the line to the tip before it even gets to the point where we have even a conceptual plan for what the street's going to look like, how it's going to get built, in what years, and then it has to get put into the capital budget. And that's all before we even get to a point where we're talking about a transportation project plat, which is going to really put the lines on the ground in terms of where the right-of-way is, what's going to be built in that right-of-way. And then that begins the process for actual formal acquisition, which will involve appraisal in the case of any affected buildings, relocation for the affected parties. There's going to be at least fair market value paid for the real estate. Obviously, we don't know what those numbers look like now because we don't know when this crossing is going to be built, when these extensions are going to happen. It's really affirming our intent to make these connections. But there's probably, I'm going to guess, at least a 20-step process before we get to the point where we have final plans approved by the Board of Public Works and a request for bids out there for construction. So this is maybe step 2. I mean, step 1 was the special area plan. This is step 2 or step 3 in what is easily a dozen or 2 dozen step process.
And you described a very multi-year process. It sounds like even if we wanted to construct this street next year, which we couldn't do, well, it couldn't happen because all the environmental issues we'd have to go through with Starkweather Creek and getting in the tip and the whole north side of this road adjoins potentially public open space. So that in itself is going to be a very, very costly street. So it appears to me that this is pretty much down the road process, or implementation would be many years from now.
I can only draw on one project of recent vintage that involved crossing, in this case, of Badger Mill Creek. But the permitting through the Department of Natural Resources and the Army Corps of Engineers is about a year.
Okay.
And we're not going to go through the effort of seeking those permits until we have a bona fide project, right. Long past a line on the tip.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Thank you. Alder Rummel, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I had a similar process question, but I really appreciate Mr. Commissioner Cantrell's helping highlight how this is not anything that's going to happen anytime soon. This is a long, involved thing. But the thing that is right before us is this official map. And my question about process is, if we heard from all different types of people who don't like this, so not just one type of person, but different. So hearing that, I'm wondering if there a little time could be spent, and what is staff capacity to have maybe some kind of special meeting with stakeholders to like talk through all the things, like could we tweak the Chicago Avenue? What does it really mean to, do this transformational zoning? All these questions that people have. There's people who have goals and dreams for Voight, and there's people that, just want to do what they're doing on their property. So there's a whole range of concerns. And I should also remind everyone the special area plan is bigger than this parcel, but this parcel has obviously got a lot of interest in it. So my question is, if we delayed, I know we would have to also delay the rezoning in the next item, but is there a staff ability to help gather people together and talk through some of these questions?
We certainly can provide assistance. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, not the least of which myself, but this was an Alder initiated proposal. And so if the Alders involved, including yourself, Alder Rummel, on the official map resolution, and Alder Foster on both it and the rezoning to follow, wanted to pause and solicit feedback from whomever, the planning department can certainly assist in those discussions. But I just wanted to point that out, that we're certainly, providing a lot of backbone work here tonight, on many different levels, but we're going to be responsive to whatever the sponsoring alders in particular would like to do moving forward. Thank you.
Ms. Dowder,
I really appreciate that, Mr. Parks. And I guess for me, the thing for me is I really would like to not approve this till I know that I would like to try and move the intersection and review the intersection at Chicago Avenue before I would. And I'm just trying to open it up because I know there's other people of their issues too. Maybe Alder Foster will also weigh in. But so for me, I think I heard you say that eventually through this process, we'll look at the street dynamics and approve it. But if the official plan says X, maybe all we need to do is amend the official map again. Maybe that's all it really takes. But I just to try and send the message that we're not like taking over somebody's house for a street through like a precious wetland. I think I just want to make sure I can see what I can do to make it the best it can be for all interested parties.
Ms. Stouter, did you have something that you wanted to add to what Mr. Parks had to say?
Not much. I echo what Mr. Parks said. I do think that a lot of the heavy lifting has been done within the staff team, has looked at especially that Chicago Avenue placement. And, as to the existing street network and to minimize impacts environmentally on the creek bed. And so, but it's something we could look at as an internal staff team again, look at a little bit more closely. We'll obviously proceed as the council ultimately decides.
Are there other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Alder Rummel.
Move adoption of item number 4.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I think in general, the idea of making our plans represent, giving them teeth is something I want to work on. And I think the council would be interested in that kind of approach and changing how we do things, because it's really painful to have somebody come and say, well, I have a zoning by right to do this thing, but our plans say no, but it doesn't matter. And so if we're going to do planning, I think this is a step that's really important, and hopefully we can start adopting it more regularly, so this isn't seeming like some, scary thing for all these stakeholders. Now, certainly, I think there's questions and issues that we need to address, and I'm open to that. But I think this is one in particular that has really struck with Alder Foster and I won't speak for him, but I know that this is really important. I supported this. It's not, part of it's not really in not my district, but it's adjacent and eventually will come into the city. And so we wanted to do planning for when it comes into the parts of it come into the city and make sure that we have the best kind of planning we can have and not have it default to whatever is the underlying zoning. And so I hope that you'll consider supporting this as a first step.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yes, I also support this. Obviously, I'm a co-sponsor of it, but I think to Alder Rummel's point, I'm still relatively new at all of this. I've learned a lot about planning and zoning in the last year and a half, and certainly the sort of issue that came up with the Ritter property and Amazon helped me really understand the limitations of our adopted plans when they're not, when we don't use the mapping and the zoning tools kind of to our fullest authority. And so that really is what prompted me to ask about taking action, to say, okay, well, looks like we had a plan. We weren't really able to rely on it in this case. What is stopping us from putting that plan into action and using the full authority that we've been granted by the state legislature? And so I really do feel that planning, mapping, and zoning, I mean, those are three specific things that powers that we're given as a city and you're all given as a plan commission to carry out what we're supposed to be doing, which is thoughtful land use planning and guiding development. And so, I also feel like given all of the time, all of the energy, all of the really incredible work that goes into our planning processes, all the hopes and dreams of neighbors that show up for those meetings and going through all of the referrals and the city committees and commissions, and we come up with something that, quite honestly, we just do a really great job in our planning efforts. But so often it feels like we get stopped from implementation. And clearly implementing a land use plan is not fully within our power, right? That we're very dependent on developers, on a lot of things. But I strongly believe that we should be exercising our authority and actually mapping and zoning according to the plans that we do adopt. And as much as we've heard the frustration from some folks here tonight, those frustrations are there because of what the plan says. And really all we're saying with this item in front of us is that we're going to actually put that plan on a map and say that we mean it. And so we hear people that are still not excited about the recommendations that we adopted in our plan, and nothing has really changed. We're just simply saying, yeah, we're still on that path. And if anything, it really just gives more clarity to property owners that they understand this is what this means. It's not just an interesting document, that this actually does have force of law, and this city is serious about actually guiding development in this manner. So I think it's something I definitely support it in this case, but I also do think it is something that we should start to do in a more routine basis. I think if we put all the energy into doing the plan, we should follow it up, not a couple of years later, but right away with doing the mapping and the zoning. And so, yeah, I appreciate all of your attention to it, and I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Are there other comments, discussion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Just one comment. I can see the need to official map on very critical things like major highways. For example, this east-west street. Unfortunately, it affects the Kramer property, but I think that's a critical aspect of the plan that we adopted, and the north-south street as well. But I don't really see the need to map local streets, and I can see the need to acquire or at least map the additional right-of-way along Milwaukee Street. Those are critical things that would drastically affect the plan. But the local streets, I don't see that need, at least at this point in time. So I guess I agree with using official maps when we absolutely need it. But if we start going down the road to map local streets that really are not in my opinion, not necessarily needed to implement a plan, and obviously plans are adjusted along the way when we have live developments. And so I guess that's a concern I have. And I guess, maybe Heather or Tim Parks can respond to that, just concern. But, that's a comment I have.
Ms. Stouter seems prepared to comment.
Sure. I think this is a fantastic question. And in fact, unrelated to this item tonight, but as we move forward with the next rendition of this same exercise for another recently adopted plan, I've thought that it makes a lot of sense to bring it to the Plan Commission in draft form before we work too hard on establishing what are those critical streets and the best palette of zoning districts. And so that's something that we'd like to do early next year. We didn't take that opportunity with this one. So we took our best shot at not mapping all of the streets, but the ones that we thought were either, connections to existing streets or, obviously the critical extension of Chicago, as we've discussed. But we may have exhibited a bit more of an art than a science to some of those secondary streets, I'll call them, that are shown on the official map. Tried our best to, again, think of which ones are really the key sort of structure, the bone structure, if you will, for the dramatic evolution of this area to accommodate hundreds of new housing units, and really thought that these streets were the most important. I think that staff could be comfortable removing a couple of the more detailed local streets also from the map, but this was our best shot at it in what is, the first time we've done something like this in decades. But I hear that concern, and I think it's something we'd like to bring to you before we put forth another similar effort in the near future.
Looks like Mr. Parks wanted to say something too. Mr. Parks?
Yeah, just to echo Heather's comments, it would be appropriate for the Plan Commission to recommend less than what is on the maps attached to 61589. We certainly feel very strongly about Chicago Avenue, and we also feel not to sleep on the extension of Wautier Street. That's a very important connection because the Parks Department owns about a 70-foot wide panhandle that reaches down from the Starkweather Uplands Conservancy to Milwaukee Street. That it's not environmentally sensitive land. We feel it could be developed along with the adjoining properties. But we don't really feel like we're going to be able to convince the Parks Department to release their hold of that 70-foot strip unless they have access to the Conservancy Park to the north. And so Wautier Street would be almost equally important as Chicago Avenue. But the east-west street that kind of separates the mixed-use zone from the residential zone, the one block section of Schenck Street, it's certainly open to discussion by the body whether the Plan Commission wants to map those now or recommend that perhaps the council wait until either the need to officially map them becomes more apparent later, or we have development proposals before us to obtain those rights of way closer to a development.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
I would then propose an amendment to the motion that the two minor streets be removed from the official map, and the Chicago Street and the Wautier Street. I think that the North-South Street be retained.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Is there discussion? Did you wish to speak to your motion to amend, Commissioner Cantrell?
I think I said it earlier. I just don't see the need to implement those two streets at this point. Those are entirely on the Amazon property. And I think until the Amazon property is obliterated and Amazon's not there, and we're not going to see those streets in a redevelopment proposal for that area. So I don't see the need for those at this point in time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. I can support this amendment. I didn't really come up with the map, so if Alder Foster is more attached to these streets, he should weigh in. But I would like to add some kind of nuance so that maybe before this comes to council, staff could devote a little bit of time to looking at the Chicago Avenue intersection for optional, because I personally don't want to map the thing than to have to go through stuff later and cause when we could maybe resolve it at the front end.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not opposed to the amendment. I think when staff worked on it and shared it with me the first time, I asked similar questions about why were some streets mapped and others not, and the general sense that they shared at the time was also they didn't want to overly prescribe some of the local streets because there could be flexibility there, et cetera. I do think that I think the more local streets that they did indicate and ultimately did map, while I agree they're not necessarily critical, I think the reason that they did include those is because of because of the space that was left when those major streets were put in there. And I think it was their thinking that kind of separation was important to be able to create the frontage for the development. So I think it's fine to take them out. I also would say, again, it's sort of new, so it's feeling like a big deal. I don't think mapping is such a major deal. It really, if we think that there will be a local street kind of bisecting there in the future, it's helpful to have it on a map, even if the location were to change, because it does, again, give clarity to the property owner and would prevent them from building another building there where a street likely may be. So I think, in my opinion, it's fine if it's removed, but also I don't think we have to be too worried to get it precisely right or fear mapping a road that might have the location shifted a bit in the future. And I think there could be value in putting kind of our best guess down so that we don't end up with a situation where there is a lot of development that happens where we want to put a road. And ultimately, if we do need to acquire that land, it would be much more expensive for us. So I'm fine with it. And I think it'll be an interesting conversation as we use the tool more in the future to figure out where that right balance is.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions, discussion? We have the amendment on the floor, and we will come to a vote on the amendment. If anyone objects, please raise their hand. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously on the amendment. Now we will come back to the main motion. Any comments about the main motion? Any objections to the main motion? Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Okay, I am going to, unfortunately, loop back to agenda item 3. Staff indicated that we had an amendment to the resolution, but not a main motion. So I am going to ask for a motion on agenda item 3, please. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I will recommend approval of agenda item 3.
With the word written?
With the word written.
Okay. And it is seconded by Alder Rummel. All those in, I will assume unanimous consent to this motion unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and sorry about that oversight. Then we will move on to agenda item 5, Legistar 62174, substitute creating section 28.022 through 00461 of the Madison General Ordinances to rezone properties located at 3614 through 3700 Milwaukee Street and 102 through 122 West Corporate Drive. 15th Alder District from Conservancy District, from Traditional Residential Consistent 1 District, Suburban Employment and Industrial Limited District to Traditional Shopping Street District, creating 28.022 through 00462 to rezone portions of those properties from CN, TRC1, and IL to TRU1, Traditional Residential Urban 1 District. And I believe Mr. Parks will be giving us a briefing on this. Mr. Parks.
Yes. Just briefly, the item number 5 on your agenda is the second act of the implementation of the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan to take roughly 20 acres of land in the city of Madison. An important distinction, the item that we just discussed about the official mapping was both City of Madison parcels and future City of Madison parcels, but still currently in the town of Blooming Grove. In the case of the rezoning, this will only impact parcels in the City of Madison. Just very briefly, 9 parcels in total, including 4 which are owned by the City of Madison, 5 that are privately owned. Basically, we're going to establish a strip of TSS zoning that's approximately 300 feet or so north of the center line of Milwaukee Street, as shown on the screen, with the rest of the land in the city impacted by the proposed rezoning to be zoned TRU1. The lands to be zoned TSS are predominantly recommended for mixed-use development by the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. And so the TSS district is one of a few districts that could be used to establish that or declare our intent for that community mixed-use corridor that you see on screen. Again, basically within
Greater Madison does not support or oppose the proposed rezoning of these particular parcels. Smart Growth rarely takes a position regarding individual properties or projects. We are, however, concerned with public policy that impacts real estate development. Smart Growth is concerned that this proposed rezoning might represent a change in city policy from something that is wise to something that would not be. Under current policy, current zoning generally is consistent with current use. while neighborhood plans tell current property owners and developers what the city would like to see happen on properties if and when they are ripe for development or redevelopment. If this is a one and done rezoning, we have no problem with it. But if the city government is going to pursue rezoning of all properties in the city that currently are not zoned in a way that is consistent with a neighborhood plan, Smart Growth urges the Plan Commission not to support such a change in policy, or at least not without more study. Page 3 of the staff report mentions at least one reason why it would be unwise public policy for the city government to create many more legal non-conforming uses across the city by changing the zoning of many properties to be inconsistent with their current uses. Doing so places a cap on the amount of investment a property owner can make in his or her legal non-conforming use property before it becomes a prohibited use. This will discourage property owners from investing to keep their properties in good repair. In addition, lenders might be reluctant to refinance mortgage loans on commercial buildings that are occupied by legal non-conforming uses. If this proposed zoning represents a change in city policy, we urge you to ask city staff to study the implications of this change and report back before adopting it. Ask city staff to provide a thorough report on the potential costs and benefits, risks and rewards of such a change in policy. When I was on the Sun Prairie Plan Commission, I would not have felt comfortable voting for such a policy change with its potential unintended consequences without first being able to see a thorough staff report about the proposed policy change. If the Plan Commission and Common Council conclude a change in policy is warranted, Smart Growth urges you to write the new policy to apply to as few properties as possible. For example, the building, one of the buildings, the Amazon building that is the subject of this rezoning request, sat empty or underused and in poor repair for decades. While it was in that state, that would have been the right time for the zoning to be changed to something that would encourage redevelopment. At this time, there is little benefit and substantial benefit, substantial harm from doing so.
That concludes your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. The next registrant is Louis Weisman, 601 Union Street, Seattle, Washington, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry that Mr. Connors didn't get to finish his comments because I agree with him very strongly that, you know, now that $20 million has been invested in that building and we have existing zoning, you know, an attempt to change the zoning at this point and take those rights away is a very serious policy change, and one which obviously affects Leo Ritter and Company, but also affects other landowners of commercial buildings. You know, the comments about being able to finance, we become extremely limited with this cloud that, you know, would be over title. I understand that, you know, cities want to direct, you know, where growth goes and how growth goes, but the taking of a property owner's existing zoning rights is a highly unusual precedent that I've never seen. In my daily business, I mean, I'm involved with making loans on apartment buildings in many states of the union. I've never seen a situation like this. This policy departure has got a lot of unseen ramifications that the commission should be advising the city on before proceeding. So once again, to reiterate my earlier, you know, request, I mean, this should be hit the pause button and, you know, give us all time to vet this out and get all the ramifications out on the table before making a very serious policy decision, which we may not be able to turn back from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman. The next registrant is Aimee Bauman, 211 South Patterson Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company. Ms. Bauman.
Good evening again. I previously spoke on item 4 with my kind of drafted speech, but I wanted to use this opportunity to just respond to some of the items that previously came up. First of all, I really want to let Alder Rummel and Alder Foster know that we do really respect the time and effort that the neighborhood put into creating the plan. I think there were a lot of unfortunate timing issues that perhaps played into that. I understand the first public meeting was in April of 2018. We were engaged in the end of May of 2018 to market the property. So I think Jenny and myself came into the picture and kind of probably missed getting included in the special area plan. We did have a giant 4x8 sign up on the property for 1.5 years, and nobody ever dialed my number to ask what our plans were. So it was kind of unfortunate. We did end up contacting the city when we had tenants that were interested in leasing the facility, and worked with city staff to have discussions with them about what would be allowed per zoning, what would not, and a lot of related questions along those lines, but we were never invited or included in the special area plan. It's unfortunate because the property owners were not in a position of wanting to redevelop it and we're not in a position to sell it. So we were clear with everybody that we communicated with that the intent was to re-rent the existing industrial facility. I also would like to point out that in the special area plan itself, and I'm quoting you, long viewed as a prime candidate for redevelopment, the now vacant former Swiss Colony warehouse at 3650 Milwaukee Street is owned by the Leo Ritter Trust. The 15-acre parcel contains a 200,000 square foot industrial building, which is being marketed for lease to new tenants. The property is zoned IL and could be occupied by any permitted use in that category. You know, we felt comfortable that your plan itself said what we were doing was permitted. Furthermore, regarding the rezoning after the fact here, that's before you now, it is a very radical and significant departure from the typical and previous city precedent set. So we would have no way to know that at the time this investment was put into the property, that it would be rezoned into a non-conforming use, which I think the proposal has been very short-sighted to the very serious consequences that will cause not only for this existing property, but for development in general within the city limits. City staff itself recommended that you carefully consider the impacts, but there's been no concern shown to the property owners about working together with us to find if there's a way that we can all move forward. You know, our hopes is actually to develop another property.
Thank you, Ms. Bauman. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Nathan Wautier, 22 East Mifflin Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak, representing Leo Ritter and Company. Mr. Wautier.
Thank you. 3 comments in total, 2 on the special area plan. First, in relation to that previous agenda item and this one. As Commissioner Rummel noted, maps do matter. To that end, I wanted to note that there's actually 2 future land use maps in the special area plan, with an explicit note that the plan does not have a preference of one over the other. In the alternative land use map noted in the plan, the Amazon parcel and the Woodman's parcel show different future uses and future roads that are not being proposed tonight. To put another way, the mapping and zoning proposed tonight is consistent with one of the maps in the plan, but directly contradicts the other. Second, as Aimee noted, the language on page 3 of the special area plan notes that the former Swiss Colony site is zoned IL and could be occupied by any permitted use in that category. I'll go on to note that there's no subsequent recommendation to rezone it to match either of the 2 future land use maps in the plan. To my knowledge, there's no neighborhood plan that makes a recommendation to immediately rezone properties to match future land use maps in our city. Perhaps staff has an example where there's a concept that directly discusses and is understood by property owners during the neighborhood planning process and included in the plan. However, I'm not aware of such an example. Third, and I'll defer to City Attorney Strange if my understanding on this is not correct, but I do not believe current city ordinances require that a landowner be notified for rezonings, changes to the official map, or neighborhood plans, even if any of those directly impact their properties. I suggest such a requirement be added to our ordinances. Lastly, I am still not understanding the rush to reverse this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wautier. The next registrant is Jenny Lisek, 211 South Patterson Street, Madison, opposing, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Leo Ritter and Company. Are there questions of any of our registrants?
Chair, we have another late registrant of Rebecca Parmentier on Mary Street, wishing to speak now.
Okay, Ms. Parmentier. Three minutes, Ms. Parmentier.
Sorry, my computer was muted. So I've just been listening in on the process, and I guess I'm not hearing the alders responding to the comments that are being brought by the community. I am not hearing a representation of the opposition to these number 4 and 5 motions. And this is dismaying me. It's making, and it's also not possible to ask any questions as a community member after the process. After you get your 3 minutes to speak, there's no more option to respond. So I'm very disappointed and dismayed that the comments from the community aren't being taken seriously and not affected. Most of the alders are not responding to those comments, and I would like to know, has there been environmental impact studies done? Has there been, you mentioned in the last number 4 resolution that in 2018 there was some community involvement, but I didn't hear any results. What was the community saying? What was the community hoping for with this land? So I would like to hear more response to the community, and especially to the opposition. I haven't heard anyone from the community saying that they are for either of these plans, 4 and 5. And it just does seem like it's being rushed through. I know you've put a lot of work into this. However, isn't that the job? That is the job, put a lot of work into it, but to rush it through without taking to heart the community response is to be very irresponsible, and it's not the job of the alders. It's to represent the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parmentier. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Cantrell.
Yeah, I had a question for one of the speakers. I believe it was Miss Underwood. And I guess my question was, did she have a concern about the rezoning of the property that she had? And I guess if she did, what is it? So I guess that's my question for her.
Ms. Underwood.
My concern is that our property is not written out correctly. It's not showing all the buildings that are in that zone, or that parcel, I should say. We also own the parcel on the Town of Blooming Grove area there. And there's also, they've got it written up that our frontage is 440 feet, but the parcel is only 120 feet. So there's a lot of, I think that parcels, we've got to go back and do some more before it gets zoned, if it's going to end up getting rezoned. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on it first to get it accurate.
Well, maybe I can have staff respond to your question when we get to that point and respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have further questions, Commissioner?
No, not at this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other questions of any of the registrants? Questions of any of the registrants? I see no hands raised. Therefore, I will close the public hearing. I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'm not ready for a motion. I'm ready for staff to give me some feedback here.
Yes, you're totally right. Are there questions of staff? Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Are there questions of staff? Alder Foster.
Thank you.
Of staff. Thank you.
I had a question for, I think for Ms. Stouter. So a question was raised, a few comments were made about this being a sort of dramatic policy shift and kind of needing to take time and talk with the council about it. Another comment was made that it's sort of unprecedented, taking a plan and working to implement the zoning changes. You referenced one not by name earlier in the last item that I believe you're referencing the Oscar Mayer special area plan and work that is either underway or that may be underway to consider rezoning. Just reflecting on the direction from the Common Council upon adoption of that plan, can you help share what direction the council gave as it relates to rezoning?
Sure. For the Oscar Mayer special area plan, when the council adopted it in August, I believe, of this year, on the floor of the council, there was an added clause that basically instructed staff to go ahead and move forward with proactive rezoning of the properties within the plan area so as to be consistent with plan recommendations. That is the planning area that I was referencing before as one that we'd like to bring back, staff's first try at doing that for an informational presentation to the Plan Commission early next year. So yes, in that case, there was clear direction from the council to proceed with rezoning.
Great, thank you.
Did you have any other questions, Alder Foster?
I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I think staff heard Ms. Underwood's question about her property, and maybe they can first identify where it is and address her concerns about only showing a portion of it, and maybe it's because it's in the town of Blooming Grove. I'm not sure, but maybe you can expand on her concerns and address them.
Mr. Park.
Sorry. I'll start. There was perhaps an error in the staff report. I can share with you a different. So this is the county's map, and the parcel in question. It does have 440 feet of frontage, but that's because, as Ms. Underwood pointed out in her testimony previously, in order to get water for the laundromat, they had to annex the property from the town of Blooming Grove. And as we customarily did back in those days, we worked out a deal to get frontage for Milwaukee Street in the city as part of that. So her property has a very narrow dogleg that runs from Regis Road to her western property line. But the majority of what we're talking about is indeed this parcel right here, and not the entire dogleg that runs along the front of it. And she has just the one building in the city on that roughly 120 or so feet of frontage. The rest of the property is in the town and not subject to what we're talking about right now.
Could you identify where the property is? I'm assuming it's right next to the drainage area. You didn't point. You didn't use your pointer.
I did not use my pointer. I apologize. Hang on one second. I got too many too many things going on my computer right now. So we'll get out the John Madden telestrator here.
Okay.
And we'll just do a rough outline in blue and then provide a BAM like John Madden would do. So that's the parcel that we're rezoning from SE to TSS.
And is the current use of permissible use within that district? The laundromat?
Yes, the laundromat would be a permitted use in TSS is my understanding.
Okay, yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell, did you have further questions?
I guess, have we used the transitional zoning or the down zoning on other properties? I know that we're proposing to do it on the Oscar Mayer site, and you know, obviously that's understandable. But have we used it on a site similar to this to implement a plan?
I can
other than farmland. I mean, we're downzoning a building now that has a use in it, but you know, farmland is different. It's vacant land; it doesn't have any use on it. But for example, like a building like Amazon is in right now.
Sure, I can start with that one, and then Tim or others can jump in. So this is not something that we do frequently. Certainly, typically, we will instead wait for a development or a redevelopment proposal, and the property owner or would-be property owner developer chooses the zoning districts that they request, and then we examine those for their consistency with adopted plans and bring those to you either as a plat or maybe it's just a rezoning of one property. Now, there are examples recently even that the city has done proactive rezonings. And I think the term that came up back in 2012 was transformational zoning. And so something, you know, very different than what's there today. I think recent ones that I can think of, one was on your last agenda where a property on Milwaukee Street was rezoned from residential to mixed use by the, you know, through sponsorship of the Alder. And another occurred not too long ago on South Park Street. There was a city-owned property that was rezoned from one mixed-use district to another in order to accommodate the intensity of development that we wanted to see there through an RFP or request for proposals process. Those are two examples. Those were single properties. This is, in my time with the city, I believe this is the first time where we've utilized rezoning of a larger area. But even some of our plans that have been adopted long ago, even more than a decade ago, have resulted in some rezonings, downzonings of residential property consistent with what was recommended in plans. That happened in the Greenbush neighborhood when the zoning code was adopted. There have been a few properties dotted along Monroe Street that have been rezoned consistent with the Monroe Street commercial corridor plan. So it's not completely unprecedented, but I would say using it in this way is, again, a new tool.
Mr. Parks, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Yeah, just to build on Heather's comments and also to reflect on something we heard during the public hearing. I would not characterize the adoption of the zoning map that took effect on January 2nd, 2013 as a non-transformational process. I can recall a couple of parcels that had intensive zoning under the 1966 map that were effectively downzoned through the adoption of that. And those really varied from individual parcels in South Madison, where the South Madison plan called for properties to have different zoning, typically less zoning authority than they had previously. I can recall a parcel on Tennyson Lane where we had M1 zoning. We had a rather dodgy parcel with a number of derelict buildings for a former agricultural laboratory of sorts. that were zoned. I believe there were 2 or 3 parcels there that were zoned from M1 to Ag because we didn't have a plan for the property, but we knew that we didn't want that property to have M1 zoning anymore. So it's not completely out of the question that property would be rezoned consistent with a plan recommendation or in anticipation of implementation of a plan recommendation. And I think we should also clarify right now whether or not the rezoning of these 9 parcels is indeed a downzoning. I would probably defer to ACA Strange to clarify that, but there are certainly instances within this proposed zoning map amendment where it will be a fairly dramatic increase in zoning authority granted to these parcels. You have properties that are zoned conservancy, where you can basically do nothing with them. That will be zoned to quite different than conservancy. TRC1 is a single family zoning district. So we are increasing the intensity of some of the property. It certainly is being argued that we're decreasing the intensity of other properties. I would say it's a reasonable counterpoint to suggest that if we're counting uses and types of uses, we're comparing apples and oranges. I mean, certainly industrial limited zoning is an intensive zoning district, but in terms of what you can build in TSS compared to what you can build in IL, it's possible that you could build more in TSS. So I would want to pause there on the legalities of whether it's up or down or sideways in terms of where it's moving on the zoning. And I think Heather wants to chime in as well.
Ms. Stouter?
Yeah, I mean, Tim's right. There's a lot of ambiguity about what's up or down. I think in this case, though, it's fair to say that we're what's being promoted is a zoning district that doesn't allow the existing use to remain as a conforming use. And so that, I think, is the cleanest way to think about this one. In the staff memo that was prepared, we did share with the Plan Commission, there is one district that we're aware of, the CCT, Commercial Corridor Transitional District, that would allow for the existing use to remain conforming and would also allow for things that are consistent with the adopted neighborhood plan. It's not the best fit. We acknowledge that. I think that the districts that are recommended here are probably the best fit with the land use recommendations in the neighborhood plan, but want to make sure that the Plan Commission is aware that there is a district that could both allow what's there now and also allow for the land uses recommended in the plan.
Just one point of clarification. In a citywide rezoning that we did some years ago, individuals that were affected by moving into different districts, M1 to Ag and other things like that, you don't individually notify those individuals of a change to status of their property. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, we did such an extensive public participation process with countless meetings out, around the whole city to show zoning maps and get feedback and whatnot. But there wasn't, a postcard notice sent to every single property owner, because in that case, really, every single property changed districts because the whole nomenclature changed.
Right, but some properties that were proposed for a 4-unit that were downzoned to or changed to zone to a 2-family, they weren't, because we did widespread minor changes, but that's just a point that I wanted to clarify. At least
that's correct. But we certainly notified these property owners, and I want to mention that in I guess a response to one of the questions raised during the testimony is that yes, if there's a rezoning being put forward by the city, property owners are noticed. Yeah. And in this case, they were certainly.
Sure. Attorney Strange.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Tim and Heather said, under state statute, downzoning is found in one of two ways. First one is by decreasing the development density of the land to be less dense than was allowed under its previous usage, or two, by reducing the permitted uses of land that are specified in a zoning ordinance or other land use regulation to fewer than were allowed before. I think that law was written. It was written with the idea of looking at a single parcel to do an apples to apples comparison of what was allowed before and what was allowed after. With a larger rezoning like this, it becomes difficult to sort of make a generalization as to whether it's an upzoning or downzoning. And I won't repeat the points that Tim and Heather made, but also just to reiterate Heather's point that that's different than this issue of making them a non-conforming use. That's not necessarily a downzoning. That is another aspect of impact of the rezoning. So that's all I would add to that.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. My first question was already answered by Heather. I was going to ask if there was a zoning district that would allow the Amazon use to remain a conforming use, and it sounds like that's the CCT. And I had been looking at prior to the meeting and just wanted to confirm. I was looking at prior staff reports from other projects, and it looks like, in terms of when the comp plan recommends CMU and medium residential, we have seen projects zone CCT that fall within those areas. It's not unprecedented. Is that correct?
Yes, particularly for the mixed use portion. And I think in CCT, it's unusual that a developer who's developing in an area planned for residential would choose the CCT district because it's so wired for mixed use buildings. I'll say that, it incentivizes mixed use buildings, but purely residential buildings are allowable.
Okay. And then my second question, this may be for Attorney Strange. In the staff memo, in the discussion about nonconformities, there's a section where it says, in general, a lawful nonconforming use may be continued, provided the structural repairs do not exceed 50%, and also provided that the nonconforming use is not extended or expanded. And I'm just wondering, how do you define extended or expanded if Amazon were to, they're already open 24 hours, I assume, but if they were somehow to expand their business in some way, would that be considered no longer allowable? That just seems really kind of loose language to me.
Yeah, the words are maybe a little bit misleading in relation to how they're actually interpreted. Extended or expanded really more means that they move into a different kind of use. So one of the sort of significant cases way back when that talked about expansion of a non-conforming use was a case involving a marina that had a pier. So there was a pier off of the marina where you could have boats and those kinds of things. And they expanded that use to make the pier longer so that it can accommodate more boats. There was a legal case. They challenged that as extinguishing their non-conforming use, and the court said, no, that's not an expansion or extension of the use. Even though it became more robust, it was the same use. So several years later, the owner decides he's going to put a market at the marina so that people could buy certain things. And same legal status happened. It got sued, and somebody said, nope, that's an extension or expansion of the use. And the court in that instance ruled against the owner of the marina, saying, yes, that is a change, expansion of the use to something that wasn't there before, and found that triggered the non-conforming use. So that's kind of the idea behind it. So it applied to Amazon. They made their existing use larger, but stayed within the confines of the 50% structural repairs. They would be able to do that. It wouldn't matter that they were doing the same thing. If they tried to do else on that property that was not what they're currently doing, that would be considered an expansion or extension of the use.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is for Attorney Strange then, and a follow-up, I think, to Commissioner Solheim's question. I'll just not talk about something that's quite so hypothetical. Let's say on the Amazon property, they decided to change their physical structure, but not their use. Let's say something that came up in the past was they built structured parking so that they could expand their building or create green space or whatever they might want to do. Would that be considered a change in a non-conforming use, in your opinion?
If I understand your question correctly, so they're just changing the structure of the building, or
they could be expanding.
Say that again.
They could be expanding
in order to remain a package facility.
Yes.
Okay. So if they are remaining a package facility, then under the hypothetical and the answer that I just provided a minute ago, that I think they would be allowed to do that, as long as as long as what's non-conforming is the use. Now, if for some reason the structure is non-conforming, that's a different thing. So there's two kinds of non-conformities. There's non-conformity of the structure, and there's non-conformity of the use, and they have different requirements going forward. So assuming that what's there currently is conforming, then the structure itself is not the non-conforming part of their operation. What would be non-conforming is the use itself. Now, if they put an addition or something on that building in order to change the structure, and another ordinance comes in that makes it non-conforming, then the structure itself would be non-conforming and the use. But those two things are analyzed differently in terms of when they expire and how much they can continue to structurally alter the building. So it's a hypothetical that you almost have to answer in real time when it's actually happening. Hope that addressed what you were getting at.
Sure. And so the part of my question that included they built a structured parking facility would be subject to different conforming use criteria, is what you're saying. So it's not really clear necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to come in and build a parking structure as an accessory to their non-conforming use, you would look at whether that structure is conforming as to whether they can do that, and then you look at the structure as well. I don't know if Matt, do you want to add how you would look at that when someone comes in and wants to put a parking structure attached to a non-conforming use? I mean, you've got the difference between the structure and the use, but I don't know how, in terms of processing it, how you would work with the developer on that.
Mr. Tucker?
Well, as you mentioned, you have to look at these things in real time. It's really difficult to kind of predict this. I think the issue that we're going to be looking at is we got to keep in mind just sort of the principle that the non-conforming use law is intended to allow people to maintain, in some cases potentially expand their non-conforming use, as John mentioned, on the site, like lengthening the pier. But it's not allowed. It's not designed to have that use perpetually continue. It's intended for that eventually to be extinguished. So at some point in time, you're going to do an improvement that results in an over 50% value increase in the assessed value of your property. Something like a structured parking that is directly related to the package delivery service would relate to the non-conforming use and an expansion of non-conforming use, and could potentially threaten that or march up to that 50% value increase, at which point, if you're exceeding that, you find yourself on the wrong side of the law.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Any further questions, Alder Heck?
No, I understand now. I think it's complicated, but I think I get what you said. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess my knowledge of non-conforming uses, I've always thought that if you had a non-conforming use, you could not add to that building. That you were kind of, the building that you had was the defining area, and you could maintain it over time. And if the 50% value might be affected if you added improvements to it. But I've always thought that if you expanded it, say by adding loading docks or other thing or square feet to the building, that would be not approved, or a building permit could not be issued for additions to a non-conforming use. But I guess apparently, Mr. Tucker, that's permitted. It sounds like that they could add square footage if they needed it. They could add loading docks if they wanted it. If it did not violate the threshold of 50% of the value of the building.
Yeah, it's a complicated thing. I'll admit that. John and I have a number of pretty intense conversations where we're trying to sort through expansions to non-conforming uses. And maybe this example is a little tricky, but we didn't create a lot of non-conforming uses, but we did create some when we adopted the new zoning ordinance. And a good example is the Greenbush neighborhood. That area was downzoned to a single-family zoning district, but there's a number of 2 and 3 and multifamily units that are in that district. And people can still build screen porches and decks and ramps and things like that. They can build additions to the buildings, but they're always having to be cautious because eventually they may exceed the 50% value increase threshold, where their assessed value has increased as a result of the work that they've done. That's the tricky part about it. Is it's kind of an after the fact thing, and the law does not specifically limit the footprint. It just says that you're limited in the value increase as a result of improvements that you construct. So, for example, like a new foundation at a house that's non-conforming is going to add like zero value, right? There's no value to that because you can't have a house without a foundation, right? You might talk to the assessor and they say, yeah, it goes up a couple bucks because it's newer. But if it's deeper and they can create a finished space that adds square footage to the house that is assessed, you've done a structural improvement that increases the value of the structure, and that becomes tracked moving forward. You have spent some percentage of your 50% value, and we track all the non-conforming uses, and we track all the permitting we do for non-conforming uses, so we know where that occurs.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, and I guess my last question is, if the CCT was a district that although might not be the best zoning district for the area to implement the plan, but would allow at least Amazon, the building there, to be conforming. Why wouldn't we want to go down that route rather than the route that we're taking now, or at least the route that's being proposed at this point?
Ms. Stouter, Mr. Parks, Attorney Stern.
I can try to take that. I think, my impression from where I sit is that the sponsor really did want to see the best fit for the plan recommendations. And I think at the staff level, we all agree that while there are several districts that could be chosen and could really implement the plan, probably the best fit for the other version of the plan, not the one shown here, Tim, I don't know if you can scroll to the future land use alternative that we're focused on here. But would be the TSS district on the Milwaukee Street frontage and the TRU1 district behind. I think that staff is certainly open to direction to change that. It would likely require a referral and clear direction to do that, but it's something that that we're open to.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that, I would say that the zoning map amendment that is before you tonight, while it's true that there are two versions in the plan, only one of them is called an alternate version. And the Plan Commission, some of you certainly will recall from a couple of years ago that the reason why we were contemplating the alternative that had general commercial, which is shown here, was because there was at least interest at one point in time in Woodman's naming names. We didn't write the plan to say Woodman shall and only Woodman shall, but at the time they were very interested in moving effectively kitty corner from their current location south of the site or southeast of the subject site. And we were basically flip-flopping their large format retail in a new form on the north side of Milwaukee Street for what we certainly hoped would be a finer grained mixed use and medium density redevelopment on their current site on the south side of Milwaukee Street. And early on in the process, the Plan Commission was very supportive of that. I would dare say that the CCT zoning, I'm not 100% certain that it would be consistent with the adopted plan either which way you slice it, because you really can't do large format retail in CCT zoning. It's more of a larger scale mixed use development district for areas of the city that are transitioning from auto-oriented commercial to mixed use and medium density. So a really good example of CCT zoning, actually the inverse of that good example a couple months ago was the rezoning of 209 Cottage Grove Road, where that was zoned CCT, and for reasons I'm still not completely clear on during the redevelopment discussions for the prime urban properties redevelopment that you had before you twice this fall, that they decided that it was better to actually do neighborhood mixed use zoning for that. But whether or not establishing CCT would work here, we admittedly haven't really discussed in the context of the map amendment that was introduced, was to go with the other alternative, which is clearly mixed use along Milwaukee Street and medium residential on the rest of the property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
But I guess, residential, multiple family residential is still is permitted within the CCT. Is that correct?
It is allowable. It would definitely necessitate conditional uses. But yeah, what I was saying earlier is that CCT could actually theoretically be utilized to implement the other plan recommendation, the main land use plan. Again, it's not the cleanest.
Right.
And I don't want to pretend that it is, but yes, a multifamily residential could move forward within CCT.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Any further questions, Commissioner?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thanks. I just have a follow-up for Mr. Tucker. Since it sounds like you do deal with existing non-conforming properties, I'm curious how that works if they, if the owners reach out to you for a zoning letter. So say, the existing owner of this property with Amazon as a tenant years down the road has to, they're loan expires, they have to refinance. The bank always asks for a zoning letter to confirm conformance to zoning. How do you phrase that? You just state it like it's in the staff memo that this is a lawful non-conforming use, or?
We do, Commissioner Solheim, we do exactly that. We cite the ordinance section, identify that it's a legal non-conforming use, and basically let the lenders, underwriters, whoever, choose their risk or whatever accordingly, knowing that that is a non-conforming use, and the zoning ordinance provisions in state law are outlined or founded the reference that we relate to in that letter.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I am now looking for a motion. Alder Rummel.
Move adoption of number 5.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to your motion?
In the spirit of what we have been working towards, I make the motion, and I don't have a lot to add to it, and I can see that other people have a lot of questions and thoughts about it, but I am supportive and hope you will support as well.
Thank you, Alder. Any other comments or discussion? Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I already shared similar thoughts with the last item, and I think you can all kind of translate them to this item as well. So for all the same reasons, I do support this. I think the one thing I do want to just speak to briefly is related to this question of adopting the zoning districts as proposed by staff that's sort of best aligned versus this idea of CCT, and could we not use that instead, which would both allow for the current use to remain permitted and also at least potentially allow for the uses as imagined in the adopted plan. And I think importantly for me, probably as important as having zoning that allows for the plan to unfold, I think just like we often use for zoning, it's as important or more important that we have zoning that does not allow things that are not consistent with the plan. And I think in that regard, the recommendations from staff as per the zoning districts certainly is the best fit. And I just want to call out a few uses that would be permitted uses in CCT that are not even just in the TSS, leaving alone the residential purposes that are intended in the north half of the area. But building material sales, dry cleaning plant, commercial laundry, garden center, greenhouse, nursery, a hotel, auto sales and rental, heavy traffic vehicle sales, and of course the package delivery service. And the reality is that what the plan imagines and what the plan calls for is really capitalizing on this amazing location within the city that's highly accessible by transit, that's walkable, bikeable, and the vision is to create essentially a new neighborhood there that has a strong commercial anchor along the Milwaukee frontage, and then really higher density residential use across most of the rest of the site. And so foregoing what is recommended by staff and instead proposing a CCT zoning across the entire area, I think would not accomplish that well and would allow for many permitted uses that I think are very inconsistent with the plan. So I definitely support the recommendation as is and would ask for your support as well.
Any other Commissioner Solheim?
I will not be supporting the motion as is. I absolutely support making zoning changes to help implement our plans. I completely agree that our plans should not sit on the shelf. They should be moved forward. However, when we can change zoning to move those plans forward on a specific parcel as part of a larger area, while also ensuring that an existing property owner does not now have a non-conforming use, that to me leaves a lot of gray areas in how that is interpreted moving forward. I just think that there is a middle ground that could be found here. So I will not be supporting for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess I also concur with Commissioner Sondheim. I really have some difficulty with this one. And I tend to agree with Bill Connors, who spoke that the point that we should have rezoned the property was when the building, before it was remodeled for the Amazon use. And I know it's always, hindsight's 2020, but I think that would have been the time when we should have done that. And I think that although it appears that the non-conforming status gives the property owners some ability to use the property and potentially expand it slightly and those sorts of things. But I don't. Amazon's going to be there for a long time, and then that property is not going to redevelop anytime soon, and they control the biggest piece. So I guess I don't see why we need to jump to the conclusion that we have to rezone it to protect ourselves in the future, because I don't think that use is going to be changing for many, many years. And if it becomes vacant, then maybe that's the time that we should proactively zone it. But I guess I don't see the need to do it right now. The Oscar Mayer site, yes. This use at this time, I don't see it. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Hack.
Thank you. I'll admit I'm on the fence on this one. I opposed our earlier consideration of the Amazon facility on the basis that it did not meet what's in the neighborhood plans. But I feel to a certain extent we lost that battle and did not do a good job of considering that in the end and by allowing it. But I also understand the arguments in this situation about not penalizing a non-conforming use by or creating a non-conforming use in this situation. So I'm on the fence, but I kind of wanted to reiterate that a number of us didn't appreciate the original consideration of this item and when it came before us. But I am not certain this time, so I'm still deciding. Thanks.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. This discussion tonight has really helped me understand the non-conforming use in a way that's makes me more comfortable even than I could see why you might not be comfortable with this rezoning. If you think that, in the moment, in real time, the property owner has made an investment and it was in the multi-millions of dollars. And again, also we know that use will be there for a while. So a non-conforming use for this moment in time, state of the use facility seems to me okay, and not something that, we're taking something away. I mean, we're changing the zoning, but they still have the right to operate. And unless, as Mr. Tucker explained, the kind of nuances, they didn't ever say they would do structured parking. So, I mean, yeah, we can go back to the hypothetical, like save more green space and, you know, do that. But they didn't want to do that. They were happy to just fill up the whole 2 lots with parking, and that was a permitted use. So it was only because of a weird fluke, right, that they were even at the Plan Commission. So I think that given the 50-year lifespan of some buildings, this one's got a new investment in it, that I don't think it's going to harm anything to keep the ideal of the zoning what we want. So, and I don't believe the harm is, I think the benefit outweighs the harm of potentially having to operate as a non-conforming use. Thank you.
Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to chime back in on 2 points. One is the question of timing, and I also found myself a little surprised in agreeing with Mr. Connors earlier that, yeah, the timing was earlier, but in my mind, it was not when the building was vacant, it was when we adopted the special area plan. And so this very much is intended to correct that oversight from that moment in time. But the idea that we don't sort of need to move forward now, and there will be a better opportunity in the future that we should have confidence that we will take advantage of, I think it's really disturbing. I mean, the idea that the Plan Commission would take action when there's a vacancy in that building, or that whoever the future alder is at that moment in time would have any idea of what we're even talking about here. I mean, it's exactly what happened, you know, just this year, in that nobody was thinking of this question. Nobody thought that it should be zoned industrial. It was sitting there. It was vacant. It wasn't being used as industrial for years. And it just sat there because nobody was thinking about it. I took over as alder here. I had no idea. I had no idea what a conditional use, permitted use, zoning, none of it. I assumed we had an adopted plan and that would count for something. And I learned that it really didn't, the way that we had implemented or failed to implement it. So I just really struggle with this concept that, well, you know what, there's no hurry right now. Let's just let them keep the permitted use. And sometime in a magical moment in the future, there'll be this great opportunity where we'll do this. And I just don't think that's very realistic. And I think there's a reason why we are explicitly given this authority. This zoning authority, it is intended to do what we're doing right here. It is to say, this is what we want in the future. And the property owners are explicitly given the authority to have that non-conforming use. Those 2 things are very much linked. The state gives us authority to say, this is what we want in the future, but we don't have the authority to stop them from doing what they're doing right now. They have a right. This is not a penalty for the property owner. But the idea that we should come up with a zoning district that kind of matches what they're doing right now, that's actually the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing with zoning. We're not supposed to do it for a particular owner at a particular time. We're supposed to use zoning to implement our plans. And we're supposed to do it absent thoughts for a particular property owner or a different property owner. And so I would say that if we don't do this, or if we say, well, let's do a CCT because that'll help them out right now, that's actually inconsistent with how we should be approaching zoning. So I really do urge you to move forward with this. They maintain their property right for the current use. And all it does is gives us the ability in the future to actually begin to move this property towards the recommendations that are in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Commissioner Solheim.
I'd just like to quickly respond to that and say that, you know, I'm not taking this position because of one specific property owner, i.e. Amazon. I'm actually thinking about it in terms of the precedent that it sets for other property owners, and that, yes, we should move to rezoning properties to fit our vision and our plans. But if there is an existing zoning district that can help a property owner not be, you know, non-conforming, then I think we should pursue that when possible. So that, you know, it's not just this one instance. If we're going to proceed with this in the future, I think we should think carefully about those alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there other comments, input? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, just a quick historical note, and that came up in testimony, and it's been addressed pretty well already, but I was around when we brought up this issue of so-called transformational zoning years ago, and for just this reason, what happened with Amazon, it was unfortunate, and there's not really a need for transformational zoning when you're doing traditional suburban development and it's ag and it's going to be developed as something more intense. Then none of that really matters. But when you're looking at infill and existing development and switching one use to another, so again, not necessarily down zoning. I'm glad that Mr. Parks, clarified that this isn't down zoning; it's different zoning. It's zoning. The idea is to zone it per the plan as opposed to what's there and it's historically been zoned. Then it's a whole different deal. And so I'm glad that we've moved, like, sort of the Oscar Mayer thing is critical. And I'm glad we have, consensus that absolutely has to happen, because we end up with the same problem that we had with Amazon there. So I get that people are hung up on the non-conforming use. And I'm glad, with Alder Rummel, I'm glad that we had a pretty long discussion about what that means and doesn't mean. And there was some exaggeration in the testimony about the harm, I believe, to what that would actually do. It really doesn't affect anything that Amazon is doing or could reasonably, want to do there. And, without just like supersizing it, which we probably wouldn't want anyway. So I'm gonna support it. I think the problem with going with TCC, as Alder Foster said, is that opens the door to a whole bunch of other things. If TCC were a neat fit for this, but also allowed Amazon, then okay, maybe. But Amazon wasn't really in the plan either. So that's where I am on this. I think the danger of this being a precedent is not super significant. As Tim Park said, when we redid the zoning code, we did a far greater, up and down zoning, rezoning, transformational zoning than this is. So I think in honor of our plan and all the work that went into the plan, we should go ahead and do it. So that's my view. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other thoughts?
I just have a question for
Central.
Yeah, thank you. I just have a question for staff, if I could pose one, if that's appropriate at this point in time.
I think it's fine. Go ahead.
Is there like a compromise on this rezoning? Could we zone some of the property to CCT and zone the frontage as, where we had the proposed street crossing for, I forget the other residential use that we're proposing, TCU or something like that. And so that the building itself and some of the parking could be within the CCT and the other areas as proposed by staff in the other zoning classifications that are proposed. Is that at all possible, or do we have to do one or the other, or neither?
No, that is possible. It would require referral to a future meeting, because we would need to redo legal descriptions and renotice and whatnot. Basically, the Plan Commission has options to rezone a property smaller than what's been recommended, or to a zoning district that's less intensive than what's been recommended. But in order to do what I think you're proposing, we would just need some clear direction from this body, and we'd need to go back to the drawing board. But we certainly could do a mix of zoning districts.
Well, I don't know if the Plan Commission would be open to that, but that would be a way of providing districts that are moving to implement the plan, but also allow the building site to be at least conforming. And again, I think this building is going to be there for a while, but I think that might be a compromise that would address everyone's concern, but maybe not. I guess, but I'd like some discussion on that if possible, or I could make an amendment to the motion in that effect and see where it goes. Maybe that would be the most appropriate manner to proceed. Chair, what do you think?
It is up to you if you feel that is something that you would like to do, or we could vote on the motion as it is, and then you could make a motion to refer if the current motion fails.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna, I'll move to amend the motion. And obviously I don't have a legal description, but I think that the gist of it is to provide a zone district around the Amazon building, which staff can determine where the appropriate line should be drawn. And then the other zoning classifications as originally proposed stay in effect in the zoning, proposed zoning ordinance. And again, if that gets a second, we can.
And I will ask staff, is that clear enough do you understand what's being, okay, good. Is there a second to this amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Okay. Do you want to speak to your amendment?
Well, again, I just think that provides a compromise that addresses the Amazon's concerns and moves towards implementing the plan. And so I think that that would be my proposed compromise. So.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Other discussion of this amendment? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand the amendment. There was no prescription on using CCT in particular for the Amazon section. Was that correct? So it's possible that some other zoning district could be used that may not allow some of the uses that Alder Foster mentioned that would be permitted in CCT. Maybe staff can answer that. Or I don't know if you can answer it off the top of your head.
Matt's here too, but I can't think of any other districts that would work, I guess, better than CCT to accomplish both things. I mean, the other option would be just to leave it IL for that, that land area.
Did you have anything to add, Mr. Tucker, to what?
No, I agree, Heather. Yeah, I agree, Heather.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's my question.
Okay. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of sort of finding a compromise. I think it still brings us back squarely to what's our purpose here. And I just really find the purpose of maintaining an existing use as a permitted use that is inconsistent with our adopted plans really to be contrary to the goal of the rezoning. And so it really makes, the statutes around our zoning authority are very clear that that's what they're to be used for, is to carry out our plans. And so when we're going to do that, except we want to ignore those plans for a little bubble around a building because we want them to maintain a permitted use that we actually don't want them to maintain long-term, but we don't want to put them into a category of having a non-conforming use, even though that gives them all full authority to continue that use. I feel like we're just kind of spinning ourselves in circles. And, that kind of land use planning on the map is just going to be, to me, it is literally just doing something very particular for a current owner or a current use, and is not consistent with planning, which is the foundation to our zoning authority. So I can't support that, and I don't think it's a wise move at all. So I would urge folks to vote against it.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Sundquist.
So a question is, the motion would be a referral for staff to then bring back an amended, so it's not technically an amendment, right? Okay. I think I appreciate the move toward compromise, but I think I'm still with Alder Foster on this, but see where everybody else is.
And thanks for clarifying it's a substitute, really, motion. Any other comments on the motion as presented by Commissioner Cantrell? Mr. Parks?
Yeah, I was just hoping that Mr. Cantrell could repeat his motion to clear the record up. Thank you. He's muted.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to raise his hand, but I got it.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay.
What I was proposing is to zone the Amazon building and an area around the Amazon building to CCT, and the area that staff had proposed with the local east-west street that we eliminated, that remain in the district that you've proposed, and the area would be to the west, would be in the zoning classifications that you proposed, so that there'd be basically an area around the Amazon building with some of the parking that would be in the CCT. Is that clear enough?
Yes, thank you. Boy, I wish we had a breakout room to confer at the staff level here. I'm not sure that we can, because that portion of the property is proposed to be rezoned to the TRU1 district.
Right.
And I don't think we can go from TRU1 to CCT tonight. You could approve the TRU1 rezoning with less area, which Ms. Stouter referred to in her comments a few moments ago. So you could identify an area, say, surrounding the Amazon building, and say that should remain IL, and that the rest of the area to be zoned TRU1 can be zoned TRU1. But I don't believe you can go from TRU1 to CCT tonight, because it's in a different subchapter of the zoning code, and it's a more intensive district than what we have noticed for.
Okay. Well, could you then introduce another ordinance to zone the other property CCT then?
Sure.
Yes.
We would have to notice that public hearing because it's not before the body tonight.
Yeah.
And whether it's a referral or a rezoning of a different geography from X to CCT, we would need to notice that public hearing.
Okay. And there's no urgency on this matter at all, right?
I would defer to Alder Foster on that.
Okay.
So my understanding is that we have a substitute motion on the floor to refer this to allow staff to work on a different proposal. Is that what your intent is, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Hagenow.
Yes, I'm just looking for a little clarification. I thought there was originally a motion to approve this item as is.
Yes.
And that was seconded. Don't we can just substitute. We don't even have to worry about that original motion.
That's my understanding, and I'll look to Ms. Stouter to confirm that that is an appropriate Robert's rules.
Yeah.
I believe that it is. I mean, typically we're building on original motions with an amendment, but this was clearly a substitute. And so the order of events now would be to vote on this and then come back to the main motion if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? Then we will come to a vote. I will assume, Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I was just going to very briefly say that I'm intending to support this just because I think, exploring a compromise is worthwhile. That's all.
Thank you. Anything else? Then we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. There are raised hands to object. We will then, could you do a roll call, Ms. Stouter?
Yes. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. Yes.
Alder Heck.
No.
Commissioner Hagenow.
Yes.
Alder Lemmer.
Yes.
Commissioner Solheim.
Yes.
Alder Rummel.
No.
Commissioner Spencer.
No.
Commissioner Sundquist.
No.
Okay, Chair, if you would like to break the tie, you may. We have a 4-4 vote as of now.
And if I do not vote, then the motion fails. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
I decline to vote. Okay, then we're back to the original motion. Is there further discussion on the original motion? Okay, then we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless there's raised hand to object. And we do have raised hands to object. Could we get a roll call, please?
Sure. Commissioner Cantrell.
No.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Commissioner Hagenow.
No.
Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Commissioner Solheim.
No.
Alder Rummel.
Yes.
Commissioner Spencer.
Yes.
Commissioner Sundquist.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes 5-3.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to the next item on our agenda. Agenda item 6, Legistar 62668, amending Madison general ordinances to allow front yard setbacks for planned multi-use sites in the commercial center district to be measured from interior private access roads. And we will hear from Ms. Stouter about this.
Just very briefly, I think this is an amendment that staff supports. It's a very practical amendment that will allow for some development within mall areas where the prevalent zoning is CC to be oriented to ring roads rather than to be rendered basically undevelopable. So it allows for setbacks to be set from private street facilities instead of just from public streets. And I wanted to mention in the staff memo, I should have mentioned that staff is very interested in seeing a new public street infrastructure evolve within the mall areas. And we certainly haven't overlooked that. I think it was somewhat of a concern with regard to this amendment. We certainly want to incentivize and create a new street network as the CC areas do evolve over time. I think that the tools that you've seen and had some experience with tonight, the official mapping and the rezoning of property following the adoption of plans, give us a lot more comfort with regard to this amendment, because we do foresee that, for much of the area that's currently being planned in the Odana area around Westtown Mall and also the Easttown Mall area, we would very likely be recommending the use of these tools again in those circumstances. And so I just wanted to mention that. Matt's here if there are any questions about the details, but it's something that I should have put in the original staff memo, and just wanted to pull that from consent, mention that it is something that we've discussed internally and taken into account.
And we have no registrants on this item. Mr. Tucker, did you wish to add anything? No. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing no questions of staff, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend approval of the text amendment.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. I will assume unanimous okay. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our agenda items 11 and 12. They will be considered together. Agenda item 11 is Legislar 62316, 1224 South Park Street, 13th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a multi-tenant commercial building, consideration of a conditional use to construct a mixed-use building with greater than 24 dwelling units in the commercial corridor transition district, consideration of a conditional use to allow a multi-tenant building in the CCT district exceeding 40,000 square feet floor area, consideration of a conditional use for a multi-family dwelling with greater than 8 units in the CCT district, consideration of a conditional use in the CCT district for a mixed-use building with less than 75% of the ground floor frontage facing the primary street as non-residential uses, and consideration of a conditional use in the CCT district for a mixed-use building with less than 75% of the ground floor area as non-residential uses to construct a 4-story mixed-use building with 4,000 square feet of commercial space and 62 apartments. And agenda item 12, Legislar 62318, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Prime Urban Properties, LLC, located at 1224 South Park Street, 13th Alder District. And we have a presentation by Mr. Punt.
Thank you, Chair. So the Commission is now considering the demolition permit to raise the existing multi-tenant commercial building with structured parking and the conditional uses to construct a new mixed-use building with 4,000 square feet of commercial space and the 62 apartment units over structured parking, which is also within Urban Design District 7. And then also the a referral to council for the accompanying certified survey map. Some of you may recognize that this site has very recently been approved for demolition and a new 2-story medical office building. That project had fallen through, and if approved, this approval would supersede that previous project approval. Staff does note that with the location in Urban Design District 7 and the accompanying CSM, a wider terrace and sidewalk along South Park Street is included in the plan. That was a topic that had some discussion in the previous approval. Staff also draws the Commission's attention to the staff report addendum, which does include recommended conditions of approval from the Office of Real Estate Services for the certified survey map, which were not received when the reports were published. Staff believes the applicable standards can be found met for this project, and I am happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. And we do have some registrants for this item, so I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Kevin Burrow, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, Wisconsin. Support wishing to speak, representing Kanothi Bruce Architects. Mr. Burrow.
All right, good evening.
Hello.
Thank you for your time this evening. I appreciate the extra effort you guys always put in. So what we have before you is the proposed redevelopment of the Wingo Creek Center, which is shown in the yellow box on the screen, located directly north of Pick and Save along South Park Street. Next slide, please. With our proposed development, we are proposing a 4 to 5 story mixed use building that has vehicular access off of both South Park Street and High Street. High Street is a full story below South Park Street, so we're able to get into the underground parking level directly off of High Street, and while also providing customer available parking off of South Park Street at the first floor level. The building does step back at the 5th floor along the entire length of South Park Street, and we are also able to create an outdoor plaza deck area above the first floor parking at the 2nd floor level. Next slide, please. With this, you can see the overall site plan, again, where we've created a larger front yard terrace per city recommendations, and also maintaining some landscaping space on both front and back. Next slide. With this landscaping plan, you can see the detailed landscaping plan that has been developed with approval by UDC with the extent of plantings that we're showing, while also being able to maintain a green space in the back area so the city can provide a pedestrian and bike extension off of the end of South High Street. Next slide. Here's an enlarged plan showing the development of that plaza deck on 2nd floor, where all residents will have access to this great outdoor amenity with these wonderful features. Next slide. Here's the basement plan, which is access off of High Street. We're able to provide 46 underground stalls here and all our bike parking. Next slide. On the 1st floor level, then we have access off of Park Street for 6 vehicle stalls for visitors of the commercial space, while also being able to have 22 parking stalls behind the commercial space and adjacent to the apartment lobby. So the building is providing more than 1-to-1 parking, as was a request by the neighbors to make sure we were not providing any undue burden onto the streets. Next slide. The 2nd floor plan here shows the plaza deck area, which has access off of the community room adjacent to the exercise. Next slide. On the 5th floor level here shows how the building does step back. So those 4 apartments along South Park Street do have the opportunity for larger outdoor spaces. Next slide. With these renderings, you can see we've done a high level of detail with regards to masonry, stone, and also composite siding. The building does step from 4 to 5 stories, and as you can see in this perspective, the 5th floor level is virtually not seen from grade at Park Street. Next slide. Here's another view where you can look back. You can see all the commercial space along 1st floor, and again, that 5th floor level is not visible from the street, and the level of brick detailing does continue around. Next slide. On this end, you can see the high level of detail. Next slide. On the backside here, you can see the second floor plaza deck area that all residents have access to, along with access to the underground parking. And final slide. Here's the final view looking up South High Street, where you can see how the grade has changed such that we have access to the lower level.
Thank you, Mr. Burrow. That does conclude your available time. Our next registrant is Helen Kitchell, 225 Potter Street, Madison, neither support nor oppose and wishing to speak. Ms. Kitchell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say basically, for the most part, I support this proposal or this project. I do appreciate that the developer has worked with the neighborhood closely, and that's very much appreciated. The two things that I wanted to bring up is my support for the parking as proposed, and I would like to see that. They've mentioned maybe converting some of the stalls to storage, and that certainly can be something that they can do if that parking is no longer needed. And the other thing that I really would like to focus on is the affordable housing. It's so desperately needed in the city, and they have indicated that they could have a certain percentage of the units available in at least the 80 percentile market level. And I highly encourage that. If they can do any more than that, that would be even better. And lastly, the need for, a lot of the units are studio or one bedroom, and there's a desperate need again in the South Madison for 2 and 3 bedroom house units, rental units. So I would highly encourage those for as many as they can possibly include. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kitchell. The next registrant is Joe Krupp, in support, wishing to speak, representing Prime Urban Properties.
Good evening. I'd like to use my allotted time to highlight some of the strengths of this project in relation to the comp plan and the stated goals for the Park Street corridor. The proposed project responds to the city's goal of providing higher density housing options along major transportation routes to encourage more density, more use of public transportation, and it responds to neighborhood input from the residents. The convenient location to medical employers will provide quality workforce housing options. It'll promote a pedestrian-friendly streetscape by replacing an aging vacant commercial center with surface parking at the street. The proposed project provides approximately 4,000 square feet of new commercial frontage that will be appealing to existing and new corridor businesses. We are currently working with an existing Park Street business that wishes to relocate to this site. With a grocery store planned directly to the south, the tenants of this project will provide a walking customer base as well as for other future corridor businesses. The project is focused more on affordable housing options, with almost 20% falling in the 80% of CMI rent limits. Based on neighborhood input and alter encouragement, we have explored numerous affordable funding resources attempting to provide more affordable units. These options include the WIDA 710 program, TIF, Madison Development Corporation, as well as the City of Madison Affordable Housing Fund, all of which are designed to be layered with tax credit projects to optimally leverage available resources. Given the current conventional financing market, we found these options more expensive on rate as well as total financing cost. The Affordable Housing Fund has already made commitments to other projects in the neighborhood, the Truman Olson site, as well as the JT Klein project now under construction on Park Street, and has no additional fund allocations available for this project. In conjunction with these projects, our proposed project will provide a balanced mix of workforce housing and market rate units to complement the overall mix of new housing options available in this quarter. I'd also like to comment briefly on sustainable elements of this project. For starters, urban infill is the best starting point for sustainability. The project meets high energy efficiency standards and meets most focus on energy criteria. The project is pre-wired to add solar panels at any point in the future and will provide EV charging stations for both residential and commercial users. We are providing plenty of bike parking and are well connected to the bike path system. We have a balanced parking ratio and encourage use of public transit and have the flexibility to decrease our parking if demand doesn't warrant it. The project contributes.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. That concludes your available time. We have one late registrant, Carrie Rothberg, 830 West Lakeside, neither supporting nor opposing and wishing to speak.
Ms. Rothberg, there you go.
Hi. Thank you. I want to echo much of what Helen Kitchell said. We are glad to have had the opportunity to meet with the developer to discuss some of the foreseeable impacts of ever-increasing density along Park Street on the existing nearby neighborhoods, and appreciate very much his agreement to maintain as much parking as possible. While it is important for development along the corridor to grow, this does have an impact on the existing neighborhoods, and it's important to look at those impacts as well. We also appreciate the developers' willingness to explore affordable housing, which has remained a priority in Bay Creek. And we want to also emphasize the need, if possible, to make it possible for there to be other larger units in the mix here. That's something that we have not fully explored yet, but we repeatedly hear the need from neighbors in Bay Creek and from our neighbors south of Wingra Creek as well, that there is a need for family housing and that families are being pushed out of South Madison because of the increasing rent and smaller apartments that are filling the corridor. So I want to add that plug for larger, more family-friendly apartments and support again for the push for affordable rents in this building. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next registrant is Kevin Yeska, 3131 View Road, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing JSD Professional Services. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you. This is for Joe Kropp. Hi, Joe. I'm really excited to hear your willingness to look at affordable housing. You and I have had this conversation for a long time, and I'm really pleased by your willingness to dive in. Can you answer Ms. Rothberg's question about the number of units? I know you always look at the market in different areas. Is it changed for the South Side than it is for Atwood? Or what are you finding when you try to decide what you should build?
Hi, Marcia. Basically, what we've proposed here is a mix of, really, they're not studios. They're studio one bedrooms. They have separate bedrooms, but they're smaller units than some larger one bedrooms and then some 2-bedroom units. And, that's pretty much the mix you see being built in market rate housing all around the city. In order to address, the comment about larger 3-bedroom family, it's prohibited from a new construction cost standpoint, unless you are in a tax credit type of an environment where, the subsidies allow you to build that size unit and charge rents that, basically don't really cover the cost to build such type of a unit. So in a conventionally financed project like this, building a 3-bedroom unit would result in a rent that nobody could afford to rent. As a matter of fact, they could probably rent a house in the neighborhood for less money than what it would cost to rent a new 3-bedroom apartment unit.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. If Carrie Rothbard is still available, I could ask this question of her, although Helen Kitchell would probably be able to answer also.
Okay, Helen?
Hey.
Hi, Helen.
Hi.
You and Carrie both mentioned your support for the number of parking stalls that are being provided in the development. Isn't that correct?
Yes, indeed.
So as I was looking at the overhead map of this area, and it seems to me like a lot of the neighborhood that might be impacted by this development is directly in that vicinity, and I'm not seeing a lot of competition there, except for from perhaps the health system and businesses. Are there residential areas that you're concerned about? Therefore, you like the relatively large number of parking spaces?
I guess I don't understand when you say competition, what you mean.
Like street parking competition.
Oh, yeah. No, our streets get parked in quite a bit. And, well, given the year, they're not getting parked in as much because businesses along Park Street don't have adequate parking for their businesses, so they park on the residential streets. And then recently we've had a lot of construction, and so the construction workers park in the residential streets. So indeed there is, and then some of the existing apartment complexes don't have adequate, well, let me back that up, have parking, but the people don't want to pay the expense of parking, so they, again, park in the neighborhoods. So there's lots of different means by which the neighbors do get, have people parking on the streets that are above and beyond the people that live in the neighborhoods. And so I think that to me, the best compromise for this is that they go ahead with basically that 1-to-1 ratio, and then if there's no need, if there are parking spots that people aren't using and they aren't being used for parking, then they can convert those to other amenities. They can convert them to storage, or they can convert them to whatever. And I think if you provide the parking first, then you find out, you assess your need. After that, you can then say, hey, we don't need them. We can use them for other purposes.
So what's the closest residential area to this project that you're concerned about?
The closest one would be across Park Street in that Bay Creek neighborhood. And then the other pieces where they might park would be behind this structure is the whole new SSM Dean Clinic area. And they could park in those as well. But again, that's not with permission. So I don't know if they would be allowed to do so. So those would be the ones I would see. What's happening now is some of the other developments in the area, the residents are choosing not to pay the parking, and they're choosing to park in the neighborhood. So I think that if you've provided that parking for them, they may or may not choose, depending on if they have to pay, but at least they have that option. And if there's not adequate parking and they do have vehicles, then they don't have that option.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, Alder?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Questions of staff? Seeing no questions of staff, motion, please. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find the demolition and the conditional use standards met on this project, and forward the certified survey map to the Common Council with a favorable recommendation, with the conditions also listed within the addendum report dated November 23rd on this development.
And do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, I think this is a fabulous new building on Park Street that desperately needs redevelopment. And it's a density that we're looking for, a quality building, it's very attractive building. Kudos to the developer and the architect for this building. But I think it implements our plan, and I'm glad to see the property be redeveloped.
Thank you. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. I have just a brief statement in support of this project I'd like to read.
Okay, go ahead.
Plan Commission members may recall that I appeared before this body previously to give reluctant approval for a 2-story medical office project to replace the dated strip mall at 1224 South Park. Residents shared my reluctance, noting that this side of the South Park corridor, the west side, is well suited for additional stories. Though approved, that project fell through, and I'm pleased to support Prime Urban Properties' application to develop this site. This mixed-use project will provide much-needed housing along the South Park corridor, and the added density and its proximity to the Truman Olson site 2 blocks away will contribute to the future success of the new Luna's grocery store scheduled to open in 2022. The developer has met with the Bay Creek Neighborhood Association as a whole and in a separate meeting with members of the association's Planning and Economic Development Committee. Early on in the process, I asked Joe Krupp to include affordable units in the project. Mr. Krupp, as he mentioned, met with city staff to explore a range of funding sources, but none of the options provided significant subsidy. However, the development team has agreed to 11 units of workforce housing at 80% of the county median income. Moreover, the project's proximity to Meriter and St. Mary's open up possibilities for hospital employees to live within walking distance of work. The retail spaces pre-pandemic featured 2 well-loved minority-owned businesses. I would encourage Prime Urban Properties to work with the Small Business Equity Recovery Fund to make space for the previous tenants if they wish to return. This fund includes $4.5 million over the next 3 years, which Council approved as part of the 2021 budget. Diversity, not displacement, is the order of the day. I ask that you vote in support of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Input, comments? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda item 16, Legistar 62609, 502 Leonard Street, 13th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence and construct a new single-family residence. And Matt Tucker will tell us a little bit about this. I did ask that this be taken off of consent because it is rather unusual to get a demolition request for approval when the building has already been demolished unintentionally. So I thought that that was worth some comment. So Mr. Tucker.
Sure, thank you. I'll try and make this brief because I know you have a few big items coming up. But yeah, this is a pretty unfortunate situation, but I kind of think that the explanation for what happened here partly lies, or a fair amount of it lies, with the Planning Commission understanding that nearly all the important discussions about the permitting for this project happened while our office was closed to the public. This project arrived at our office right about when COVID started, and our availability and accessibility to our customers was very limited. The builder of this project is a known person that we've built a lot of houses without a single instance of challenges or problems. And I think what happened was, as many of you know, our ordinance has some specific definitions and rules about what a technical demolition is when you are eliminating basically 50% or more of the exterior walls of the building. And I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding about what that meant. Walls are going to be rebuilt where they existed, and we're not exactly sure. It obviously appears that wasn't clear. Our permitting approval showed walls being retained, but of course, when I visited the site, it was torn down to the first floor plate. So, you know, a number of these conversations occurred. I think we didn't have an easy way to communicate. I don't think there was any nefarious intent here or intent to skirt the rules. There had been a number of conversations about how many walls needed to remain, and it's really kind of an unfortunate situation that was a result. There were some other things that we're going to have to deal with. The demolition of the building occurred without the benefit of wetting down the building. The demolition of the building occurred without the benefit of obtaining a raise permit. These are two things that the contractor is going to be held responsible for pending approval of this demolition permit. We can get the permits issued for that. However, I'll just state once again that basically I think what we're talking about was basically results of miscommunication and inability for us to be in the same room across the table and laying these plans out and talking like is our common business practice in building inspection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tucker. Sorry, I've got a problem with my registrant list. Ms. Stouter, could you send that to me again? It is not showing up. And when I try to open it again, it's not opening. So if you could please send me the registrants list. And I will ask, were there any registrants on this agenda item number 16?
Yes, there are. The first one is Brian Shinro from Leonard Street in support, wishing to speak.
Okay. Mr. Shinro.
Thank you. It's actually Schneiro. My wife
apologies.
That's okay. Nobody can ever pronounce it properly. My wife and I are actually the owners of the property in question. And since Mr. Tucker did such a good job of explaining why we're here, I'll kind of cover that very briefly. So there are two aspects to this. One is the building that's proposed to go up there, and the second is why is it that we're here getting a demolition permit retroactively. So as Mr. Tucker said, we had a lot of back and forth with the city, but it was all very strained. And both the contractor and us as the owners came to believe that we could do as much demolition as we did. Clearly, that was not the case. The general contractor is also available, and I think he'll make some comments to discuss that. If you could just put up the slides that I sent, I'll just do a quick, yeah. So this is the front of the house, which will be on Leonard Street, and that front facade is exactly in line with the original facade. So that, in other words, that wall is replacing is exactly replacing the original wall. It's just extended about 10 feet closer to Commonwealth. If you can show the next slide, this is the Commonwealth facade. That is also extending back about 15 feet. Two things I want to note about the building is that I have a professional background in HVAC engineering, and this is a true passion project to get the highest energy efficiency that's possible with technology today. So both the building structure itself and all the systems are going to be quite literally as highly efficient as is possible. And then the last slide, this is just a slide showing the site plan. You can see in the shaded region the existing house, and then you can see the new house or the proposed new house there in the red outline. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I guess the other thing I'd note is that we have spoken with the Neighborhood Association and the Monroe Street Business Association, and both are in support of the project, as are a number of the immediate neighbors that will be looking at this every day.
Thank you. The next registrant is Michael Anderson, in support and wishing to speak, representing Waterstone LLC. Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I appreciate Matt Tucker's introduction and Brian giving the overview of the project. And we can't express enough our regret in taking down the building. It certainly was not intended to get to this point, but we're here where we are now. And we look forward to moving forward and replacing the old house with something that we think is, it's really going to be a nice addition to the neighborhood. I don't really have any more comments other than, again, we're sorry we got to this point. I think the building inspection department knows us well enough to know we don't skirt the rules. That's not our MO. We've been working in the city for 12 years now, and I think they can speak to the fact that we generally play by the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Our next registrant is Mary Powell, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, followed by Aaron Roxinger, 4126 Mandan Crescent, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Next would be Philip Zimmerman, 2318 Keyes Avenue, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there any questions for any of our registrants? Not seeing any raised hands, I will close the public hearing, and I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find the demolition standards met and approve this project.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Just briefly that, it's unfortunate what happened here, but the addition of the new house is a very nice addition to the neighborhood, I think. So anyway, I think the outcome was good.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. I will say that when I found out about this the way I did by people sending me text messages, that's not really the way an alder wants to find out about a home being demolished right around the corner from where he lives. And so I was upset. And I think other people were. I was like, what the heck is going on? There's all this dust. Is this safe to breathe in? And all these concerns. And I will say that Brian and Michael were responsible. They didn't try to weasel their way out of it or make excuses. They took responsibility. They agreed to meet with the neighborhood association, and they were humbled by what happened. And the fact that this new home is going to be stylish and has many sustainable features in terms of its design, it's going to be a true addition to the neighborhood. That too makes a big difference. So I'm not going to take up much of your time, but I do support this and request that you would vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We have a motion on the floor. We will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous. See a raised hand to object. Motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 17, Legistar 62598, located at 619 and 621 North Lake Street, 8th Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to allow 2 fraternity houses to be demolished. Consideration of conditional use in the downtown residential 2 district for a multi-family dwelling with greater than 8 dwelling units. And consideration of a conditional use in the DR2 district for a fraternity to allow construction of an 8-story residential building containing 20 apartments and a fraternity. And we have a staff presentation by Mr. Punt.
Thank you again. So the applicant representing Alpha Chi Sigma is requesting approval of demolition permits to demolish 2 fraternity buildings at 619 and 621 North Lake Street, and then the approval of the necessary conditional uses to construct an 8-story building, which would include new space for the fraternity and a number of apartment units on the upper floors. The 2 buildings, both built around the turn of the 20th century, were originally constructed as fraternity houses. Alpha Chi Sigma has owned 621 North Lake Street since the 20s and 619 North Lake Street since the 50s. The applicant has indicated the buildings have significant structural issues with bowed, leaning, and cracked walls and failing foundations. The Landmarks Commission has found, as part of their recommendation to Plan Commission, that the buildings have very significant historic value based on architectural and historic significance, which they noted is found in the 2018 Langdon Neighborhood Character Study, the property files at the State Historic Preservation Office, as well as the building status as contributing structures to the Langdon Street National Register Historic District. The downtown plan further notes that the Langdon neighborhood should continue to build on its history as a traditional student neighborhood, and accommodating a limited amount of high-density residential development that's compatible with that historic context. However, it notes that redevelopment should occur on non-landmark locations and sites that are not identified as contributing to the National Register Historic District. As such, staff does not believe that the approval standards for the demolition permits can be found to be met, nor can the standards for conditional uses be found to be met. There is a considerable amount of public comment, as well as additional materials that have been submitted by the applicant that are attached to Legistar. And then again, as always, I look forward to answering questions following the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Punt. We do have a number of registrants. I will open the public hearing. First person we will hear from is Jay Sekhon, 246 2nd Street, San Francisco, California, in support and wishing to speak, representing the Alpha chapter of Alpha Chi Sigma fraternity. Mr. Sekhon.
I am not finding that name in the listing. There it is.
Hello, yes, sir. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. If we could go to the next slide.
And you do have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So good evening, Plan Commission members. My name is Jay Sekhon. Professionally, I'm a healthcare consultant, but I also serve as the current president of the Alumni Board, which owns and manages the fraternity's houses at 621 and 619 North Lake Street. I want to thank you for this opportunity today, because this is a critical time for our organization. Next slide, please. Before we dive into our proposal, I'd like to share a little bit about who we are. Alpha Chi Sigma is a professional fraternity with thousands of members from diverse backgrounds who share a common interest in chemistry and science. We were founded 118 years ago here at UW-Madison as an academic-minded undergraduate community, and our members go on to contribute to society in a wide range of scientifically oriented careers. As you can see by the notable members named here, Our close connection to the UW-Madison Department of Chemistry cannot be overstated, and it is a connection that persists even today. Next slide, please. Every community needs a home, and ours are highlighted here in blue on the map. Alpha Chi Sigma purchased 621 North Lake in 1925 and acquired 619 in 1959. Next slide, please. For hundreds of members, myself included, these houses were our literal home for a few precious years, providing an affordable place to live while we earned our degrees. Next slide, please. After graduating, they became a sentimental home, as it was here that we built friendships and memories. Many of us come to call it a family, and for some that becomes literal as they meet their future spouse through Alpha Chi Sigma. I mentioned the sense of community, and I use these words of home and family because I want to emphasize a few things up front. First, families do not neglect their home. They do everything they can to preserve and protect it. Second, family members support one another, sometimes even at personal cost. And third, a family would not come forward with a proposal like this unless they knew this was the only way to save their home and everything they had worked so hard to build. I say this because you may hear critics tonight making claims of demolition by neglect or other accusations regarding treatment of the properties or the proposed use. I ask the Commission to consider who would provide a better perspective of the truth: unaffiliated outsiders with a biased agenda, or the people who actually lived at and cared for the properties themselves from decades past until now. Our family has kept up our homes at 619 and 621 North Lake for almost 100 years in a Sisyphean effort of personal labor and pooled funds. However, the increase in cost of maintenance began to exceed our means. As outlined in the Housing Maintenance Overview memo, our mortal blow came in 2014, and we did everything in our power to extend the life of these houses. We were unable to obtain enough funding for rehabilitation, despite researching and chasing after every potential source, even the widely promoted historic preservation tax credits as mentioned in the corresponding memo. Next slide, please. This project is the best chance for our organization to keep its home, and I hope that you will approve the application as submitted. Most powerfully, it allows us to keep our home in a way that honors our legacy. Alchemy, the predecessor of chemistry, plays a significant part in our scientific heritage and fraternal lore. The design of this project draws upon these symbols and traditions and meaningfully incorporates them throughout the proposed building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Josh Wilcox, 2248 Deming Way, Middleton, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chi Sigma and Patrick Properties. Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you. Thank you, Jay, and thank you, staff, for your time over the last year on this project. Slides 10 and 11, please. There we go. This is Josh Wilcox with GBA, and we are the architect for this project and have been involved with several others in this area over the last 15 years. We are here tonight requesting approval for a demolition permit and a conditional use at 619 and 621 Lake Street. I will cut to the chase for the sake of time. The real question is if these existing buildings are fitting for their quasi-protection via a 40-year-old National Historic District designation as a contributing structure. Several others will speak more specifically to this point. I want to speak more to the appropriateness of scale. You go to slide 17, please. The built element of this proposal is a 21-unit, 8-story apartment with a mix of fraternal and apartment use that is a conforming use that meets zoning in the downtown and comp plan requirements shown on this slide. The direction from those standards is clear that the 8-story building we are proposing is consistent with those plans. It is our belief that the contested items in this staff report are tied to the National Historic District and not related to the design, form, or use of the proposed building. Slide 14, please. This slide is more of a technical document showing the top of building elevations around the block. We hired a local surveyor to ensure this data is accurate and feel it clearly demonstrates this building blends in seamlessly to the transitional block. This block is not like the others in the Langdon neighborhood district. This block is much more dense. It lacks some of the historical character and has evolved to what it is today over the last 40 years. This image also reinforces why historical experts and many developmental peers in the neighborhood group believe the scale, form, and use of this building and this block is is transitional and is detached from the historic districts and should be supported for the proposed use. Slide 11, please. For these reasons and many others that our team will expand upon, we will ask that you allow us to design and construct this building to be consistent with the zoning criteria, the downtown, and the comprehensive plan. Thank you for your time, and I'll hand this off to Rowan, and please go to slide 19. Thank
Our
you.
next registrant is Rowan Davidson, 605 Erie Avenue, Sheboygan, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Can you actually go back one slide to 18, please? Thank you. I'm a historic preservation consultant with Legacy Architecture. We worked on the recent Madison Preservation Plan, and we were brought in as a third party to conduct historical research on the buildings at 619 and 621 North Lake Street. The two properties were listed in the National Register as a part of the Langdon Street Historic District in 1986 and are not locally landmarked. While it arguably would be wise to align the National Register program with local landmarking, the two do remain separate. 14 properties have since been demolished or significantly altered to the point where the number of non-historic buildings west of Francis Street now engulf the historic ones from this 1980 initial listing. This condition is also documented in the city's 2018 Langdon Neighborhood Character Study. Next slide, please. The area along Langdon Street was first developed in the 1860s as a collection of large homes. During the 1890s, the neighborhood underwent a dramatic change as lots were subdivided and infill housing was constructed to increase density for students, often fraternities. By the 1960s, the area saw redevelopment that introduced a dichotomy of scale. Development has continued to the present, especially at its western edge, and in many ways has also been a transitional neighborhood. Next slide, please. The house at 619 North Lake was constructed in 1909 for the Alpha Sigma Chi fraternity. In 1959, Alpha Chi Sigma purchased the building. It has undergone considerable alterations, and the windows, doors, and chimney have been removed. The prominent porch, built in 1915, was demolished in 1986 and replaced. It lacks character-defining features in comparison to the adjacent houses that are in much better condition. Next slide, please. Next door, 621 North Lake was constructed sometime between 1894 and 1898 for the Kappa Sigma fraternity. The house is different in appearance from what we see now, as the entire house was renovated with a stucco exterior and a large porch in 1909. Alpha Chi Sigma purchased the house in 1925 and has remained since. The exterior of 629 Lake Street was renovated and the interior remodeled in the 1950s. And while the architectural character of the house is still present, the building does have considerable structural issues. The two houses share a common history of the development of fraternities during the early 20th century. However, there is no local landmark designation, and the area on the west side has been compromised with a change in scale that diminishes the building's relationship to other similar fraternity houses further to the east. Individually, the houses are in fair condition and lack integrity as examples of their type. If the National Register nomination were completed today, they likely would be left out. I would be happy to answer any questions regarding these properties' history and context. Thank you.
Thank you. We are having a little bit of technical difficulty. Heather is unable to connect, but we will proceed here. The next registrant is John Feller, 3009 Edenbury Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing J.H. Findorf and Son.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to speak briefly as to, I guess, specifically the structural history, the most recent structural history that Findorf has been involved with on 621 Lake Street, and some of the activities and structural review work that's been going on at the house. In 2014, Findorf was called there to look at the windows for a separate issue and look into some rework to their windows. We immediately pointed out some significant structural movement occurring at the 621 house, and immediately worked with the fraternity to engage a structural engineer. And I think you saw on some of the previous photos, we installed several steel post shores on level 1 as well as the basement level to mitigate any of the movement. At the time, we did indicate to the fraternity that this was a temporary measure, that's something that would be maybe 4 to 5 years and should be reviewed very frequently. Other work we've done at the house at 621 includes complete removal and reworking of the front porch due to structural failure. We've done several drywall repairs due to water leaks at both 619 and 621. We've also done some other miscellaneous carpentry improvements at the 621 house. In April of 2019, myself, along with Pierce Engineers, again inspected the house as well as 619 Lake. The engineer reviewed the post shores as well as the floor joists, exterior walls, and reviewed these for further signs of movement. We did see continued exterior cracking at windows. This was evident. And this likely, we believe, is still causing continual movement in the house at 621 Lake. And that brings us up to our activities to date. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Cynthia Kaufman, County Road F, Eden, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing the Alpha chapter of Alpha Chi Sigma fraternity. Go ahead, please.
Could you please bring up the slides?
What were the slides? The same deck?
Yeah, it was the same deck and it's for numerous speakers. So mine would be the first slide in that set. They were emailed to you today? Or don't you have them? Not that deck. It would be a different deck, I guess. You don't have them?
I may need 1 minute to track them down. I apologize.
Perhaps we should come back to this registrant.
Well, otherwise I can go ahead and do mine, and then when you get to the next person, they would be slide 2. So I can start now.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Kaufman. I serve as the Alpha Chapter Building Corporation's Vice President and am a 1982 UW alumnus. I joined Alpha Chi Sigma in 1979 as a first-generation college student before the recognition of the unique support requirements for student success. Fortunately for me, Alpha Chi Sigma provided that support. I was given a list of professors who were members when I joined. One, not located in the chemistry department, happened to be Chancellor Irving Shane. When I went to his office, I was greeted by a secretary who interpreted it just as another college prank. Instead, she found a chancellor who eagerly exclaimed, "I'm a member of that," and welcomed me into his office, where he made time to share his background and inquire about mine. It was the highlight of my college experience. This interaction did not stop and start with Chancellor Shane, but was engraved into the fraternity's very fiber. I served as both the fraternity's president and house treasurer. In these roles, I met Professor John Harriman, who joined the fraternity during the 1950s. Then there was a large group of veterans attending the UW. Over 50 men lived in the house at 621 Lake Street in barrack-style housing. It was safe, affordable, but most importantly, it provided the brotherhood and support they needed after leaving the military. Again, something we know today that is very important, but was not acknowledged then. This was when the property at 619 Lake Street was purchased. In 1970, before Title IX existed, the fraternity became co-ed, and 621 welcomed with open arms female members. In the 1990s, the houses were remodeled to allow for co-ed housing at both locations. The fraternity's open arms have welcomed those from all backgrounds, including lost first-generation college students like me. Accessibility, though, still needs to be addressed. The old house stairs provide no alternatives for those needing ramps, elevators, accessible doorways, and bathrooms. The new facility addresses those concerns and allows more individuals to experience the many social and professional activities that Alpha Chi Sigma brings to the university and the Madison community. For these reasons and so many more, I urge you to approve this proposal so that this organization might continue to live on the corner of Lake Street and Mendota Court as they have done for the past 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. The next registrant is Basam Shakaharshi, 1101 University Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you show the slide, please? Or still having difficulty with it?
I don't think staff has slides.
All right, that's fine. I shall proceed. I am Basam Shakashiri. I'm a resident of Madison. I'm proud to say that I am now in my 51st year as a University of Wisconsin faculty member in the chemistry department. I am also a 50-year member of Alpha Chi Sigma, and for a couple of years served as faculty advisor to Alpha Chapter. I'm here this evening to ask the Plan Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for 619 and 621 North Lake Street. Madison is my adopted hometown. The quality of life in our community is of utmost importance to me. Since its founding in 1902, right here in Madison, Alpha Chi Sigma has contributed to Madison in professional and cultural ways. I am a firm believer in the values of the organization. Alpha Chi Sigma is primarily a student organization. Over the years, I have worked with dozens and dozens of Alpha Chi Sigma members in sharing the joy of science in Madison, throughout Dane County, and all over Wisconsin. Along with student and faculty members, my Sciences Fund program has repeatedly been to every school in the greater Madison area: public schools, private schools, parochial schools, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools. We have worked to raise educational expectations and to help students achieve those expectations. In addition, we have interacted with all parts of our community, at shopping malls, retirement centers, with civic groups, with religious groups, with elected officials, with appointed officials. We've been to recreation centers. We've been to farmers markets. We've been to family science nights. Shall I go on? I share all this with the Plan Commission because Alpha Chi Sigma is an organization dedicated to serve both its members and the greater Madison community. In order to continue our efforts and to preserve our presence in the community, we need to remain located on North Lake Street. We need facilities to provide residential housing for our student members. Proper housing is essential for the well-being and success of the organization and its members. Structures, physical structures, are to serve purposes. By approving the demolition and conditional use permits.
Thank you, Professor Shakashiri. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is John Berry, 1101 University Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I will be on the next slide. My name is John Berry, and I'm a professor of the Department of Chemistry at UW-Madison. I'm here today to ask the Plan Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for 619 and 621 North Lake Street, properties that I remember well from my initiation into Alpha Chi Sigma. Alpha Chi Sigma reached out to me almost immediately after I moved to Madison in 2006 and asked if I would like to join their organization. Given their reputation for building a tight community, preparing its members for careers in the chemical professions, and their strong and long-standing connections to the UW-Madison Department of Chemistry, it was truly an honor for me to join. Alpha Chi Sigma is not a stereotypical fraternity. It's a professional organization whose goal is to prepare its members for careers related to the field of chemistry. I've gotten to know many Alpha Chi Sigma members over the years as students, as undergraduate researchers in my department, and as co-workers on my own research team. One such co-worker is Eric Victor, who is an Iraq war veteran, a former resident of 619, and the first undergraduate student who joined my research group. He quickly became a strong researcher, earned a PhD at MIT, and now teaches inorganic chemistry at Brown University. Another is Pony Yu, an international student who helped me to publish one of the landmark papers for which I was awarded tenure. He earned a PhD at Princeton and is now a researcher at ExxonMobil. Those are just two of the many Alpha Chi Sigma success stories I can tell. The Alpha chapter boasts two Nobel laureates, Edward Tatum, who won the Nobel Prize in 1958 in physiology or medicine for discovering the link between genetics and metabolism, and Alan McDermott, who won the Nobel Prize in chemistry in 2000 for discovering synthetic metals. Another luminary Alpha Chi Sigma member that you've heard about is the late Chancellor Irving Shane. Shane was a faculty member in chemistry, entrepreneur, chancellor of the UW-Madison, and like me, very much a lover of music. One wing of the chemistry building is named after him, and my coworkers utilize a technique every day that Shane invented. Alpha Chi Sigma contributes much to the Department of Chemistry. Each semester, they help ensure that our students are prepared for the laboratory courses by selling safety goggles and lab notebooks. This is a huge help to us because it takes this burden off of our already overloaded teaching staff. Alpha Chi Sigma also provides support to the department through an annual department scholarship, which has been helpful to innumerable promising undergraduate chemistry students. The properties that we've been talking about are steeped in tradition and intimately linked to the university, but they are at the end of their useful life. The proximity.
Thank you, Professor Berry. That concludes your available time.
Okay.
The next registrant is James Maynard, 211 North Livingston Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Members of the City Plan Commission, Madison Common Council, ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm here today to ask the Plan Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for 619 and 621 North Lake Street. I've worked at the University of Wisconsin-Madison Chemistry Department for about 20 years now, and I've advised this fraternity as their student advisor for 13 years. I've seen over 500 people go from becoming students that didn't really know anything to becoming professors, scientists, engineers, doctors, and business. And the important part is that their central location of this campus, we've existed in this present location for almost all of our history. And we're a collection of people from all walks of life with a lot of different social and financial histories. We have veterans and people that are first generation college students and people from different countries. And the one thing we all have is dreams, and that's what connects us. But we're not a homogenous collection of wealthy families. We don't have generations of legacy members from the same families. We're not of hereditary or intergenerational wealth either. We don't have those kinds of estates. Talent in the sciences doesn't work that way. It's not uniform in how and in whom it manifests. And some people who are very good at it, still have humble beginnings. I myself had to enlist in the Navy to get enough money to go to college and enough credentials to attend UW-Madison. I went through bankruptcy during college, and my story is not unique. We get here any way we can. So these houses provide an environment we can afford and we can collaborate in. It's like an island of science at UW-Madison. And we learn to work with others here and to look at issues objectively, to get along with our peers and to contribute to something bigger than ourselves. Like other people have mentioned, we tutor and whatnot. But our buildings are no longer fit and safe to house us. The new construction will allow us to renew our maintenance cycle. Every time we fix something now, we have to conform to code. It adds costs, it adds trouble, and it makes it very difficult to keep up financially. This new construction will allow us to get modern, safe facilities and a place we can be proud to take our students, to recruit people, to bring our alumni back and their parents. So I understand the historical significance of Landon Street, but this building is going to increase the property value in this plot. It's going to increase tax revenue. It's going to add more student housing and more housing in a city that's already clamoring for it. I've seen articles as early as May of this year that still talked about wanting to have more units, and we can provide some of those. And even some of our alums have expressed interest in coming to move back to this area. Aesthetics are a matter of opinion. And there's a difference between architecture and history. The Landmarks Commission is concerned chiefly with architecture. As for myself, I'm not as impressed with aesthetics and architecture. I'm much more interested in our history and our future. And our new chapter house.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. That concludes your available time. Just to alert the Plan Commission and others, we do have about 25 more registrants on this item, so we still have quite a bit to go. At about 10:30, I will be asking for a motion for a 5-minute recess, so just to give a little advance notice. And also each and every person does not have to speak up to their 3 minutes if what you intended to say has already been said. Our next speaker is Eric Jacobson, 10-428 Iron Court, Stockton, California, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Jacobson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Jacobson. I am a Wisconsinite and Badger alum living on the West Coast. I joined Alpha Chi Sigma in 1994 and served in every housing committee function through 1999. Post-graduation, I was an active board member for the Building Corporation through about 2016. And most of those years I served as a treasurer. So in the sake of time, I won't regurgitate a lot of what other people had said, but I'll focus on 2 points. One of them being, some speakers have mentioned affordable housing. Well, because of that, we had a limited budget, and our ability to address increasingly frequent and costly issues was very strained. In 2014, the directive from the city to install sprinkler systems and upgrade the fire system led us to take out another mortgage for just shy of $170,000, which really put severe strain on our finances. Also in 2014, some of the flooding on Medona Court severely impacted that foundation on 621 North Lake Street. And, I believe that act of nature was pivotal in, as Mr. Feller mentioned, making the feasibility of rebuilding the houses just infeasible. So what our options are pretty limited, and that's what led us here to partner with a developer to come up with a feasible plan for the future that will solidify the future of Alpha Chapter, allowing us to stay location and providing us with a plan for success. So in the sake of time, I'll just stop there and just say, again, I'm asking the Plan Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for these properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Our next registrant is Ariel Martin, 6613 Raymond Road, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chapter of Alpha Chi Sigma Fraternity.
Hi, I'm Ariel. I work as a software tester at Epic, and I am the current treasurer for our housing corporation. I'm here today to ask the Planning Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for 619 and 621 North Lake Street. One of the primary goals of our houses is to provide our members with an affordable living situations, which means we've historically made just enough money from rent to cover our expenses with a small reserve. In more recent years, we haven't even been able to break even. In the 2018 fiscal year, we brought in just over $89,000 in rental income, but spent about $108,000 between mortgage payments, utilities, insurance, and other necessary expenses. This includes $20,000 in maintenance fees that were necessary for houses of this age, but it left us with a deficit of $19,000 for the year. The 2019 fiscal year was about the same. At the end of last summer, we unfortunately had to ask everyone living in the houses to move out because of the rising costs of maintaining houses that are so old and the many health and safety issues. We've been in a dire financial situation since losing our rental income and have had to heavily rely on loans from alumni and the chapter to cover our basic mortgage expenses, insurance, and property taxes. It was only because of the emergency sale of 621 to Patrick, who we partnered with and we've been working with for over a year, that we were able to stay afloat. We wouldn't be able to let anyone live in the houses without significant structural and functional rehabilitation to make sure the houses are safe and comfortable, but the cost of the necessary fixes would be much higher than we could afford on our own. As a tax-exempt entity, historic tax credits would not give us a practical source of savings. I joined Alpha Chi Sigma during my junior year in 2013 and lived in 619 my senior year. 619 and 621 North Lake Street were where I bonded with my pledge class and then fellow brothers after we initiated. It's where we welcomed countless new pledges who eventually turned into members. After graduating, I've stayed in contact with many of my friends and visited them in places around the country and hope to do so again when it's safe. Our houses are where we first created our bond of friendship, but those bonds are not tied to the physical houses. This development is our best chance at saving our home. Though it may seem massive at first glance, the financial viability of this project is dependent on economies of scale to work for both Patrick and our organization. This project will allow us to keep our cool little slice of North Lake Street with our gorgeous views of Lake Mendota and make sure we have a safe, comfortable space to be the heart of our organization so that new bonds of friendship can form, all while also providing students with affordable housing options close to campus.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Our next registrant is Dan Capabianca, 2116 University Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
All right. Hello, my name is Dan Capabianca, and I'm a recent alumni of Alpha Chi Sigma here at UW-Madison. I'm currently a first-year PhD student here and spent 5 years of my undergraduate career at ACTS serving in various positions in this organization, experiences which have molded me into the young professional that I am today, in addition to providing me with a lifetime of connections. Most notably of these positions was my time as Housing Committee Chair about a year ago, where I was the on-site manager for the day-to-day maintenance of the houses, in charge of paying our utility bills, and one of the student representatives for the chapter on Alpha Corps. As a previous resident of the 619 House 2, I can speak to many of the details and safety concerns regarding these houses from a student's perspective. For many of these reasons, I'm here today to ask the Plan Commission for approval of the demolition and conditional use permits for 619 and 621 North Lake Street. These houses hold hundreds of memories, for me and many others. Walking into them can be likened to strolling through a museum. The architecture has this olden, timeless feel to it. The walls are adorned with pictures of members past, and various artifacts give a brief snapshot into the history of our organization. Legacy is a very strong theme of ours, and as such, every object, picture, or part of the houses has some story or tradition that is passed along from older to younger members. However, that legacy is in jeopardy right now as the forces of entropy seek to drive us from our home that we have so lovingly tried to maintain. To put it bluntly, these houses are old and they are well past their useful life. They're quite literally falling apart, which makes them not a particularly comfortable place to live in, as I personally found out, and which many others here can corroborate. These issues include just about everything you can think of: leaky pipes, animal problems, aging electrical configurations, heating issues, and things just flat out breaking. Regarding leaky pipes, I've personally seen random wet spots on ceilings, accompanied by dripping water, falling ceiling tiles, and every toilet in both houses somehow breaking in the span of a couple months. On animals, I've seen my fair share of bugs in the summer, bats, way too many mice, and squirrels quite literally burrowing into my neighbor's room. The electrical wiring gave me so much anxiety when I was in charge of the houses, given the amount of dead switches and exposed wiring. The boilers break every single winter, and the houses are so drafty, our MG&E bill is sky high, regardless of our efforts to retain heat by plasticking the windows. Appliances and washers/dryers break regularly too. Despite winterizing the houses after vacating them, the boiler broke in the middle of Christmas break last year in 621, causing the pipes to freeze. We've tried to maintain these houses through requiring quote-unquote house points of collegiate members to clean and tidy up, to hiring professionals to fix the ever-increasing number of safety and quality issues. We've tried to fix everything, ran out of money, and got backed into a corner. We love these houses and their memories, but we cannot keep maintaining them without ripping the wiring, piping, boilers, walls, and floors out and replacing them. And at that point, you may as well just build a new building. Given our current situation, we've explored numerous possibilities and sought out Patrick to help us preserve our legacy and our home. Students have had an unprecedented say in the design of our floors, and we believe this is our best path forward. And despite our current predicament...
Thank you, Mr. Capabianca. That concludes your available time. Our next speaker, excuse me, is Nicholas Herman, Madison, in support, wishing to speak.
Hello. My name is Nick, and I am here today to ask the Plan Commission to approve the demolition and conditional use permits for the 619 and 621 North Lake Street apartment complexes. As a quick history, I was the Housing Committee Chair and acting landlord in the houses in 2014 and 2015. I had been the Housing Committee Chair that actually first began some of these inspections and paperwork that's already been provided to the committee today. I'd like to speak to some of the maintenance that was necessary during my time and how these projects affected the houses and their members during that era. In 621, one of the major projects was that we had our front porch begin to age and warp with time to the point where it was unsafe. We had brought Findorf in to rebuild this from the ground up. One of the skylights has been leaking through the third floor of 621, causing significant water damage. We've made several attempts at patching or preventing the leak from continuing. However, the water damage after the patches had been finally applied had still left mold issues that we fought for quite a long time. We had a sewage leak actually in our third floor of our 619 building because the main piping was still original cast iron from when the buildings were first built. The leak extended from the upper third floor down to the basement of pooling sewage on the concrete. I had to bring in a special cleaning crew in order to properly replumb the heavy cast iron pipes that line the walls and clean out all of the affected areas. Clean out meaning remove the drywall and sand down the studs to remove the fecal matter from the walls. We added air filters and purifiers to make sure air was clean from the mold. We had to do this after several reports of our members having respiratory issues. We had tried our best, but these projects are all age-related because the houses are just simply getting old. When I first found the sagging north wall in 621, where the floorboards, I could put my arm between the wall and the floor, I was afraid. As an engineering student, I knew that this was greater than I could fathom. Per Findorf's recommendation, we brought in Pierce engineers to professionally assess the situation. What we found that the foundation was eroding from the outside in. The moisture had seeped through the windows and the sills into the stucco wall where we initially tried to have a window project done, not a wall project. Our project manager advised us that the fix would require building a new structural wall outside of the building, anchoring to the building, removing the old wall, jacking up the existing building, causing most likely other damage to the rest of the structure, and that would then have to be assessed, only then to rebuild finally the last original wall. We installed a shoring wall that you've seen in some pictures today to hold the structure just to be safe for at least a short amount of time, but I and many others were afraid for the safety of future generations. What we brought today is our best option. It's the best chance for us to keep our home in a safe and functional way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. The next registrant is Jenny Dahlberg, 5313 Shaw Court, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Dahlberg.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jenny Dahlberg, and I had served as both a student and an alumni in service to the operations of the two properties in question tonight. I was a student from 2000 into 2004 and was the Student Housing Committee Chair for several years during that time. And then I later served as the Vice President of Alpha Corps, which is the Alumni Board. I'm speaking in favor tonight of the request to demolish the two properties as they have reached the end of their useful life, which you've heard about from many people. While I was the beneficiary as a student of living in a low rent living situation in these houses, and I learned a great deal about house management as well as general upkeep, including interacting with city inspectors and contractors, I'm sorry to say that the time has simply come to let these old houses go. During the time I was with the fraternity in the service roles, we tried tirelessly to keep up with maintenance issues that arose frequently due to the age of the properties. Approximately every 2 years, there were in the 13-year history that I was with the involvement in the programs, the city would identify either safety, electrical, or fire code issues that would require significant funding to repair. Several of those reached over $100,000 in incidents, and to have that financial burden every few years was just unsurmountable. We would have to take out loans and additional burdens that were simply just not maintainable. We could not sustain those. These costs were in addition to projects the fraternity chose to engage in during the time I was involved. The students asked for things like, please demo and rebuild our bathrooms in 619, which we did, both of them. We revised a bathroom in 621 and completely renovated both kitchens. Many hours were put into the upkeep of these houses by both students and alumni during my time in these roles. While the alumni board engaged in major projects and worked with contractors, the students were also conducting at least semesterly work days to undertake group projects such as painting that did not require specialized skills. If students had the expertise, we utilized that. Alpha Core approved a group of students to renovate the 621 library space to remove old plaster lath and ceiling and walls, along with old knob and tube electrical wiring that was still hot in places. The electrical was brought up to code along with insulation and new walls, making the space safe and usable for the chapter for its use in the tutoring program that it provided to campus. Despite all of these efforts, as the years passed, it became clear the growing list of maintenance needs far exceeds the available budget and resources of this organization. In my 20 years on campus as both a student and now as an employee, I have also noticed a shift for student involvement in housing projects. Students would rather focus on their education versus dealing with time-consuming responsibilities with aging properties, especially with limited resources. The proposed property construction will allow the student fraternity to focus on their mission, tutoring, outreach, scholarship, and leadership without the burdens of property management. After careful review of both the finances and alumni base, it's very clear we lack the critical mass to financially support a major renovation of the existing spaces. I would urge you to vote in support of the demolition and conditional use permits of these properties, as it is the best way to meet the needs of the student fraternity for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dahlberg. The next registrant is Jake Lapierre, 1325 Bowen Court, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chi Sigma fraternity.
Hello, and thank you for all your time for all these hearings. But I'm Jake Lapierre, and I represent the current students and members of Alpha Chi Sigma. Alpha Chi Sigma is a professional co-ed chemistry fraternity, which was founded here at UW-Madison in 1902. We have been a part of this university and this campus for over 100 years. Currently, I have the privilege of serving as chapter president for our Alpha chapter. Since joining the organization in 2017, I've seen the fraternity both with access to our houses and also once we had to abandon them. While our community of Alpha Chi Sigma is much larger and far-reaching than solely our houses, they provided a center and a home for anyone involved in Alpha Chi Sigma. In the past, we would meet regularly each week in a comfortable living room environment and just enjoy one another's company. The houses provided that space for us to organize, thrive, and most importantly, bond with one another. After the loss of our houses, we continued to meet each week, but instead used the UW chemistry building. This space served our organization's basic needs, but we lost many of the meaningful connections and closeness of our community. With this new project, the chapter would receive all of its needs for our community now, but also would ensure our future. We can meet and organize ourselves as we traditionally would have, but we can also restore our space to study, work, and bond with one another. The importance of having our own private space to operate cannot be overstated. Almost every member of Alpha Chi Sigma has said that it became their second family, and each family needs their own home. The greatest significance of our houses was that it was a safe, accepting space for anyone. Currently, we cannot offer that privacy and security to our members. With this new space, we will not only have the ability to build our community to what it was, but also to something even stronger. Overall, the development of this property would provide immense support for our organization now, but also for our future. We, the Alpha chapter of Alpha Chi Sigma, are humbly asking the Plan Commission to approve of this demolition and for the conditional use permits of 619 and 621 North Lake Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lapierre. The next registrant is Mara Williams, 615 West Johnson Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Hi, my name is Mara Williams. I'm a junior at UW-Madison, and I'm in Alpha Chi Sigma and have been for about a year or so. So I think it's really important to join this topic or view this topic from the student's perspective. I joined this fraternity when we were still living in the houses. The sense of the community that we had was amazing. Brothers were constantly spending time with one another and supporting each other when needed. I felt like I was a part of family on campus. After moving out of the houses, it's been really hard to connect with everyone since many brothers live in different buildings and have separate lives. It's been hard to run into brothers doing simple tasks like before. I was looking forward to living in the houses at some point. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen because I graduate next year, but I hope younger brothers have that opportunity in the future. I live in university housing right now as a junior, and it's very isolating. I wish I was able to live in housing with everyone in Alpha Chi Sigma because it provides such a strong support system. I think it is interesting how many adults, despite facing their own pandemic mental health issues, are less aware of the additional stress of being a student during these times. I'm certain that living with one another would lessen this burden because we would provide emotional support to one another. I can't stress how important fraternity housing is for us. Passing the prior houses on walks brings tears to my eyes. I've had a lot of memories in them, and I know brothers that are younger than me haven't. And it's just been really hard for our fraternity to say goodbye to our houses as a whole. In our final chapter meeting in the houses, we held a moment of silence, and there wasn't a dry face in the room. Young adults from all backgrounds had found a home in a community that happened to be housed in walls that were crumbling around them. We wish that there was an economical way to restore the current houses, but there's not. The new building will be a great opportunity for us to reunite and reestablish our brotherhood. I have never found a community like the one at Alpha Chi Sigma, and I beg you not to take it away from me, and I beg you not to take it away from my future brothers. They aren't just houses to us, they are a home for our family, a family composed of hundreds of inductees to the Alpha chapter, a family that may spread throughout the whole country after each graduation ceremony, but one that we can always come home to on the corner of Lake and Mendota. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. The next registrant is Elizabeth Feltman, 2902 Curry Parkway, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Alpha chapter of Alpha Chi Sigma, sorry. Ms. Feltman? Is there a Ms. Feltman?
Hello, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Feltman, and I am a recent alumnus of both Alpha Chi Sigma and the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I could speak for hours, and it wouldn't come close to fully conveying what these houses and this group means to me. When I look at these houses, I think of cramming 50 people in the chapter room for potluck Thanksgivings. I think of the camaraderie that came from countless late nights helping one another through advanced biochemistry problem sets. And I will never forget coming together for our tearful last chapter meeting before graduation. Not only was I an active member socially, but I also like to believe I was known as someone who would always be ready to assist with whatever the most recent housing project was. As someone who was deeply involved in the chapter housing committee itself immediately after joining, I will never forget laughing in the chapter room with my friends as we worked together to plastic windows for winter, replacing sinks, putting up shelves, installing carpeting. We worked hard to maintain these houses because it was our home. This is what made us unique. Our housing was never for profit. We worked hard to maintain the home because we wanted to. These houses provided countless members and future scientists a safe haven, but it also provided affordable housing. While it might not be the case for all members, my collegiate experience was molded significantly by financial strain. From the moment I moved out of my childhood home, I was completely on my own. There were semesters where I worked 2 different part-time jobs between classes to pay rent and save for tuition, all the while selling plasma twice a week to afford groceries. If it had not been for 621 North Lake Street, I honestly don't know what I would have done. Affordable housing is not just a student issue. It is a recurring topic for the entire city of Madison, let alone the country. I was able to balance working with being a full-time student only because I was close enough to campus that I could bike and walk everywhere year-round at any time of the day. There were times where I didn't finish working until the buses had stopped running, and I was able to safely walk home because I wasn't forced to live miles away from campus. I recognize that this is not a privilege many are able to find, but isn't that why we should be pushing for more affordable housing as we see with this project? I found a home with these people. My now fiance lived down the hall from me and was in my pledge class. But most importantly, I was able to find myself. I loved these houses. I lived in these houses for years. I wish more than anything that there was an easy fix to keep them as they are now. But the hard truth is that there isn't. I personally will always hold these houses in my fondest memories, but we need to think of the future. Without this project, our organization will lose a huge part of what has fundamentally made it so special, a safe place for all of its members. The future I hope to see in this redevelopment is one that welcomes a broader variety of students, and one where they all may benefit from the same stability, security, and camaraderie that these houses and this organization has provided for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Feltman. I am looking for a motion for a 5-minute recess. Alder Lemmer.
I move for a 5-minute recess.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Cantrell. Thank you. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. 5 minutes, folks. See you back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Road, Sun Prairie, in support and wishing to speak. Ms. Lind. You have 3 minutes. Ms. Lind?
I hear her very, very softly.
Ms. Lind, we aren't hearing you. Can you speak up or speak into your microphone? Ms. Lind? Hello? You're going to have to speak into your microphone and speak up, or we're going to have to go to the next person. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear me now?
You are still incredibly soft.
Okay, let's move to Lina Haig, 6421 Tonkinese Trail, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak. Ms. Haig.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, if you'd please advance to slide 14. All right, my name is Lina Haig. I'm an alumnus and professional member of Alpha Chi Sigma, and I'd like to highlight some of our key contributions and impact within the Madison community. Our core values have always been aligned with building a strong relationship with the university and having consistent community engagement. Alpha Chi Sigma has greatly expanded upon these ideals for over a century, both from a scientific and philanthropic mindset. Our key contribution to campus has been our chemistry tutoring service. This is a free service which is offered to any student enrolled in chemistry coursework. Students are encouraged to join us for help with chemistry concepts, homework, and test prep. Our members are diligent about keeping up an up-to-date library of textbooks, chemistry model kits, and archived exams to provide to our colleagues as resources. We received quite a bit of positive feedback from the students who attend, some going as far as to claim they may not have otherwise passed the course. I think you'd be very surprised to hear how many non-scientific undergrad majors require at least one chemistry course, and we welcome all students, regardless of their major or their involvement in Alpha Chi Sigma. If you were to ask any chemistry professor for a tutoring resource, they will point you to us. This is the type of professional chemistry outreach that is a priceless campus resource and currently the only one of its kind. Alpha Chi Sigma is active in the scientific community outside of the campus as well. We have participated routinely in biocore nights and after-school programs at local elementary and middle schools, allowing young students and their families to engage with us through fun demonstrations and hands-on learning. Not only are these events hosted on a volunteer basis and free of charge, but they expose students to science from a lens they may not have experienced prior in a classroom setting. Students attending schools with a low budget for scientific training or lab supplies are allowed a chance to further understand the importance and to renew their interest in pursuing science. Furthermore, our commitment to the Madison community does not stop with chemistry. Alpha Chi Sigma frequently volunteers to cook meals for families in need at the Ronald McDonald House, as well as packaging meals at the Second Harvest Food Bank. We've adopted a segment of the Beltline Highway, which we clean up a few times a year, and also participate in spreading cancer awareness by partnering with the St. Baldrick's Foundation. This is just to name a few. Alpha Chi Sigma has always been a community leader in promoting the sciences while concurrently engaging in other outreach activities wherever community support is needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Haig. Our next registrant is Julia Matthews, 1121 Rutledge Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak. Ms. Matthews.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
The 2018 Langdon Neighborhood Character Study and the listing of these houses as contributing structures in the National Historic District have been referenced as major arguments to recommend against our redevelopment plan. Because of this, I think we have to seek answers to the questions of what makes a house or district historic and what the mission and purpose are of the historical preservation work in this city. Your DPCED page on historic preservation planning states that it works to protect the historic resources that represent the city's unique and diverse heritage. And the City Historic Preservation Plan stated that it will identify, celebrate, and preserve the places that represent our collective histories. But what is more central to preserving the history of a neighborhood? Maintaining the physical structures and architecture, or nurturing the communities that brought this rich history to the neighborhood and continue to play an active role in a continuous culture moving forward? While the Langdon Character Study focused mainly on building structures and architecture, the historical context section describes the transformation of the neighborhood to accommodate growing student populations, first by crowded rooming houses, and then by the founding and housing of Greek letter organizations. The study continues to say that the longest standing Greek organizations have kept many traditions alive, influencing the atmosphere of the neighborhood, which remains predominantly student housing. Alpha Chi Sigma has made its home on the North Lake Street for nearly 100 years. And in that time, we have contributed greatly to the historic. We have contributed greatly to the culture and historic status of the neighborhood. The houses have been used for the designated historic purpose and have drawn students to this neighborhood from all walks of life. Every semester, we initiate a new class of members, all who spend considerable amounts of time on this street studying, socializing, and building lifelong connections. Additionally, we offer free public tutoring, which brings both our members and the general student populace to this street to further their aspirations as students and teachers in chemistry on a near weekly basis. In just the last 60 years, half of our organization's life, we have initiated 1,215 members who have all contributed to the character of this street, whether they lived in the houses or not. While there have been some good faith discussions over the opposition to this plan, much of it has come from weaponizing historic preservation at the expense of preserving the true history and heritage which our organization proliferates every day. This opposition continues to try and hold our nonprofit housing core of alumni and volunteers to the same standard as for-profit developers, business owners, and landlords, while ignoring the reality that every member of the fraternity and housing core have in some ways considered this space home, and that this plan is the last chance we have to continue our collective history on the space that is 619 and 621 North Lake Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. The next registrant is Andrew Weisman, 2902 Curry Parkway, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Weisman.
Hi, so I'm Drew Weisman. I came to Madison from out of state 8 years ago, joined ACTS in 2013, and I now live in Madison permanently and work as a plastics engineer nearby. And as we discuss the future of the properties of 619 and 621 North Lake Street, I think it's important to keep in mind their context in the surrounding area. Even a cursory visit to the 600 block of Langdon Street reveals that it's of a very different nature to the bulk of the Langdon neighborhood. Many of the arguments against this redevelopment proposal hinge on the fact that these properties are listed as contributing to the National Historic District, and an argument that they serve as a gateway to the historical architecture in the area. You'll hear the opposition using all sorts of slippery slope and domino effect arguments that redeveloping these properties will put us on a path that substantially destroys the neighborhood's historical fabric. But if these properties are a cornerstone and gateway to the district's historical architecture, why is it that your only two routes to reach similar architecture in the spine of the historical neighborhood over on Langdon Street are flanked on both sides by near continuous 6-story or higher multifamily apartment complexes, and one of them requires you to pass through the Lowell Center parking garage? While it's true that the 600 block serves as a transitional triple point between campus, State Street, and the quieter residential parts of the neighborhood, these properties as historical pieces are entirely cut off from the rest. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that the current structures stand out against their neighbors and impede an otherwise logical transition from urban to serene that is accomplished by the block as a whole. The architecture in the current proposal will integrate much better with the rest of this transitional block, and its setbacks and terrace stepback are a more seamless way to distinguish it as the start of a residential neighborhood. The fact that this block is singled out as part of a larger 8-story zoning regulation shows that it's already been recognized as a standout from the rest of the neighborhood, and that the possibility of higher density development has already been emphasized in the city plans. Further relating to the city plans, both the comprehensive plan and specifically the downtown plan call for infill to provide more housing opportunities for students in this area and for housing that promotes walkable urban living by its proximity to campus and downtown. Not only does the current proposal align with the broad plan in this way, but it furthers the goals of bringing diversity via more affordable housing options and by transitioning toward more sustainable residences. My last point that I'd like to bring up for consideration is the impact on safety in the area. We've had numerous incidents over the years of people vandalizing our property, raiding our dumpsters, sleeping in the basement stairwell, and even a break-in through the back door. A major contributing factor in all of this was the secluded and poorly lit alleyway behind our houses, which is just off of a bustling pedestrian route from Lake Mendota to State Street. The proposal we discussed today takes a massive stride in crime prevention through environmental design to improve safety in the area. So when you consider the future of the city, especially with regard to integrated transitions between neighborhoods, accommodating more students by infill near campus, and safety along the proposed Langdon mid-block path, our redevelopment proposal is the obvious choice over renovation in kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weisman. Our next registrant is Sarah Hall, 1000 Aventine Drive in Arden, North Carolina. Support, wishing to speak. Ms. Hall.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hall. I go by they, them pronouns. I'm a 2019 graduate of UW-Madison and have been a member of Alpha Chi Sigma since 2015 and lived in 621 for 2 years. The speakers before me that are in support of moving forward with the demolition and conditional use permits have laid out how forcing the preservation of the structures as they stand would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, therefore limiting the number of residential space and raising the price of rent, thus systematically excluding people based on income and in turn excluding people who are systematically disenfranchised in our country. Do we value diversity more than we are willing to ignore displacement? Opposers to this project have tried to give the gateway to the historic district argument, but I think previous comments by supporters showcase how those against really just want to have control over who is allowed to live in this space. By going against this project, you will be slamming the 10-foot unscalable gate in the faces of the LGBTQ+, people of color, disabled people, and others that do not fit into the conventionally attractive, straight-passing, well-off ideal that makes up a majority of fraternities and sororities housed in the Langdon district. To be honest, as a non-binary person, there is not a sorority or fraternity except for Alpha Chi Sigma that would even let me join their ranks, even if I met other criteria, let alone live in the home. You are not preserving this area. You are elitists pushing an agenda that benefits no one, an agenda that will further gentrify an already whitewashed area. I am tired of white liberalism claiming to be this progressive and inclusive movement when it blatantly works against marginalized people. If you value history, culture, diversity, and most of all, if you value people, like so many city plan documents say they do, you will move forward with the proposed demolition and conditional use permit of 619 and 621 North Lake Street in order to keep a diverse and thriving community where it has been on the corner of Lake and Mendota for the past 100 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Our next registrant is Nick Javak, 1121 Rutledge, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Hello, I'm calling in support. I don't have any connection to the house. I just like paying attention to the city meetings, and I just want to speak about, I guess, two things. First, the proposal, the conditional proposal reminds me a lot of my time in undergrad here in Madison, and the housing provided an affordable option for a younger population of students just on their own as adults for the first time, and being able to meet a vital need for people that are looking for a place to live, as so many speakers earlier have talked about navigating being financially independent for the first time in their life. I guess I also want to bring up the Plan Commission meeting from November 9th in the Legistar 62096 in the demolition permit conditional use for 402 through 414 East Washington Avenue. This housing, which you passed almost unanimously during the last meeting, reminds me a lot of the housing of my MBA classmates that I had during the last 2 years, who are all looking forward to six-figure corporate salaries post-graduation. Myself, I have worked in nonprofit fundraising my whole life, and so I've always looked for cheaper housing options. And I guess I also just want to speak to, it's very clearly obvious that the Housing Corporation has gone through the effort and fundraising is not as easy as just finding someone and asking them for money. If the Housing Corporation was able to support this cause and to rehab the houses in a way that seemed feasible, it's very clearly obvious based on the passion and turnout of the group tonight that would have happened. And it clearly just isn't possible. The houses clearly are not salvageable economically or anything, to a lot of dismay of members of ACTS, and they're going to need to come down. And I guess why not go with this option that's going to provide all the great things that the city plan, like city planning documents all talk about, rather than wait for the houses to come down and be replaced by a building much similar to the one that was passed last meeting that is not going to meet the needs of the area, specifically affordable housing for undergrads. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Javak. The next registrant is William White, 2708 Lakeland Avenue, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Patrick Corcoran, Patrick Properties. Mr. White.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to confirm that you can hear me?
Yes.
Good. I would actually like number 6 of the images to be placed on the screen, if possible, Colin. So numbers, yeah, that'll do. First of all, I want to thank everybody on the Plan Commission for the late night and listening to all the discussion that's going on. I do want to make a couple of points, though. One is that the Langdon Street is the edge of the district. It's not in the district. It is surrounded by buildings that are much bigger than it is. In addition, it's across the street from the UW. And the UW, 619 and 621 face a brick wall that is constructed by the university. When you look at the university plan, it shows a huge building over in the Langdon Street corridor where where they want people to live. So, the city also is kind of confusing. Because it does, it has a federal district, but it doesn't have a local district. It has the downtown plan, but it doesn't have the comp plan. We got to figure this out and going forward. And then if the city wants to open up its coffers to help fund the rehabilitation of these structures, then please do it, but it won't, and it hasn't so far, and it won't in the future. The neighborhood association supports this particular project. The chemistry folks that you've listened to for a long time also support this. And the fact of the matter is that this is a fraternity that is bisexual. It has 2 different types of sexes that are in it. It has a very, very strong sense of present tense. And we support the Langdon, the whole idea of a historic district, but this isn't it. This isn't it at all. I mean, if you look at this map, if you look at this picture, it's rare that you even show that the historic structures are there, much less that they're in good shape. So that being said, we would like to suggest that the demolition permit be granted and that the conditional use permit standards have been met.
Thank you, Mr. White. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Bridget Maniaci, 3521 Lexington Avenue, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chi Sigma. Ms. Maniaci.
Hi there. Good evening. I have a PowerPoint slide deck. If we could bring that up, please.
Sorry, my computer froze 1 second.
Sure.
I did have it.
No problem. All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. I'm Bridget Maniaci, former District 2 alderperson, served on the Landmarks Commission from 2009 to 11. Next slide, please. All right, so let's all breathe a little bit and take a step back and look at what we're looking at here. I thought that the drawing and up on the top corner is very good because it shows where the local district boundaries are relative to the neighborhood for the historic district. And the picture on the left is from the Historic Preservation Planner report. Excellent report. Please dig in on it. There's a lot, I think, in there to discuss. Next slide, please. I wrote a very detailed memo. I hope you guys had a chance to read it. Would love to discuss in greater depth with you about it. I was the alderperson when the 2012 downtown plan was passed. One of the things I really noticed about with the staff report that came out talking about the downtown plan was I sat back and went, wait a minute, there was all this other stuff. And the reality is that the 2006 comprehensive plan had all kinds of information about downtown, about Langdon Street, about student housing. None of that made it forward into the 2018 comprehensive plan. But I think if you're going to say that you have to consider the 2012 downtown plan, you need to understand the context and the background of what was on the book statutorily at the time it was passed. I'd like to also bring your attention, Amy Scanlon back in 2013 wrote a very good memo, former preservation planner for the city, talking about the local versus national historic district. There's also, I found in the records, a building inspection note specific to these properties about how they were not required to be built to landmark standards. I included in the memo a lot of detail. Hope you looked up the Legistars on Theta Chi and Iota Court. Next slide. 2018 comprehensive plan listed this block as the example for high residential. You can go pull it, look at the details around it. I feel like really this does meet the housing strategies in areas 2, 3, and 4 of the comp plan. It really supports efficient, dense land use connected to transportation, employment, UW, and the affordable housing goals. I'm so proud of all the young adults who showed up tonight to talk about their experience and what it means to live in this neighborhood. The other thing I'd like you to consider is that the campus master plan is also a legally binding document. And this is where being on the edge of that campus environment comes into play. Both the downtown plan and the master plan talk about these elements. If you go to the next slide. So I think there's a lot to dig in on here. There's obviously a lot of emotion. There's been successful projects in the past that have been able to.
Thank you, Ms. Maniaci. That concludes your available time.
Yep.
The next registrant is Sarah Hanna, 2248 Deming Way, Middleton, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chi Sigma and Patrick Properties. Ms. Hanna.
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. My name is Sarah Hanna, and I work with Team GBA, but I've had the pleasure of working with Alpha Chi Sigma and the Alchemy family for the duration of this project. I can honestly say that I've enjoyed every minute researching Alpha Chi Sigma's rich and inspiring history. We've heard it all night long, and really diving into this organization's past 100 years, and then further imagining what the next 100 years has in store for future generations of this academic organization. For the sake of time, I will briefly touch on the branding and identity of the Alchemy. Would the moderator please refer back to page 7 of the previous deck? As previously mentioned by the other speakers, Alpha Chi Sigma was founded right here at the University of Wisconsin-Madison and is the only professional chemistry fraternity on campus. When our team first began working on the story and identity of this amazing, diverse, incredible, just student organization, it became clear that to look towards the future, we first had to look towards the past. So how does alchemy come into play? The study of alchemy can be defined as the process of taking something ordinary and then turning it into something extraordinary. And alchemy was and is essentially the prehistory of modern chemistry. With that all in mind, it just made sense that the future home of the Alpha Chi Sigma would go hand in hand with the ancient study of alchemy. In fact, the 4 basic symbols of alchemy are earth, wind, and fire, and air. And you can see the symbols in the bottom right corner of the page. So in developing the branding of alchemy, the 2 overlapping triangles are representing the 2 stages of Alpha Chi Sigma. The first stage celebrates the past 100 years full of discovery and growth and professional achievement. And the second triangle represents the next 100 years full of ambition and drive and promise and hope. Both symbols are seen overlapping in one another, and that's where we find ourselves today. Alpha Chi Sigma has found itself in a transformational phase. The alchemy celebrates the past as we look towards the future. This chapter is currently seeing its once-in-a-lifetime, extraordinary transformation, and the alchemy will be the bridge that spans the last 100 wonderful years to the next 100 incredible years. I want to thank everyone for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. The next registrant is Jeff Brenkus, 2248 Deming Way, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Alpha Chi Sigma and Patrick Properties. Mr. Brenkus.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Jeff Brenkus with GBA Architecture. Colin, if you could pull up slide number 8 from that original deck that we were presenting on. Thank you. While we were here to discuss the merits of demolition, we wanted to circle back and provide a better feel for some of the design features of the proposed project. The site is broken up with the west side being activated via an elevated patio with the detailed landscaping, subtle lighting, and large amounts of glass that allows transparency to the more public first floor spaces. This will greatly enhance the pedestrian experience for Lake Street and for the interior Langdon pathway that extends down Mendota Court. The ADA path and main entrance provides the obvious primary arrival sequence for tenants and for guests. The end result is an open, activated corner that provides a secure environment for everyone using Lake and Mendota Court. The east side is hidden from the street and is where the utilitarian elements are proposed. Refuse, bike, moped parking, and short-term vehicle parking are all out of the public eye, with much of it inside a security fence. Next slide, please. The floor plans on this page show that the fraternity spaces are located primarily on the levels 1 and 2, with the market rate apartment on the remaining level. Next slide, please, Colin. The last item I'm going to focus on is the building facade. Colin, please scroll through to slides 12 and 13. This will show a closer look of the building. The 8-story facade is developed to be a simple, timeless design that bridges the gap between the civic design to the west and the respecting the multifamily developments to the east. The structure is quite refined in its shape and its associated details. The primary floating form has a classic window order that includes subtle masonry and glazing details you can see on the corner of slide number 12. Large windows are reminiscent of what you see in transitional neighborhoods in major cities throughout the country. We've added a unique feature with a large operable window that opens up to the living rooms, bringing the outside in. This is in lieu of having several patios facing Lake Street and thus greatly reducing noise and other distractions. We've added a subtle vertical recess next to the windows, as you can see in the lower right.
Thank you, Mr. Brenkus. That concludes your available time.
Thank you.
The next registrant is Patrick Corcoran, 2417 University Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Please put up slide 11. Thank you. Yes, my name is Patrick Corcoran. I am the owner and president of Patrick Properties. I was born and raised here in Madison. Walking distance, grew up in walking distance of UW campus. My family has been involved in downtown and campus buildings and properties for well over 50 years. This includes the Ambassador by the Lake, 522 North Pinckney Street, 5-story brick building, which is approaching 100 years that we have been gratefully in charge of for 40 of those years. Matter of fact, my family's been a stakeholder on this specific block for more than 40 years also. I've personally been in business for over 20 years. I know I'm on this project, I am listed as the developer. Excuse me, I am more of a property manager than a developer. I'm not a large corporation. I don't go into cities and build properties and then sell them to REITs and then move along. When I build a building, I manage it and I take care of it. Several years ago, I was approached by members of the Alpha Chi Sigma fraternity regarding their living situation on North Lake Street. Over a period of several months, they came back to me and asked if I would be interested. They had an idea where they would like to replace the structures with a new building on that site. They interviewed several developers and they chose me, which I was honored that they would, to help them shepherd this and facilitate this project through the city process. I could quickly see that these buildings were well past their useful life. This was not demolition by neglect by any means. These are buildings that are older and they're done with their useful life. I did build 621 Mendota Court, which is just several doors down. It was a very nice addition to that neighborhood. And I think that's one of the reasons that I was sought out by this group. I'm available for any questions if anyone would like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran. The next registrant is Frances Ingebrigtsen, 504 Wisconsin Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Ingebrigtsen.
You may need to hit *6 to unmute yourself on a phone.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to state that I fully support the submittals that you have received from Linda Leonard and Bob Kleba. I hope Commission members have had some time to look at the photos of the properties in the 600 block on North Lake Street and the properties on Mendota Court. This area makes a wonderful transition from UW's campus into the Langdon neighborhood. In this small area, there are 8 houses and 2 apartment buildings built between 1896 and 1926. The vast majority of the buildings in the 600 block of North Lake and Mendota Court contribute to the Langdon Street National Register Historic District. I want to mention the importance of the houses on Mendota Court. The 2018 Langdon Neighborhood Character Study emphasized the unique characteristics of the narrow roadways and dead-end courts that exist in the Mendota Court, Iota Court, Howard Place, Lake Lawn Place, East Lake Lawn, and West Lawn Place. Quoting the 2018 Langdon Neighborhood Character Study, quote, "One feels while walking through these streets and walkways that this is truly a special place. This urban environment provides a glimpse into the past. Rarely Can such an experience be had outside of colonial area settlements, such as Boston or Philadelphia? Yet it exists here in Madison. If this proposed demolition is allowed to move forward, despite not meeting the standards of approval, a precedent will be set. If the North Lake Street houses are demolished and some of the Mendota Court properties will also be at risk of demolition, and the demolition fever will spread throughout the Langdon neighborhood. Madison's historic resources are a huge economic benefit to the city. We need to protect what is unique about our built environment. We need to protect the integrity of our historic resources, because when they're gone forever. Please deny the request for demolition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ingebretson. Our next registrant is Elias Zarofsky, 2729 Marlage Street, Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Support, wishes to speak, representing the Campus Area Neighborhood Association.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so I'm Eli. I'm a student at UW-Madison. I actually lived in this neighborhood for the past 2 years while I was elected vice president. I had to move, of course, because of COVID. I'll be moving back there next year, so I feel my opinion is very valid as I was elected there, right? One thing I would just like to mention is please check out our steering committee report. There's a lot of hours spent on that. That really weighed all the different opinions on this development. I registered in support due to not my personal opinion, but rather the opinion of the neighborhood and the opinions of the steering committee. I found the majority of people that looked at this report were in support of this development. Of course, you have to determine the technicalities of it, but I do want to voice that student voice is important in this project. Overwhelmingly, students did support this project, and they overwhelmingly make up the population of our neighborhood. So I think the student voice is extremely important in this. I also think that the aspects of affordability are very important in this project, as mentioned by people in this neighborhood. So please read the steering committee report, take it seriously, please. A lot of hours are spent on that, building a consensus around this property that is being proposed. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zarofsky. The next registrant is Linda Leonards, South Patterson Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Leonards.
Hello. I'd like to first I sent several letters. I'm not going to talk about the comment letters. I'm assuming they've been read. But a couple of comments about comments that have already been made tonight. You had somebody talking about who's an architect with historical experience, talking about the houses would likely be left out of a historic nomination if it was made today. That is inaccurate. We just had the Langdon Street character study and they were included. There were a number of comments about structural issues, other issues, yet there is not any condition report. There's been talk about affordable housing, but there has been no information provided as to what the housing is going to cost. There's been talk by the paid representatives about interaction with the campus plan. Well, the campus plan is more about interlacing the edge of campus with the non-university uses. It's not about interlacing the downtown with the campus. And there's been a lot of very emotional talk about the value of the fraternity, and that certainly is appreciated, I think, by all. But whether the value is like somebody talking earlier today about their home is 75 years or a fraternity that has a lot of support, the city plans still apply. And one issue that that I'd like to bring up is the new construction. Mr. White in his letters made clear that this building will be unique by providing two types of apartment formats, a rooming house and a standard apartments, while also being the home of a social and professional fraternal organization. And in the DR2 zoning district, which this is, dwelling units in mixed use buildings are not permitted. And a lodging house, fraternity or sorority is one use, and a multifamily dwelling is another use. These are distinct uses, and one, the fraternity their property is taxed as a commercial use. So if you can't have mixed use buildings, it sort of begs the question of how this can be a mixed use building. In 2019, the city approved Madison General Ordinance 28.130 that allows incidental uses, but the incidental use has to be affiliated with the principal use. And the drafter's analysis of that, what affiliated with meant, is that affiliation was through something such as common ownership. And at least for me, the affiliation in this particular project is not clear at all. And so I question whether this joint sort of project can go forward. In Mr. White's letter, he talked about there's no way to determine if a future study. Oh, I'm done.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Leonard. Your 3 minutes are up. The next registrant is Bob Kleba, 704 East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Kleba.
Unmute. Okay. So I have submitted detailed comments documenting why the Landmarks Commission and Planning Division staff were correct to recommend that the Plan Commission deny the request for demolition. I hope you have had the time to review the points that I have made in these documents. I would like to draw your attention to the documents submitted by the applicant and their lobbyists. Without much effort, you can see photos, read building code violation reports and structural engineering reports, and come away with the impression that the building owners have been deferring required maintenance, resulting in demolition by neglect. Alpha Chi Sigma has been neglecting regular maintenance on their buildings for years, probably decades. They presented elaborate excuses for their inability to keep up with regular repairs. Now they argue their lack of upkeep forces them to abandon and demolish the buildings. I feel bad for the fraternity members in the building corporation. They've been seduced by a developer who has promised them a brand new space with 21st century amenities if they sell them their properties. The developer will get to use over 75% of the building space to rent out market rate apartments, realizing a huge return on his investment. We hear from the applicant that demolition is the only option available. Please note that there has been no professional report done on the building's condition or health safety. In my virtual tour of the buildings, the interior condition was good and appeared to function well as a fraternity. Of course, there was chipped and cracked plaster, just like in my house. From the photos presented by the applicant, I expected much worse and was pleasantly surprised during the tour. Keep in mind that condition of the building cited by the applicant's contractors came from the applicant without any substantiation. These conditions have been falsely repeated by most parties, including Planning Division staff. There has also been no proper historic report done on the buildings, in spite of their contributing to an historic district. In my discussion with the principal architect for the historic survey, I was told that she had a very narrow focus. 1, document changes done since the period of interest of the historic district, and 2, define how the buildings relate to the rest of the neighborhood. We heard a bit of that tonight. The contractor, Legacy Architecture, never went inside the buildings. Furthermore, conclusions drawn in this report contradict the city's report on the historic district. Finally, there are many reasons that the request for demolition should be denied and the proposed building is inappropriate for the location. The only argument for demolition seems to be the overwhelming support of the Alpha Chi Sigma community. As a chemist who received his degree from the UW-Madison, I am sympathetic and impressed by their solidarity. But I strongly encourage the Commission to deny the request for demolition and the conditional use permit in order to preserve our city's shared historic fabric. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleba. The next registrant is Eric Jacobson, 10428 Ian Court, Stockton, California, in support, wishing to speak.
Oh, apologies, I already spoke.
That's what I thought. It sounded familiar. Okay. Benjamin Norman Pierre, 146 Langdon Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Corey Burns, 1627 Madison Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer question. Arusha Gupta, 1314 Spring Street, Madison, support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Joel Thomas, Hastings, Minnesota, support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Matt Bauman, Sunrise Bay, Wanakee, support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Jacqueline DeBoth, Dodgeville, Wisconsin, support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Taylor Matayak, Mendota Court, Madison, support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Judith Burston, Ottawa Trail, Madison, support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Ms. Stouter.
Yes, I think we have the registrant who was unable to be heard before on the phone now. I think it's, let me go back here.
Okay.
Laura Lindy.
Okay. Ms. Lindy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I apologize for earlier. Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Lindy, and I'm an alumni member of Alpha Chi Sigma. I'm here today to read a letter of support signed by 125 brothers of our fraternity. It reads as follows. To the members of the Plan Commission, we, the below signed, are in support of the demolition and conditional use permit request for the Alpha Chi Sigma chapters at 621 and 619 North Lake Street. We all joined Alpha Chi Sigma at various points throughout the fraternity's long history at UW-Madison since its founding there in 1902. It is safe to say that all of us, whether through living in the houses or spending time there for meetings and events, could speak to the rapid decay of their structural integrity and function. I'm not going to go over all of the issues that we've already heard for the sake of time. The houses are beautiful and historic at first glance, but with their centuries-old charm comes tangible and costly concerns. For the fraternity, the true history of the house lies within its walls. It is where we congregate for meetings and meals, initiate our new members, and provide opportunities for learning and growing. It is where we make lifelong bonds and where some meet their future spouses. It is where we celebrate each other's successes and gather to mourn brothers lost too soon. For those of us that still live nearby, the houses provide a space to participate in events and reunite with other alumni. We believe we speak for most members when we say tearing down 621 and 619 is heartbreaking. We love to stop by them when we visit downtown, smiling while pointing them out to our friends and family. We tell stories about nights on the porch, early mornings watching the sunrise over the lake, and procrastinating in the front library while attempting to finish our organic chemistry homework. The houses hold decades of memories like ours. More than anything, we want to ensure that future generations of brothers have the ability to gather and live in a space that is theirs, where they can make their own memories and carry out their fraternal obligations. That is no longer possible in the houses as they stand. The new design has been thoughtfully and carefully planned out and is the best option for our fraternity. Though the home of Alpha Chi Sigma Alpha Chapter will look different from the outside, we sincerely hope it always remains at the corner of Lake and Mendota. Sincerely, 125 supporters, including 41 in Madison, an additional 24 throughout the state, and 60 located outside of Wisconsin, including 3 internationally in Spain and Sweden. We, the alumni of Alpha Chi Sigma Alpha Chapter, are massively in favor of this project to preserve our organization and our tie to the community for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, are there questions of staff? Oh, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you.
I'd be interested in hearing either from, well, it could be planning staff or if Matt Tucker is still here, about the question regarding whether or not this proposed building is a mixed use development or not. That was brought up in testimony.
I can try to answer that, and Ms. Stouter may jump in if necessary. But it's my understanding from discussions with Matt Tucker that that the fraternity is a residential type, and so it's thought of as a residential building then.
So therefore not a mixed use building in the mind of the zoning administrator.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Alder?
Oh, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect to all the hours of testimony, I move to place this on file. I don't believe that item number 17, 619 to 621 North Lake Street meets the standards for the demolition or the conditional use standards.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Heck. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Chair. I think the staff report did a good job of outlining the importance of these contributing buildings to the area plans that, start with the downtown plan and the comp plan and the more recent 2018 Langdon neighborhood character study. And they all point to that block being pretty much intact and the importance of preserving that there's other places to have infill in this area, a highly desirable area, but not for the spaces that are contributing, and it does not lead to normal and orderly development.
Thank you, Alder. Other discussion, comments? Commissioner Cantrell.
I'm going to be supporting the motion. The testimony was very moving, and I do think that this is, if I were in their shoes, this would be the option that I would be investigating. But unfortunately, I do agree that this block face with the residential structures that are currently existing there provides a gateway to the Langdon Street eventual historic district. I know it's a National Register district now, but I think it will be in the near future a local district. And I think that removing these two buildings, I think puts in jeopardy the other three buildings within this block face. And that bothers me a great deal. So that's why I'm supporting the motion and believe that I hope the fraternity finds another option that could work with the existing buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Solheim.
I'll be supporting the motion as well, but I just wanted to echo those sentiments and especially say to all of the current students and former students who put in so much time to, work on repairs and try to keep the buildings going as they did. I certainly appreciate that and their time tonight. But as outlined in the staff report, I don't think it has to be a local historic district to see the value of these buildings, and our plans talk about preserving those that are contributing in the federal historic district, which is why I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion, input? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 18, Legistar 62600, 4606 Hammersley Road, 10th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a warehouse, consideration of a conditional use to construct a mixed-use building with greater than 24 dwelling units in the commercial corridor transitional district, consideration of a conditional use to allow a multi-tenant building in the CCT district exceeding 40,000 square feet floor area, consideration of a conditional use for a multi-family dwelling with greater than 8 units in the CCT district, and consideration of a conditional use in the CCT district for a mixed-use building with less than 75% residential ground floor area to construct a 3-story mixed-use building with approximately 1,750 square feet of commercial space and 53 apartments. And we do have a staff presentation. Mr. Punt, you're up again.
Yes, thank you again. So the applicant for this proposal is requesting approval of a demolition permit to demolish the commercial building and conditional uses for a 3-story mixed-use building. The existing building has previously been used as a post office and furniture store. The site is a little different in that the comprehensive plan actually has 2 land use recommendations. It recommends medium residential on the eastern half of the parcel and general commercial for the western half of the parcel. The site is not within any neighborhood or special area plan, so that makes it interesting. As it is adjacent to residential development on the north, the proposal does satisfactorily address the required step down adjacent to residential properties. Staff does believe that the applicable standards can be found met, and again, happy to answer questions after the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Punt. I will open the public hearing. We will first hear from Dwayne Johnson, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Ripple Trust. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Colin, could we pull up our slides? Thank you. Our proposed redevelopment is located on Hammersley Road across from the SSM Health Building's parking lot. To our east and north are multifamily residential buildings, and to the northwest is a mix of duplexes and single-family residential homes. The site is 3/4 of an acre and currently has a large paved parking area and a single-story warehouse building that is currently vacant. The site is zoned CCT. CCT zoning would allow a building up to 5 stories and 68 feet in height. And as we heard earlier, has some pretty intense uses, as Alder Foster summarized. Fitting within the conditional use guidelines of CCT, we intend on maintaining the current zoning. Next slide, please. We are proposing a 3-story mixed-use building with 1,700 square feet of commercial space and 53 dwelling units. The building is U-shaped with a first floor courtyard at the center area. Our building setbacks are larger than required. Most notable is the side yard setback on the north side. This is required to be 6 feet. We are providing 12 and 13 feet at each wing. Each wing also has an additional step back above the second floor. Our 64 underground parking stalls would be accessed from Hammersley Road. We have an additional 9 stalls on the first floor that would be entered from Heritage Circle. Additional parking was requested by the neighborhood, which is why we have this amount of parking. Our total parking is now 73 stalls, which we feel would adequately support the small commercial and 53 residential units. We are at a connection point to the southwest bike path, and we expect a good amount of bike traffic. So we have located 53 bike stalls in the basement and also site bike parking, and then a bike repair station near the underground parking entrance. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan. The 1,700 square feet of commercial shown here in purple is entered from the corner, and then the 9 stall enclosed at-grade parking is shown in gray at the northeast corner. The remaining first floor area is used for lobby, office, exercise, and a mix of studio, 1-bedroom, and 2-bedroom apartments. Next slide. The second floor is a mix of unit types, all accessible from elevator and all with their own private balcony. Next slide. The third level has 19 additional units, as well as a tenant community room and plaza located at the southeast corner of the building. Here you can see the building step backs on the north, which are about 12 feet, and allow areas for private patios at the northernmost units. I'll now turn it over to Randy Bruce to review the exterior design. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Randy Bruce, 7601 University Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Ripple Trust, to be followed by Kelly Track. Mr. Bruce.
Thank you very much. This slide shows our building in adjacent to the neighbors. The top elevation is from Heritage. On the far left-hand side is a commercial space. But I show both of these elevations to show the step down. We are just a 3-story building, but stepping down even to 2 stories towards the back of the site where it abuts the residential uses. Next slide, please. Here's a rendering looking at it at the building from Hammersley and Heritage. You're really focusing here on the commercial space on the corner. You can see on the upper level the community space that opens onto the roof plaza. So there is a step down at that corner as well. The materials are a mix of light colored brick, horizontal composite siding, and a wood look horizontal siding, in addition to some metal accents. Next slide, please. Here we're looking at the building from the opposite corner, from Pontiac and Hammersley. You can see that the Pontiac Trail has a significant, we've got a significant setback there, 20-foot yard that allows for some extensive landscaping. The Hammersley Road elevation is really activated by a series of individual entrances, and we think it's going to be a striking residential addition to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. And then finally, this slide shows what the building would look like from Pontiac Trail. You can see how the building steps down here as well, 3 stories to 2 stories in the back. The materials on this face and the back of the building become a little simpler. We're not using as many materials, trying to keep a more residential look to the building. Next slide, please. We did have a couple of neighborhood meetings in both August and September. The first meeting, there were some concerns that were brought up, traffic and parking primarily. There is also a desire for some more privacy for properties to the north, as well as some more sustainability features. So we did address those issues between the two meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Kelly Track, 5400 King James Way, Madison. Neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, representing KL Engineering for Kanothi Bruce Architects. Ms. Track.
Hi, yes, thank you. As Randy mentioned, there were some traffic concerns from the neighborhood. So we were hired to kind of look at and complete a traffic study for this proposed development. As part of that, we gathered traffic counts at 4 intersections close to the proposed development. This data was used to perform a traffic analysis and to kind of help understand those existing traffic patterns in the area. With the proposed site, as Dwayne and Randy mentioned, the anticipated traffic for the proposed development is 315 weekday trips and 21 trips during the AM peak hour and 28 trips during the PM peak hour. As Colin mentioned earlier, this was a post office in the past and other land uses, and several of those would have had higher traffic generated as a result. So this is a decrease from some of the previous land uses here. From there, we looked at trip distribution. 60% were headed towards the Beltline, 20% on South Midvale Boulevard, and 20% to Nakoma. Next slide. To address some of the neighborhood considerations, traffic headed to and from north on South Midvale Boulevard was the main concern because they would use Pontiac Trail as a possible route to get to their destinations or come home. 20% of the new trips are projected to go this way, and you can see those numbers on the screen. There's 2 main routes that are available, Hammersley to South Midvale and then Pontiac Trail to Yuma. As you can see, Pontiac Trail is a little bit more windy and not as much of a direct route. So we anticipate about 25% of that traffic would use Pontiac Trail, about 1 trip during those peak hours. Next slide. So looking a little bit more at the feasibility of Pontiac Trail, there are several limiting factors. The roadway typical section being narrow and frequently used by pedons bikes. The proposed development has no driveway access to and from Pontiac Trail. It's a non-direct route through the neighborhood. The location of the development also plays a role. Based on the existing traffic counts and data gathered, it is not being used currently on other developments along Hammersley Road, and just the unsignalized access onto South Midvale Boulevard from Yuma Drive with some site restrictions. So the signalized intersection of Hammersley Road, we believe, would provide better access and would be used by most people, and do not believe the cut through would be an issue. I think that's all I got.
Oh, perfect, because that ends your time. Our next registrant is Gary Pine, 5 Nokomis Court, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Mr. Pine.
Thank you. I'm pleased to see that they have addressed some of the neighborhood issues. By the way, I live 4 blocks down Pontiac Trail from the site in question here, and see that they have addressed some of our issues about parking and so forth. I cannot help but doubt the traffic people's estimation that 53 houses will only have 21 people or 23 people leaving and coming in the morning and evening. That does not seem reasonable to me. I also object to the size of the whole project in a residential neighborhood. This is all single family houses, except to the across Heritage. There's the duplexes over there are pretty low density housing also. The people who have the house next to this planned development would have someone looking over their fence and in their windows all the time. And I would certainly object to that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. The next registrant is Maya Starling, 4605 Wendigo Trail, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Ms. Starling.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm currently a resident of Summit Woods, and I'm also an analyst by training. I submitted a comprehensive report to you that I would love to address questions about, but tonight I want to address in brief 4 objections I have about this proposal. It's the look and feel, traffic impact, parking impact, and safety. First, I want to talk about the look and feel. It runs counter to the guidelines set forth in the Comprehensive Plan, Strategy 3, Part D, and Unicode Chapter 28, Section 183, Approval Standard 9, where it does not fit well with the existing neighborhood structures and does not encourage an appropriate transition between commercial and lower density residential districts. This would be next door to a 1.5-story house and across from a 1-story house and a 2-story condo. It's simply too tall. If built as planned, it would be the tallest building in the neighborhood in comparison to the condos, apartment buildings, and even SSM Health, which are all 2 stories. And almost worse, the intensity of land use is too high as well at 76% ground floor to lot square footage. 76% in comparison to the highest current land usage of 35%. And even with stepbacks, it'll be a behemoth. With 1+5 construction, this translates into a huge towering block structure among recessed, low-lying, gabled, roofed structures. And just imagine that for a second. The next thing is the traffic. Pontiac is one of the main thoroughfares in the neighborhood, butts up along Hammersley, and based on standard occupancy estimates, this development would add 66 residents. That would be 8% of the total neighborhood population in this development. And because Summit Woods public transit is somewhat limited and amenities are few, vast majority will have cars. And once you become part of the neighborhood, you quickly learn that Pontiac is more than a viable neighborhood egress and ingress, and it has many advantages. I can't imagine that new neighbors would not learn these routes quickly and use them regularly, just like I did when I first moved to the neighborhood. The third thing is parking, and parking along Hammersley is at a premium. And while this development has an appropriate number of spaces per resident on paper, there still will be a major indirect impact. And I mean, of course, partly because of gas deliveries, a possible commercial presence, and economic crisis forcing people to double and triple up on apartments, sure. But the primary issue is that SSM Health is leasing the existing parking lot, and all of those cars will be displaced onto the street. And that's 20 to 30 cars competing with an existing situation of a crisis situation in non-COVID time. The fourth thing is dangerous conditions, where Pontiac is only 22 feet wide with off-peak parking on both sides of the street. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic. Kids play along the street. Adding additional blind spots from a bunch of parked cars and increased traffic, it is a recipe for disaster. In short, this development does not take into account the location where it's being proposed, and it would be built at the expense of the neighborhood rather than to fit in with it. Many of us neighborhood residents welcome the right project that could make the neighborhood more walkable and vibrant, but at minimum, it needs to not reduce the vitality and livability of the neighborhood as this would. Thanks for the opportunity to offer my input.
Thank you, Ms. Starling. The next registrant is Sarah Larson, 1013 Chieftain Lookout, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Ms. Larson.
I do not see someone with that name in the list.
The next registrant is Fern Kanitz, 4609 Wendigo Trail, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Ms. Kanitz.
Hi, thank you. And thank you to everyone who has hung in here this long this evening. We strongly oppose this project that's being considered for several reasons. It's too big for the space. It's too dense. There isn't enough place for all the cars that are going to be going back and forth and trying to park. and it will have a significantly negative effect on the neighborhood. In particular, the destruction of mature trees that will inevitably occur during the construction of the building, despite the design illustrations that have mature trees right beside the building, and with the consideration of redesigning Pontiac Trail, I'm just concerned that increased traffic will put an end to or interfere with the pedestrian traffic on Pontiac Trail and in the rest of the neighborhood. People walking their dogs, bicycling, kids in the street. Kids are not going to stop riding their bikes, even if there is sidewalks. They're going to continue to play in the street, and it's going to be dangerous with more vehicles going through. So I couldn't help but compare this project to the 1224 Park Street project. A development like this seems better suited to a location like Park Street, or as the gentleman said, a location that desperately needs development or redevelopment. So I would agree with the consideration of the demolition of the existing warehouse. That property looked better, it seemed better, it felt better before the current business moved in and took down the bushes and the trees and put in big dumpsters that are always overflowing. So putting something else there, I would totally support. This particular project just doesn't seem right for this location. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Canitz. The next registrant is Alan Shackelford, 909 Pontiac Trail, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak.
I don't see anyone with that name in our list.
Okay. Then the next registrant is Mara Esch, 918 Pontiac Trail, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak.
Thank you. And it's Aish. I know it's a hard one to pronounce. So good evening, and thank you to those of you that are still here. I know some people that wanted to provide comment couldn't stay. And after all the zoning discussion tonight, we're now discussing conditional use, which in my novice knowledge of this is another way to approve non-conforming use. It's been an educational evening. There are some significant conditional use requests here. But first I want to note that Summit Woods neighborhood does not have a Park Street or a Langdon Street. We are a quaint rural neighborhood that most don't even know is here. The renditions are striking with the mature trees that aren't there and the lack of presenting the surrounding buildings in their appropriate size in comparison and closeness. The first conditional use I want to address is 6A10, which is parking. I don't believe that the owner has participated in good faith. The neighborhood has been concerned about street parking and the owner has put in more parking stalls. The problem is that the owner charges for parking in the two other buildings he owns next to this one. Charging for parking will make parking concerns worse because people will opt out of that charge and park on the street. 6A9, the proposal is too dense, too many units for the neighborhood infrastructure to handle. I could support an 8 to 16 unit in a 2-story building, in fact, would welcome it. If what's proposed is not affordable to build, then perhaps it's not a good fit for this site. 6A3, this proposal will impair and diminish aesthetics of the neighborhood. It is too big. It will be the highest and largest building in the neighborhood. It's too modern. If you look at those drawings and the color, they do not fit with a 50 to 60-year-old mature neighborhood and the congestion of cars and people. Finally, 6A12 is not a conditional use concern, but it is height. The impact of 3 floors and surrounding property will be significant. I understand there was a shade study that's been done. I walk this area often. How can a 3-story building 11 feet from the lot line next to their neighbor not cast shade? The owner does own 2 properties to the north-northeast of this and has not expressed any concern for shade on those properties. I oppose this proposal. It does not lead to aesthetically and orderly development in my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Kimberly Sprecher, 4509 Onaway Pass, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Ms. Sprecher.
I'm a resident of Summit Woods neighborhood and have lived here since 2000, so I can with confidence advise your opposition to the proposed development. At 4606 Hammersley, there are several reasons you should vote against it. 1, it is out of character with the aesthetics of the neighborhood, too big, too contemporary. Its height, size, and facade do not blend in. It will be a dominating eyesore. Vote no. 2, the density of the building is double that of any other multifamily building in the neighborhood. This building does not belong in this neighborhood. Vote no. 3, parking is already congested on Hammersley, and the addition of 53 units plus cars will create even more unsafe roads. Vote no. Number 4, shade from the proposed 3-story behemoth infringes on the quality of life of those who already live here in homes and the feel of the mature neighborhood. Vote no. Number 5, mock-ups indicate large shade trees, but we know those trees will take years to grow. This building will be a concrete jungle. Vote no. 6, traffic along Hammersley will increase dramatically with this monstrosity, and once COVID subsides, the traffic studies that have been done on these streets will be shown to be invalid and have vastly underestimated the actual amount of traffic these streets hold. Vote no. And last, the intersection at Hammersley and Tacoma does not have a dedicated right turn lane, which is desperately needed. 60% of cars coming to that intersection from Hammersley turn right. Adding this liability will exacerbate backups at that intersection. Vote no. Instead of this proposed blight on the neighborhood, I suggest a 2-story, 12 to 16 unit building with the design and color compatible with the neighborhood and no commercial component. To some, we pay high taxes to live in Madison, and we deserve to have the quality of life protected with the development at this site. Please listen to the people who live here. Protect the character of this special gem of a neighborhood. Do not allow this proposal to move forward. Reject Ripple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sprecher. Okay, the next registrants I'm going to read have all indicated they do not wish to speak, but that they are available to answer questions. Julio Martinez, 4330 Keating Terrace, Madison, in support. Eric Bridle, 7713 Kenyon Drive, Middleton, support. Kate Ripple, 502 South Owen, Madison, support. Teresa Harrison, 3801 Regent Street, Madison, support. Julio Martinez registered again. Anthony Stubbs, 974 Amberson Drive, Sun Prairie, support. Dean Lushinger, 1009 Hole Avenue, Stoughton, in support. FT Gordon, 22 Oxwood Circle, Madison, support. Janet Gordon, 22 Oxwood Circle, Madison, support. Susan Welke, 1409 Lakeview Avenue, Madison, support. Tia Andres, 4609 Onaway Pass, Madison, support. Nelson, 949 Pontiac Trail, Madison, neither support nor oppose. Those are all the registrants who have indicated that they would be available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I saw in one of the letters we received questions about noise abatement being right on the belt line. I'm wondering if anyone from the development team could talk about that.
This is Dwayne. So we just had a conversation with the development team and a general contractor about that. And we are planning to do a higher STC window within the areas that would face the belt line. We have talked about increasing the wall, but the wall STC rating, but we really feel the windows are kind of the weak link in sound. So we intend on doing a better glazing for those areas.
And so you like think this, when you look at all the potential places to develop, this seems like that being next to a major highway, just tell us what you're thinking about how you said, okay, let's put housing here.
I mean, you're thinking for noise concerns specifically, or just like in a general?
Living near, I represent people blocks away from East Washington will email alders along there from blocks away about the noise, and it's not even like the belt line. So I'm just trying to, for the future alder of District 10.
Right. We definitely want to do things to improve that. We definitely are aware of the proximity and concerned about the noise. We're continuing to work with the general to figure out costs for doing an improved wall and the different types of glazing in that. We have done a lot of projects on busy roads, and we've been successful in being able to address those noise concerns. So I'm confident we can appropriately address those concerns with the building materials.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Alder? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, could Mr. Bruce talk about the sustainability aspects of the development? I think he was just getting into that, and his time was expiring.
Mr. Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Cantrell. I'd actually like to have Dwayne answer the specifics on the sustainability.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson.
So we have developed a fairly exhaustive list of items that we intend on incorporating into the building. I guess the main ones of note would be Mr. Ripple's committed to doing solar within up on the roof area of the project, enough to support the needs of the areas that would be on a house meter. And we've also teamed with Focus on Energy to analyze and give recommendations for energy efficiency systems that we could incorporate into the building as well.
What about electric car hookups, or providing stations for electric car hookups in the future?
We have not yet picked those spots, but we would definitely be looking into that, especially with the recent passing of, the recommendation of incorporating that at the beginning.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from any of the Alder Hennick?
Thank you. I was going to ask the last individual who registered, neither supporting nor opposing, who lived on Pontiac Trail. I wanted to ask them a question. I didn't catch the name. I just heard
Nelson. They did not put down a first name. So okay. Nelson, 949 Pontiac Trail.
Perfect. And Nelson, if you're still on, could you explain to us a little bit on your feelings on the project?
They are not still on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The other one was Maya Starling. She put together the document that we were listening to, and so I just wanted to make sure that she was able to work through the information that she wanted to present this evening.
Well, if I was able to complete everything, I could talk for a while about this. So whatever you'd have questions about.
Perfect. The one in particular was historically the changes in the traffic patterns or accessibility for historical uses of the property.
Oh, as far as the it being a post office before with the traffic study, that thing.
Correct.
The issue of it being a post office before, that probably would not have increased traffic in the neighborhood, because that was 30 years ago and there was direct access to the Beltline from Hammersley. So that little roundabout that's right at the edge of the corner of Hammersley and Pontiac, that actually was an access. So people would have accessed that post office directly from there, and it wouldn't have been as much. It's not even really comparable. So that's pretty much it for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Alder, of any of the registrants? No?
That'll be all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of any of the registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Any questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Does the city have any plans to improve Pontiac Trail? I was driving out there and I was surprised that a road like that existed in the city. It's only 20 feet wide, no sidewalks, and very rural. I'm assuming that, well, I guess, and it's quite long. I mean, it goes for, 3 or 4 blocks without those types of improvements that you would expect. But so I don't know if Heather can answer that or.
Looks like Mr. Punt's prepared to answer. Okay.
Yes, there is an item on an upcoming budget. I think it's for 2022, I believe. No, Alder Hennick is shaking his head because it's his district. I think he might know a little bit better.
Alder Hennick?
Yes, it is. It was put into the 2021 budget. So that's something that is in the budget this year. We've got a tree study that's been performed at this point by Forestry. Preliminary, the assessment, not the assessment, but the map done by engineering is in the works, and then it'll go back to Forestry, and that's when we'll get the neighborhood involved to work on those plans.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, I think that's it.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission find this demolition standards met and the conditional use standards met and approve the project as proposed.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I think that the reason why I'm supporting this, and this is on the edge of the neighborhood, and in my opinion, it kind of buffers the residential, the low density single family area to the north from the Beltline. This provides a kind of a noise break in one respect, and I think that it's an attractive project. I think that it provides adequate parking, a lot more parking. I think in this development than we typically see in multiple family developments. And I understand the neighborhood concern, but the property is zoned CCT, which is commercial, and medium density residential. So the zoning expects something of this scale on this property. So, and additionally, lastly, we need housing. And I think that this is a location that's appropriate. So that's why I'm recommending it be supported.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? Anyone else want to weigh in? Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. First off, I just wanted to give a big thank you to Colin Punt, Kevin Furco, and Sean Malloy. Sean did a big lift on the traffic study and really reviewed the engineering work from the developer. And so I wanted to say thank you to him. And Colin Punt and Kevin Furco worked through a number of neighborhood meetings and a lot of comment from residents. The big things that we heard from residents are, things that we've heard today. It's the size, the number of units. A lot of residents wanted to see a 24 unit or lower a facility. And looking at the traffic, the one hole that there was in the traffic engineering study was returning traffic on going from Midvale onto Pontiac, which I can see why residents would be concerned about that. It's an easy transition. The impact of parking, as we saw in the CCT, really the Park Street development was very similar to this one, except I can absolutely see from residents' perspective how it's a different neighborhood. But I do see also Commissioner Contrell's point that there's a delineation between the Hammersley development that's on there, where there is a significant number of rental units as well as commercial uses there. And the other concerns that I heard from residents was the architecture not fitting, which I can absolutely see that concern that, we've got a big time difference in the style of architecture from this development versus some of the other architecture on the streets and in the neighborhood. I've also heard from residents who are excited about the increase of foot traffic and the ability to more effectively sustain the retail environment on the corner of Hammersley and Midvale, which has struggled over the years. To stay, we've had 3 different coffee shops and restaurants into the same unit there on the corner over the past 4 years. I also heard the increase of diversity with family makeup in the neighborhood. It is a highly, it's a very strong community sense in the neighborhood. So I think that any resident that is able to locate there will be largely benefited by a strong community and welcomed into that community. So that's all. I just wanted to point some different aspects out. I also wanted to appreciate the developer and Ripley and Dwayne and Randy Bruce. I felt that they really listened to the concerns of residents and gave a good faith effort in meeting some of those requests. Absolutely not to the extent that many residents would have liked to, but there were quite a few residents that did say, we felt heard and we appreciated the concessions or the changes and alterations that were made. So I just wanted to acknowledge those individuals, as well as a big thank you to the residents who, as you can see by Maya, Mara, and the others who spoke tonight, really put a lot into the documentation that they sent in and put a lot of analysis and thought into what they were hearing from their neighbors as well. So thank you very much to them.
Thank you, Alder. Any other comments before we come to a vote? Okay, we have a motion on the table. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see raised hands to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next on the agenda is business by members. Any business by members? Seeing no raised hands, we will move to Secretary's report. Ms. Stouter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things to mention from last week's council meeting. On November 17th, the council did approve the ULI proposal on Pinckney with no further changes from the Plan Commission's recommendation. and then also approved the prime urban properties proposal on Cottage Grove Road at Monona Drive. And that had just a couple slight changes for additional commercial space rather than a mix of residential and commercial. The council also introduced a potential amendment to the Triangle Monona Bay neighborhood plan, which will likely be coming to you at your next meeting in December, if it does make it through the two other committees that will see it. So we'll have more about that then. Otherwise, looking forward to the December 14th meeting. The one item on the list here that I'll mention is the return of the Ramish plat and rezoning that has been referred for many cycles. That is scheduled to be back before you on December 14th. And I think that, along with perhaps the plan amendment that I mentioned, are some of the main items. One other item that I just missed, the council also introduced the new regional mixed use zoning district that we discussed a little bit in late July. So that will also be on the December 14th Plan Commission agenda for consideration. That's all I'll share at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Any questions of Ms. Stouter? Seeing none, any announcements? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion to adjourn, moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Motion on the floor. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, thank you very much, everybody, and see you next time. Take care.